Request everyone to please take their seat. We are about to start the session. Request participants from different subsidiaries to kindly call their colleagues as we are about to start the event.
Hello. I request the participants sitting on the back side of the stage, please come forward and occupy the front seats.
Participants in the last few rows, please come forward and occupy the front seats.
Participants from subsidiaries, CIL, other companies, I request please come forward and occupy the front seats in the first half of the auditorium.
Request everyone to occupy the front rows.
A very good morning to one and all. Hope you had a pleasant stay at Ranchi. I, Nikita Bhadani,
And I, Pooja Prasad,
welcome our dignitaries once again to the CSR Conclave at Ranchi. I welcome all my dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, fellow participants to the second day of CSR and Sustainability Conclave 2022 at Ranchi. With a new day and full of enthusiasm, I am extremely delightful to welcome the first speaker of the day, who holds a very significant post in a government organization under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. He is going to deliver a session on CSR, Nations Building and Achieving SDGs. I welcome Shri Ranjan Mahapatro, Director HR IOCL, on the stage with a huge round of applause. A mechanical engineer from BITS Pilani and a postgraduate in management from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar, Sri Mahapatra is Director HR in IOCL with over 3 decades of experience in petroleum industry. A successful business head and a true people's man, he has a special orientation towards HR and community outreach. He has presented several papers in national and international forums and has also published articles in international journals. The stage belongs to you, sir.
Thank you. It's okay, I think.
I once
Thank
again
you.
welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Very good morning. I think we have a lot of students, so we should hear it loud. Very good morning to all of you. Morning. So I will use both the podium as well as the entire thing. That's good that you have given me this also, so that I think distinguished guests sitting here, CMD sir, Director Technical, and all other Sairamji, and everybody else sitting here. My team from Indian Oil, RED, Bihar State Office, and his team, but more importantly, all the participants here. So let me first tell you that I'm extremely pleased to be here, and the way I went around and saw the exhibition, it was an interesting experience. Let me tell you, sir, for a public sector to doing such a thing, it's something really great. I think a lot of commendation, lot of appreciation. I think I have felt very, very happy. In fact, I have told my people, take some photographs, take some videos so that we can also replicate it at some point of time. So that's something really, really good. But at the same time, I'm also slightly tensed, particularly seeing my youngsters here, all the young friends here, and because I'll tell you why I'm serious. I understand yesterday we had Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee taking sessions. We had Mr. Bhaskar Chatterjee is, of course, supposed to be the pioneer of CSR implementation for public sectors. I think we must give him that credit, and he has done a commendable job as a DP secretary when he was there. And of course, we had Mr. Amod Kant, and today one of my friends is coming, I suppose. He only let me know, I did not know from the list. Mr. Saina, Mr. Tata Trust Chairman. Achha, he did it yesterday. Okay, yeah, that's what. So, with all these people, you are definitely tensed. Exactly how do you really utilize CSR for nation building? First of all, I would like to know from all the young friends, what exactly is nation building? When we are talking of nation building, what exactly it is? What do you really mean when we talk, well, the nation is already built? What do you mean when you say that we are going for nation building, we are using CSR for nation building? What exactly do you mean? Anybody can volunteer. I cannot just deliver one way. Anybody would, yeah. Development, yes, one keyword. Anything else?
Improvement of quality of life.
Improving the quality of life, absolutely brilliant. Anybody else? Yeah. Absolutely. I think you have hit the nail. I mean, at one end, the development overall has to happen, but at one end you have the communities. What is happening currently? What is happening? We all are talking about growth of industrial growth, which is happening. We are talking about the developments which are happening at all the places. We are creating. We are very happy when we see so many unicorns coming. IAMS will know that. So many unicorns coming. We have so many millionaires coming. But at the same time, the have-nots, the number of have-nots are also increasing. The gap between these two is increasing. This is where, if you have to build a nation, you have to bridge that gap. If we have to really and let me tell you one thing, CSR is not panacea for everything. It will not solve every purpose, but it can play its role. And that is very important, which all of you must remember, that yes, we can, using CSR, we can do that wonders, or we can do that, create that difference, and bridge this gap, this huge gap which is being generated. One more question again from my side. What exactly do you feel? I think Director Technical Sir was explaining it just now. Why it is 1%, why it is 2%, why not 3%, why only 2%? What exactly is CSR? When we talk of CSR, what exactly does it mean? Why it is called a corporate social responsibility? I think you have attended all these sessions, so anybody can also talk on that. Why it is called a corporate social responsibility? I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Giving back to the society, one. You also told the same thing. Giving back to. That's right. Then we should have called it GBS, giving back to society. Why are we calling it corporate social responsibility? Yes.
And so many things. So it is our duty. It's being a responsible corporate citizen. We have to do some CSR for development of the and around.
Okay, I mean, we are taking it as if it's a thrust on us. Why should we do it? Is it so?
Because it's to maintain equity. Otherwise, what happened now? One person is grow very high and second person is also.
Okay.
There is no socialism is in society. So it is bad for us also ना. Because अगर मैं बहुत बड़ी बिल्डिंग बना लिया और मेरे बगल में पड़ोसी गरीब है, तो वो तो मेरे को देखते रहेगा, अनरेस्ट आएगा ही, अनार्की आएगा आगे सोसाइटी में.
नहीं, मेरा क्वेश्चन थोड़ा एकदम that's what ma'am also told, ना, giving back to society could also serve. Why it is corporate social responsibility? Something was coming from there. Sorry, 1 minute. So,
Employee and the employees to the society.
That's a beautiful, I will come back to you. Connecting the employer and the employees to the society. Yeah, sorry. That's true. That's something which is, we are what we are because of the society. I think Indian Oil is doing almost $56 billion of business. For whom? Where? Who are my stakeholders? Your Coal India is doing, I mean, all the subsidiaries put together are doing huge work, but for whom? And when I am doing, and these people, this society is making me what I am, I have that responsibility to give back again. That's why it's a responsibility on us. It's not a burden. There is a difference. आप जब बोल रहे थे ना जो देना चाहिए, मैं वो feel कराना चाहता हूँ. It's a responsibility which has to come from within. And it's not only responsibility of Mr. Sairam, or it's not responsibility of me as a director HR, it is the responsibility of everybody. And that's where entire employer and employees come together. And if we have to make CSR responsible, or if we have to make CSR possible for making that difference, then it is each one of us has to feel that way. So my point, in fact, would be, I'll be deviating from what exactly on this. My point will be, are we having a human business model in our organization, which is completely different from normal business model? Are we having human business model? Are we, in fact, if we see the trend which has been HR trends, or the trends which are emerging in the last few years, particularly if you go by the Deloitte's 2021 report, or 2020, one of these reports, if you go by, they say ki the word social enterprise is becoming a very, very key word. Every organization should be a social enterprise. And just imagine, organization like Indian Oil or organization like Coal India are already social enterprises. So we have an easy, or we have already a handicap with us, with all of us. How do we make it a social enterprise? So with this in mind, I would just like to briefly touch upon a few things. I asked this question first, that whether CSR is a panacea for solving. I think we were discussing just now, a few minutes before, that almost, CSR amount in India becomes almost 20,000 crores, right, sir? 20,000 crores. When we look at independently, it's a huge amount. It's absolutely huge amount. But when we compare it with the amount that we need for building a nation, maybe it's just not even 0.4% of the whole requirement for the country. So that is why I am again repeating all points. In fact, many of us, it must be happening to Coal India or many other organizations also. Whenever we go for any parliamentary committee and all, everybody is interested कि CSR, आपका इतना CSR fund है, तो हमारी use होनी चाहिए, हमें मिलना चाहिए. I keep on saying, madam or sir, whoever is there, sir, we can't answer everything. So what exactly we have to do, or what exactly as a responsible corporation, responsible organization, everybody has to do as far as CSR is concerned? That's very important. You create a sustainable model. You create a model which can be replicated. I just was down, I think, Sairam ji hame dikha rahe the these weavers who have weaved, and then they sell their items as well. This is something, doling out is out. This is something which we'll have to do whenever we spend a single. So there are few things, if you are looking at, I am trying to touch upon. One is, again, I'll repeat it again and again. One is that you want involvement of others, all the people, all the stakeholders within yourself, whether it is your company or the employees, everybody. We must have that. We must have engagement from them. Second thing is that whatever we do, whatever little we would like to do on CSR, that should be sustainable. That should create more opportunities. That should create a model which can be replicated by others. So, just to start with, so please remember that CSR is, the fund which we all have, it's not a panacea, it cannot solve all the problems. but it can create such a model, it can create such an impression in the society itself that it can make that differences. My next point: how do we really do it? Can we do it? How do we create those sustainable models? I'll give you some stories. One, of course, which I just now saw it in down below in the exhibition. We have a skill development institute in Bhubaneswar. In Orissa, we have a skill development institute. I'll talk about it in details, but I'm just trying to give one example, small example, which will be very interesting to. Like any other organization, similar to this, we started giving Silai training, tailoring, to a group of young ladies who have from the nearby villages. We started it. So this was. And this is being done everywhere. I think we are not the first one to do it, or will not be the last one to do it. We did it. It started. Initially, the machines were provided, and it started. Normally, जैसे यहाँ भी example हुआ कि normally, otherwise they would have created this items and they would have sold it off. That's the normal outcome. What has happened? Why this is interesting? These ladies, once this was completed, they have formed a company of their own. They're calling it, I think, अभी Google करने से भी शायद मिल सकता है, उज्ज्वलामयी. That is the company they created. They created a company. These ladies of around 40, 45 ladies, they created this company. They started working together as a company, and now not only they are self-sufficient as far as they are concerned, they have started engaging and they have started training people. And this company is now slowly, of course, worst thing happened is that the moment this company was formed, after that we had the pandemic, so they had some sort of set down, but at the same point of time, this also gave them opportunity to produce a lot of masks, a lot of other items they produced, and they got, many, now they have customers we are listed with them, are HCL, Tata's, of course, we ourselves in Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, and many other companies who are procuring items from them on a continuous basis. This is the example which I would like to give as just one small example where CSR really can help to make that difference in the lives of people. And it needs to be sustainable. It needs to go right down to that level in the society where we are creating a model which can be replicated. We are creating a model which is sustainable by itself. So, of course, as you look at it, the government also has been trying to do a lot of things in this respect. See, when we are talking of nation building, when we spoke, when I asked you, how many of you are aware of creation of these aspirational districts? How many of you? Yeah. Not the young ones from IIM? No. What exactly is an aspirational district? Are you aware? So they are already developed or no? They were laggards. Actually, the name beautifully used. And in fact, when we had this first meeting, I was telling whoever has used it has used very beautifully this aspirational. They are aspirational. They are the laggards. They have the worst of facilities. They do not have basic things available. Literacy was lower. So they are aspirational. They would like to go to that level. So a few of the districts have been identified. So you must know. We must know. You must visit a few aspirational districts. I think we have 2 or 3 of them nearby only. Kunti and all, everything is aspirational districts. So what government tried to do? When they did that aspirational districts, a special focus has come on the aspirational district. There is a competition amongst the aspirational districts. Which aspirational district will do better? And there is a clear-cut focus, and in fact, I think all those people who are handling CSR would know, as far as public sectors are concerned, that we have been advised, we have been given some aspirational districts to focus on. So if we want to make that difference, where do you start? Again, I think I take a cue from what he told, the huge gap between have and have-nots. You have to focus here. You don't reduce them. The haves, you don't reduce them. You would like them to go up further so that they create more opportunities. But you have to bring up these have-nots to this level. And that's where the government has done a commendable job by identifying the aspirational districts program, which is now making a difference as far as the country is concerned. And this is where, again, nation building is concerned. You have now, see, I'll tell this way. Either you yourself had decided how you will go about it, or you are receiving some guidelines from somewhere that how you should be proceeding. So if you make a combination of this as far as a responsible corporate is concerned, you will be able to make that. Again, repeat, is that we have to make a difference. We have to make a difference. It will not solve all the problems, but whatever little we have to make a difference. So one more program of which has come. I don't know how many of you would know about it. That is Vibrant Village program. Why I am again trying to pinpoint this? If we want to really concentrate, we want to really make that differences in the nation building. I have not yet come to SDGs. SDGs will come later on. If I build my nation, obviously everything else will follow. So if I want to do that, I must know all these which are available. So there is another program which is Vibrant Village. In fact, yesterday I was with someone who was describing about this Vibrant Village. In fact, with him, I could really learn about what exactly is happening. I know there are vibrant villages. You know, anybody knows about Vibrant Village? Aspirational, everybody knows. Vibrant villages? Anybody, sirs, or anybody? No. Yeah? No, that is the word. By word, it means that you improve there. You make the villages vibrant. But what exactly is the program? So at least I will be giving something which most of the houses do not know about it. Vibrant Village is identifying those villages in the border. You know what happens? Why we face all these problems, whether it is Chinese aggression or whether it is in all the border states with our neighboring countries. Why do we face this problem? Because most of the people from those border villages, because they are very difficult. Whether it's a village in Arunachal Pradesh or it's a village in Himachal or anywhere which is bordering China, they're almost very difficult and sparsely located. So what happens? People from there try to move out to the mainland. The Vibrant Village, which is the effort which is being carried out, that you provide them everything there so that they stay there. And they work for the villages. They work there. And then that is known as, we want to stop depopulation of those villages. And so you keep them populated, you keep them vibrant, so that they become models. I mean, I think हम ही लोग सभी शायद देखे होंगे जब थोड़ी सी Chinese aggression हुई थी. We had seen those photos where Indian villages were completely, nobody was there. And on the other side of that, Chinese villages had buildings and all, although whether they were people or not, we don't know. But those villages, people playing volleyball and all those photos had come. So this is where it has been created that we must have vibrant villages. So I just thought these two things I would just touch upon so that how we can really, these are all national priorities where we can make a difference. So I'll again give one small example of such interventions which we have done, but obviously it can be replicated at any point of time. There is a village called Nang village in Leh. So how do the people survive there? It's very sparsely located. In fact, I was fortunate enough to travel to that place and be there with the villagers for almost 4-5 hours. It's a very sparsely located, and people. It's almost 65 kilometers from Leh. People survive. People grow, and any of you, if you know about Leh, Leh is known as a white desert, right? Snow desert, because nothing grows there. Very hardly anything grows there. And the condition is extremely harsh. Temperature goes down to -35 at some point of time. And during the other time, the sun is so harsh. It is so harsh on the ground. So people face a lot of issues on that. Anyway, leaving aside that, what do? They only grow potatoes, and potatoes are grown during the summertime, so-called summertime, whatever it is grown. How do they survive, or how do they manage during the winter period when the temperature goes down? So what they used to do, they will be making this. They will be cultivating these potatoes, and they will now keep it in boris. They will try to dig holes and keep the potatoes inside, try to protect them. Not only they would like to take care of themselves during winter. It's very difficult. All of us sitting here cannot even imagine that how people survive at these places. So they will try to utilize, they will try to dig it out and try to utilize during winter. Alternatively, also, when army also is there, salute to them. They are also there everywhere. When they require also, they would send it to army. What happens when they were doing like this, they were saving this like this, most of the times, either the potatoes will get spoiled or they will become rotten, they will not survive, quality goes down, but everybody requires it. So on an average, I was just asking them, on an average they say, during that, when it is summer, they get something like 25 to 30 rupees per kilo for potatoes. Whereas in winter, they used to get around 8 to 10 rupees per kilo. We'll take this rotten potatoes. And when we know that almost 20% or 30% of them will be spoiled. This is where one small intervention was done in Nang village. We constructed very simple cellars, potato cellars. We are vegetable sellers or potato sellers, we tell them. Of course, the ideas came from, have you all heard of Sonam Wangchuk? All of you are aware. 3 Idiots have make him very famous. So some ideas came from him. Oh, wow. We are in very close, as Indian Oil, we are in very close contact with him. In fact, he is building an university there, Himalayan HEIL, Himalayan Institute of Energy, something. So on that, we are also supporting them. Excellent, great. So some ideas came from there. So we built vegetables, these potato sellers. Very simple. It is underground. Nothing. There are places for that. Very, very simple. And we have some channels where water will flow. This works as a refrigeration for that place when outside is -35. This works as a refrigeration for storage of this potato. And this has been built there. Result? The income level of each of these people who are there has increased. This potato, which was, they were selling it at 10, has become almost 30 to 35 rupees during the winter. So thrice. And it's a big money for that place. For us, sitting, I mean, all of us sitting in metros and we're basking in luxury, we may not realize this, but it's a big money for them. It's a big development for these people. And now they have realized that this is how the quality of life in a small village can be improved. And this is what I call an example of nation building. This is one example where you really make that difference. We can't do everything, but we have to do things which really bring in that changes in the life of people. So this is another example which I thought I will try to share with all of you. I think then what exactly, what do we know about SDGs? How many of you are aware, how many of all of us here, sitting here, we are aware of SDGs? What is SDG, first of all? And how many of them are there right now? And to be achieved by 2030. And 2030 is round the corner. Huh? It is not even another 7 years now, 8 years. Less than 8 years. So, what exactly is that? Why so? Why SDG? Why CSR? How does it connect with SDGs? Anyone? I would like to rather hear from you. Anyone? Yeah.
That can. सर हिंदी में बोलो.
हाँ, अरे कहीं भी हम सब.
सर सस्टेनेबल
Great Indian
डेवलपमेंट
language
गोल्स
will do.
उसका जो 17 एलिमेंट्स है
हाँ, हाँ.
वो सर बेसिकली बेस्ड ऑन मेडिकल एजुकेशन which is necessary for our increasing the standard of living.
Okay.
And
Why it is called sustainable development? Of course, goals are why it is called sustainable
So
development?
sustainable is something which gives us, sir, it is long term.
Very good. Okay. What else?
And if we develop something and it goes for a long term and giving people make independent so that they can,
Okay.
in future they will be independent and make their own life better as well as others.
कुछ याद है जो 17 है उसमें से एक दो याद है? एजुकेशन आपने बताया है और कुछ याद है?
Medical.
हाँ? Sorry, one at a time. Yeah. Hunger.
No poverty.
Poverty. What else?
Mortality.
Mortality. Water. Gender equality. If you look at it, no, these SDGs, please, thank you very much. I mean, thank you. You have explained it well. These SDGs encompass everything that a society requires to sustain itself. And can CSR also play a role in that? Already, I mean, even if you have written about these SDGs, everything that you do, in fact, I don't know, you must be doing it in Coal India also. I have made it mandatory for any proposal that comes to me will have a SDG goal that's stamped on that. What are we achieving? Which goal of SDG are we achieving by approving this project? Are we achieving something on elevation of poverty or hunger or anything else on medical or water or gender diversity, everything, or collaboration? 17th one is collaboration. Are we achieving that? Why it is important? that we do, I mean, finally this has been given, this framework has been given to us so that we become focused. And each one of our activity here must adhere to one of these SDGs so that we don't have to reinvent. See, probably, I mean, I'm not telling this is all, but we don't have to reinvent. We know where to be focused on. And this effort must continue. Of course, when I say of that, I must also say a lot of initiatives which most of the public sectors also are focusing on health, let's say. I think currently, as we know, I don't know, many of my young friends may not be aware that DPE has given us a mandate that 60% of our CSR expenditure must go to health. I'm sorry? And health and nutrition. Yes, yes, I'm adding that. Thank you. Health and nutrition. It must go to that. Why so? Where did it come from? It flew from the pandemic, right? We suddenly realized that our focus, before that, what was our focus on? That time also health was there and education was included in that. I'm sorry? Sanitation was also there because when we started toilets and other things, that included sanitation. See, this focus, why health? I am just trying to give one example of health, let's say, how that is also connected with our... This is where another important thing which happens for every organization who are trying to utilize its CSR responsibly. If all of us try to do the same thing and try to create a model there, probably that will not be correct. Probably that will not be, I mean, that will be good, but that will not be sustainable. Can we individually, can we create different areas? Can we focus on different areas? So what I'm trying to say, currently Indian Oil is slightly focused on cancer. We all know about cancer menace. Yesterday, Sainath was there. He must have spoken about it. Tata are doing a lot of work on cancer. So we have tried to tie up with cancer. We thought, okay, within health, can Indian Oil focus on cancer? Can we do something substantially on cancer? Can we do some that effective CSR on cancer which can make a difference? So, in fact, we have tied up with Tatas for the hospitals. I'll just... when you make a focus again on this, for all of you, this is also important for each one of you in your normal activities as well. When you focus on something, you learn quite a few things. I'm telling that has been... Suppose now that we tried to focus on cancer, I never knew that Assam is, I mean, Northeast is an area which is most affected in India, which is most affected by cancer. I didn't know that. It's a learning from most of us sitting here also, it will be. We didn't know, I didn't know. But when we found out what exactly is happening, this is the area, this is one area which is more affected by cancer out of all the Indians. Almost 36% of the people are affected by cancer in some way or the other. It's a huge number. If I would have known the reason, we would have solved it. But there are few things which they are talking of. Use of betel, pan ka use, which is going on from there. The tobacco that beetles they use. Second is the soil is carcinogenic. That's the main reason. That is carcinogenic. So that's why probably, I mean, if you know that, we can't resolve it. We can't really change that. But that's one of the... So obviously, we all feel that prevention is the cure and we should prevent these things. But at the same time, we must also provide. So there are I think government of Assam is carrying out a huge activity of nearly 900 crores, setting up a lot of, I think Prime Minister just launched that a few days before from Dibrugarh. I think, from Dibrugarh. This particular hospital is coming up in Barpeta, which we are supporting. So why again? What exactly are we trying? I'm trying to say. Again, you can't do all. Please focus on one. Please focus on that area where you can make a difference. We have also tied up with currently Gangaram Hospital in Delhi, which has got maximum number of footfalls of cancer patients. And we have supported them with some machines and all, not everything, of course, but we have supported them with some machines and all, with a rider that the provisions that we have made should be utilized for people from the low strata. That should be the focus. In fact, we have ensured, we have told them that you have to maintain a register which has to be seen by us, that maximum number of people who have utilized these facilities are from the lower strata. Normally, हम लोग करते नहीं हैं. So this is also another way of pushing CSR for nation building, or pushing CSR to see that every pie. See, one more problem I think we were also discussing down there. Sometimes CSR becomes a burden. We say, oh ये अमाउंट खर्चा करना ही है तो अच्छा किसी को दे दो, किसी को बुलाओ, और कहीं से आया रेफरेंस उसको दे दो. It's not doling out. That is where I think I loved it when he told about that your employees, your employer, everybody has to be involved in that. This is where you can make that difference. This is where you must see that every pie that you give is used and does reach the beneficiary. It's not doling out. It is not donations. CSR is completely different from donations. It has to make that difference. It has to make that impression. So we must see that every pie, every amount that is given, given as a CSR expenditure is utilized. That's why, if you look at it, I think yesterday, Dr. Chatterjee must have told you, we have almost 10%, I think, and I think 10% towards administrative expenses. 5% now. 5% now with the new one. Sorry. So 5%. What I have given, at least in our organization, we have given, we must make an effort that it is not even more than 2%. Can we do that? Why administrative expenses will be so high? Why should we? We have a setup. So how do you do normally administrative expenses? Sainaji will know. Our people who are there who are involved, all those things also get into that. Why that? Can we reduce that part and more? That when I do it 2%, that means 98% of the budget is available for CSR. If you make it 5%, then 95% is available for CSR, right? So whether we can do that. So these are small things which we got to do. We got to keep on doing. Somebody has to tell me the time. I think. How much time I have? There is no time here, so. Because these are the topics which comes from heart, so it will keep on going. Of course, I see some of the people are already sleeping. I have to wake them up with some questions. Yeah. Because I don't know. They must have actually. At home I see my children in the morning they're sleepy because whole night they work. Thank you.
Sir, you have five more minutes. No problem.
अच्छा देखो पूछा तो बताया otherwise तो नहीं बताते ना. चलो. Anyway, nevertheless. So I'll never know that I think I will just sum up a few things and rather I would like to take questions or any doubts anybody has got. I may not answer it properly. If it is an easy question, I'll answer. If it is a difficult question, then I will divert it to Sairabji there. He will answer. Okay. I just would like to conclude. I think we'll have more questions on. Again, just to sum it up, I think a few things, let me repeat, like our professors used to do it at the end of the classes. Number one, CSR is a responsibility, it is not a burden. Number two, involvement of everybody is required. Involvement not only of your CSR group only, involvement of everybody is required. Number three, every amount of CSR that you do must reach the beneficiary. Number four, whatever initiatives you take, whatever interventions you make, must be sustainable, must be a model for many. You can't solve all the problems, but I can create. I was just now sharing with all the distinguished guests here. We have again same skill development institute in Bhubaneswar, where we have different trades. So purpose of that institute was that you train them so that they get a good job. In the last 3 years, we have trained almost 1100 odd students, all from the lower strata, all free of cost. We have done that. And out of that, 940 have got jobs. I'm proud of that. But, thank you. I'm proud of that. But at the same time, I am proud of another 5 people who themselves have become entrepreneurs. There is one boy, whom I interacted with from Rairangpur, in a village in a place in Orissa. He came. When he passed out, he did it on welding. When he passed out, he just asked us, "Sir, I would like to go back and open a welding shop. So any help can be given by you? It's okay, otherwise I'll go back." What Indian Oil did, it supported him with the initial kit, which cost us something like 1.5 lakhs, with a welding machine and some rods, some other equipment which we provided in a box. It was handed over to him. Today, that person is doing a business in which he has engaged another 5 people. And that's something which is extremely satisfying to each one of us. And that is something which we must try to do if we are really focusing on CSR for nation building or CSR for satisfying SDGs. Thank you very much. I think I should now take the questions. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, sure. I'll take my papers, please. Thank you.
Thank you for a fantastic session, sir. You spoke about, overall the replicable model for which is sustainable for nation building. Some of the aspects that you covered are the aspirational districts 115. You spoke about vibrant village programs, and a lot of the schemes and programs that Indian Oil has invested. So one question I had, to start off with, first question from my side. There are 2 questions, in fact. So first is that, there's a flagship report by the Business Commission, which is the global organization, which says that SDGs can create 380 million jobs and unlock 12 trillion of opportunities by 2030. Now, when we see the goals, there are 17 goals. Out of the 17 goals, we see that only 4 goals, the investment is around 2/3 of the investment goal, right. The 4 goals, which are primarily education, which are 25%, health and well-being 15%, livelihood, which is around 13 to 15%, and then cities and communities. But there are some other goals, and especially if I look at from I would say a company which is listed, like IOCL and even Coal India, which is listed. There's a lot of focus now on SDG, a lot of focus on ESG. Investors, they are looking at whether the companies are ranked high on the MSCI rankings from ESG perspective. I would say equality, so social inclusion. These are some of the aspects from a social point of view. Yeah. How do you see? What are the challenges that you see as an organization which is a listed company, and going forward, what kind of requirement from a shareholders? You have a second question you told. You'll ask it later? Yes. Okay. Let me answer this. I think you just go back to what I told in the beginning. I think we can't solve all the problems. In CSR, our CSRs cannot address all the problems.
So we have these 17 goals. And why again? Why the spend CSR spend on health and education, and to some extent on sanitation, etc. Has been more, because the focus has been on that. We may not resolve all the issues. That is one point of it. Then again, second point is that it's always what I told also. It's always better that you identify one area and focus on that. If you see the SDGs, I mean, the spends on a few ones, let's say number 17, collaboration. You don't have to spend on that. It's a part of everything. It is inbuilt. It is weaved into all others as well. So we'll have to see it in that way and try to do it. And yes, my point will be still on that, that everybody cannot do everything. So if CSR activities are going on this 4, let that be. Let that be more on that. It's not a problem at all. At least 4 of them are being handled through these ways. There are many others which will, and I appreciate what you told. I could have told that. Yes, SDGs, if you are focusing, it unlocks a lot of things. It unlocks opportunities for jobs, it unlocks opportunities for growth, it unlocks opportunities for elevating poverty, elevating hunger. It does that. It gives a lot of. So if some focus is there at least, that's a win for me rather than a lose that we are not able to do on all others.
Right, right. Thank you, sir. The second question I have is, if I look at from a measurement, yesterday there was a lot of focus on impact that matters. Whatever way I'm doing today, whatever CSI initiatives, what is the impact, what is the kind of ROI, may not be, in quantifiable manner, maybe in a qualitative ROI. So it's very essential that organization have the metrics defined, they're measurable and they're measured throughout. So from an IOCL perspective, how have you institutionalized the processes and systems so that you measure the impact throughout?
First of all, I must compliment changes which have come in recently, where impact assessment has been made mandatory now. So that's what. Other than that, as I told you, the focus has to be there that every pie that you spread must reach the last beneficiary. So we had also, but now with this new changes coming in, it has become more easy. We have a system of monitoring every project that we do. In fact, as you also know, I think most of the people will be knowing that anything that you do on CSR, it has to be a board approved policy, CSR. So in our let down policy, we have made it now mandatory that any project which is being done at any point of time, apart from the impact assessment, which we engage people to do that, apart from that, our own people must be visiting those depending on the amount which is being spent on that. So suppose it's a more than a crore CSR project, so an ED level or a director level person has to visit that, has to see it physically, how it is going on. This is apart from the regular system of having an impact assessment survey, which is being carried out through agencies which are there. So this is very well laid out in the policies, and it has been approved by the board, so that nobody can say that okay, कैसे विजिट करेगा, कैसे जाएगा, अगर 10 लाख का प्रोजेक्ट है तो who will go, अगर 20 उससे ज़्यादा का प्रोजेक्ट है who will go. We all have already put up in our CSR policy, which is also available nowadays, as is all available on our website also. It is clear. Okay, these are the things which we are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So maybe I'll just open up the questions for the audience. Yes, ma'am.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
I'm Renu Chaturvedi from Coal India. Sir, it was very heartening to hear you out. You have explained in very simple terms, and it came straight from the heart. It reached the heart, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, my question was regarding impact assessment, which he has already asked, and I'm very glad that you have a laid down policy for this. And we hope that we would be in Coal India able to have a similar policy on impact assessment
Right.
because we have huge projects which require regular monitoring. The second thing, sir, I wanted to ask you that you raised a point about employee engagement, that each employee should be engaged in CSR. This is not a question, this is a suggestion, sir. Sir, the younger generation, all companies are facing this. The younger generation has this, we have this issue of employee engagement coming up in a big way. So would CSR be an opportunity to engage the youngsters into the mainstream by offering some kind of voluntary work, which would eventually, because everything has to be reflecting into the performance in some way or the other, maybe it would be a good idea to include it in performance evaluation at some stage and include these people as volunteers, voluntary work in CSR projects for impact assessment or for monitoring for execution at any stage. That was my suggestion.
No, no, absolutely brilliant, ma'am. I think, see, I'll tell you what we are working on right now. I think it is yet to see the light of the day. Pandemic has put all the proposals in the ground, so it is taking. I'm going one step further. Instead of making it mandatory for them or making performance evaluation, can I give day outs to my youngsters who were very keen? In fact, when we had our conclave on HR, we had youngsters, they all suggested, can we get some time? We can go on our own, we can do something. We can produce it, we can give evidence of that, but can we do that? So that's also, I've been taking a cue from you also. Further, we can definitely juxtapose both of them to each other, and we can try on that. I think probably, if not Coal India, Indian Oil would like to come up with some scheme very soon. And I think we are working on that. It is late now, but we'll come up with that.
So just
Thank
to
you,
add,
ma'am.
just to add to what she said, I'm from Deloitte. So we have a day called Impact Day in Deloitte. So once a day in a year. So typically it's around November. So the entire organization, they visit some, I would say social sites.
Okay.
There are projects that we do. There are people who are doing multiple CSI initiatives. But that day, from the chairman to the analyst at Deloitte, they all go out, spend time. So
Good.
that's what we have institutionalized as a day in a year.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, thank
Good morning, sir. To
morning.
add on this, sir, we can say that ISR, new terminology, individual social responsibility.
Yeah, that's
So
becoming
put
a
in that
key word these
personal
days.
ISR. Sir, my question is on SDGs. There are 17 goals you have just narrated. That there are 14 numbers goal and 15 numbers goals. Life below water and life on land. Please throw on light that.
Okay. I think Sai Ram ji वहाँ से मुझे hint कर रहे थे ये भी है उसमें life below water. See, this is basically focused on marine lives. It is also very important they are protected and they are taken care of. If finally SDGs is what? Not only about our quality of life, it's also about the environment, which has to grow, which has to be sustained, so that we all survive. So that's why I told SDGs has been done it in such a beautiful way. It encompasses everything. So the life underwater is nothing but if you take care of the marine life, then obviously you are also protected.
That is why in this year's Amrit Mahotsav also the protect the flora and fauna.
Absolutely.
This message is there. Thank you,
I
sir.
think probably we forget sometimes that everything that we do, when we throw लेज का पैकेट हम लोगों को आदत है ना, हम लोग बोट में जा रहे हैं तो बाहर फेंकते हैं, that also makes an impact, and this SDG says that you have to avoid that. You don't do that anymore.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So nice.
Thank you, sir. One last question from the
Yeah.
audience, sir. Anybody?
Yeah, there somebody is there from that side.
So take an example like a startup is working on a technology and they developed a technology which can be used for a corporate especially, and it is aligned with the CSR goals of the corporates. So how can they approach it, and who are the key decision maker who are going to decide whether the deal is going to be closed?
Chalo, I'll give you an example. Have you all heard of Bandicoot? Anyone has heard of Bandicoot? It is a startup which has been developed by some graduates from IIT Madras. Okay, and what exactly it is that? Let me also in few words that it is it's a machine. You know, manual scavenging which is done, and we all every day we hear stories about people going into the holes and going into the manhole and getting inside and dying because of the fumes and all. So these people have developed a machine which is very simple. It's very simple. It has got a console. It has got a camera. There is a hose which has camera in the top. So from sitting from the top, you are able to see where the muck is, and you can collect that muck and then can bring it and throw it. So the scavenging is now automated. And this is what one of the startups have done it in Chennai, and Indian Oil is supporting it. So that's one thing we do support. I think all of the organizations, we would like to support any such initiatives. I have one more also, I can tell you about that, where the startups have been supported. The process is very simple. You write to our CSR team, they are competent enough. If it is something which is implementable, again, I told you one more thing, which really creates impact, which helps. In fact, I think, I don't know, PMO wanted to know more about Bandicoot. We have recently provided all the details. I will not be surprised if one of the Man Ki Baats, Honorable PM speaks about it. It's a beautiful initiative which has been done. Similarly, somebody had created a boat where we can clean the lakes. It's very simple. It's a very simple initiative which is done, that the boat goes and the top portion goes up, so that whatever floating things are there, they get inside, and then the boat becomes right, and it is all monitored through that games type का जैसा है ना आपका remote control games जैसा खेलते हैं. It is controlled from here on the on. So and we have used it for cleaning the one of the most polluted lakes in Delhi, Balswa Lake. Balswa Lake, which many of the Delhi people might be knowing about it. We have cleaned it, and there are before and after photos, which is very, very impressive. So anything is there from startups. We are there to support as long as it is impactful. It gives benefit to my end beneficiaries. We can support. And our CSR for everybody. I think I can talk on behalf of all the PSUs. CSR people are competent enough to take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
We are at the top of the hour, sir. So maybe I will request for the felicitation.
Oh.
Thank you, sir, for making us understand about the building blocks towards, yes, sir? Yes, sir. Goma, sir. Thank you, sir, for making us understand about the building blocks towards developing a better tomorrow through CSR. I would request DT sir, Gomasta sir, to please come up on the stage for felicitation of Shri Ranjan Mahapatro sir with Uttariya, memento and a personalized frame.
Wow.
A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can chase excellence. Our next speaker is an epitome of perfection combined with excellence, and I feel honored to call him up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a round of applause Dr. Shashi Ratnakar Singh, Fellow, University of Cambridge, UK, for his session on responsible land investments and equitable community benefits, experiences from resource-rich economics. A fellow of Cambridge University, Dr. Singh's research interests pertain to the political economy of the land acquisition and resource development, public policies, environmental laws, and indigenous people development. As a part of the subject expert group on land acquisition constituted by the Government of India, he has contributed towards LARR Act 2013. In India, he has researched on large-scale land acquisitions, resource revenue sharing, social risk assessments, and governance issues in mineral-rich regions. His recent book, Land Acquisition and Resource Development in Contemporary India, published by the Cambridge University Press, highlights the nuances of land resource policies and politics and the reasons for the land conflicts and stalled investments. The book also deliberates on the case study of land acquisition by NTPC and NCL in Singrauli region. The stage is handed over to you now, sir.
Thank you. I'm here back. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Coal India for giving me this opportunity to attend this session and interact with all of you. Especially, I would like to thank Mr. B. Sairam for giving me an opportunity and connecting with me. Considering all the fellow panelists that have talked yesterday and today, I stand slightly out of the league in terms of my profession. So to just give you a brief understanding of my work, I have two strands and two verticals. One is on the academia and the research side, and the second one is the advisory and the consulting work that I do for Government of India. I'm currently in India. I'm working with Ministry of Jal Shakti and Ministry of Power for designing land acquisition rules and resettlement and rehabilitation policy for the state of Arunachal Pradesh. So for that reason, I'm currently based here. At the end of the day one, Dr. Arvind said a very interesting phrase that the job remains and the job has to be done. We saw a very interesting initiative by Coal India, the last video and the documentary that we saw, that how beautifully ecologically degraded land has been converted into an eco park. It's a wonderful initiative, and I think a lot needs to be done on other parts of the Coal India operation, and it will be worth taking some initiatives. This particular landscape is from Singrauli. It's one of the district of Madhya Pradesh. If for the students, of course, Coal India colleagues all are familiar about it. There's one interesting fact about Singrauli, and I would like to share that. And I have digged out in the archive. In 1962, while inaugurating the Rehan Dam, one of the initial dams of this country, the Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru inaugurated the dam, and he was overwhelmed with the landscape of Singrauli and the rich forest. And he made a statement, and I'm quoting him, that one day Singrauli will become a Switzerland of India. 1962. Let's travel back. 22nd May 2008. The district was given a status. Singrauli was taken out of its previous district, that was Sindhi, and it was declared as an independent district. And while inaugurating the district on 22nd May 2008, the then Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji made a statement, and I'm quoting him, that Singrauli one day will become Singapore of India. Let's travel further. 2019, Niti Aayog Aspirational District Report declared Singrauli is the third most backward district of this country. So from Switzerland to Singapore to the third most backward district of the country. That's hard fact. The question is, whom to be blamed? Or who, the buck stopped where? Let's draw to this and you'll get a sense of it. Since it is a CSR conclave, I will not do justice if I don't touch a little bit on the CSR. In the last 10 years, if you see, 3 very critically important legislations were passed. One, of course, is the CSR, Companies Act. The second one is the Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, which repealed the British Colonial Act of 1894. If you read the title of the act itself, Right to Fair Compensation, gives you a sense that what was wrong with the previous act. It talks about right to fair compensation. And the third critically important legislation, especially for the mining sector, is the DMF. Section 9B, District Mineral Foundation, that has to be instituted in every mining district of this country, and 10% of the royalty that you are submitting to the government has to be set aside for mining affected people and mining affected region. Categorical, clear, specific in the act and in the rule declared under Pradhan Mantri Khanij Kshetra Kalyan Yojana 2015. Now, all these 3 legislations, it has a very close connection with the industry and the society. And its success will completely depend how you understand this, how you articulate this, and how you are going to implement this. Between 2015 and until now, I had the privilege of training 280 NTPC executives all across country on these subjects. So law is one part. How we implement it is altogether a different challenge. I will not spend much time on CSR, but it's worth highlighting just a couple of facts. CSR spending, if we are conceptualizing and conceiving as a tool to bridge the fiscal deficit, then the objective is gone. We spend around 2 to 3% of our GDP on health and education, right? We also talked about the last 7 years of spending on health and education, that is, come to roughly around 55,000 crores. On an annual basis, if you see how much you can actually do with your CSR budget in the larger government of India's budget portfolio. Dr. Chatterjee has been categorical and he has been emphasizing it in 2013 itself, that government programs should not be duplicated under CSR programs. The objective is to come up with innovative ideas and interventions which are different from what government is already doing. So I would like to touch on that. We can discuss later. So nature of projects and program under CSR needs to be studied in detail. How we are going to conceptualize our program. From hardware to software, it's same. I had the privilege of working with NTPC and advising NTPC for the last decade. You know, it's good to create a building. It's good to create school, water tanks, hospitals, buildings, roads, easy. When we are looking for long-term social transformation, we are looking for long-term social change in the society, it requires a different kind of intervention. And we need to move from hardware to the software. So when I'm talking about the software, I'm talking about interventions in the areas of teachers' training, medical staff. Whenever there is a recurring budget on programs, we try to pull our hand. If it's a one-time expenditure, we are happy. Is it going to be a long-term, 3-year, 5 years, supporting the medical staff in a hospital or in a health center? Supplying teacher to a school, salary for 3 years, we will retain ourselves. It's a typical practice that I'm sharing with you. But we'll discuss it, how it impacts. Defining the periphery of CSR. Again, as a resource-based industry, whether it's, I have been working with NTPC, NHPC, or say Coal India, since you're involved with resource development, your immediate periphery becomes very, very important. But we need to move beyond this immediate boundary, because some parts of this country are not receiving much CSR budgets, who does not have any much industrialization. So, social welfare is the job of the government. We also need to draw a very categorical line between social welfare and social responsibility. Government of India is there to do its job. As an individual corporation with a CSR budget, your job is to come up with an innovation, with that intervention that can transform the life of your immediate population. Again, sustainable development goals. I would ask one question to you. Before sustainable development goals, we had 8 goals, MDGs, right? How many goals India was able to achieve by 2015? Are we able to quantify numbers? Which goal, how much target? Of course, poverty has gone down. SDGs, 17 targets. These are grand monolithic structure which looks like unachievable if you look at from a distance. What I'm trying to indicate here, we need to fragment these SDG goals into short-term targets. Stick to the theme, pull the theme, but quantify what these goals are saying. Are we able to fragment these targets into short, medium, and long-term goals as far as our CSR intervention is concerned? If we are able to do it, we will achieve it. If you are not able to fragment it, it will look like a big monolithic structure. Projects for higher social impact. So, this I have highlighted, recurring cost. Civil society partnership. Amut Kanji was there and he highlighted how important it is to involve good civil society organizations who are already working on the ground. So there's no point reinventing the wheel. I work with colleagues like you, I train them, and I always say this thing. Your job is to facilitate. Do not reinvent the wheel. If there is an organization which is working in the health sector, in the education sector, in the livelihood sector, in the water area, involve them. Partner with them, execute your work. I am very fairly aware about your internal and external challenges. Whenever it comes to L1, whenever it comes to shortlisting of organization, contracting, the challenges from the finance department, I understand that. But yes, it's not a typical vendor. So the civil society organization is not a vendor, but we are so used to calling them as a vendor that we see them as a vendor. But again, intervention in social sector requires a different kind of a skill, and you need to identify them. I wanted to discuss this with Dr. Chatterjee on the Schedule 7, the theme under ecology and environment. Now, what kind of projects and program that can be conceptualized under ecology and environment that will be considered as eligible CSR spending? India is one country which is a fast-growing economy, and we are doing development and decarbonization at the same time. We are doing it. We are diversifying our energy portfolio significantly. However, we know that the coal is the reality for India, and we have to deal with this transition. But apart from plantation, forestation, there's a lot that can be done. I work on landscape restoration, on degraded ecosystem. This one area needs to be taken further. All right, so this is just yes, just to give you a sense, when we're talking about the defining periphery of CSR, there are certain states of this country which are heavily receiving the CSR funds just because of the location of the industry. And the other parts of this country are relatively less receiving such funds just because lack of industries. So that is one area that also needs to be seen when we are talking about social transformation on a large scale. We need to ensure that some funds also flow towards Northeast. I'm coming to the second part of my presentation, which is on the land conflicts. This is the data from Environmental Justice Atlas, which map every country on the basis of the media reports and the cases filed in the courts. And they pull out data and they map it that which country is experiencing what kind of land conflicts. The different shades represents the different categories of projects. So if you're seeing the blue shades, it's the hydropower projects or the dam project. If you're seeing the black dot, it is the coal mining project, and the brown one like iron, bauxite, so on and so forth. You can get a sense that, of course, the global south is experiencing a lot of these land conflicts as compared to the global north. However, there are also conflicts on the global north, but the drivers of land conflicts are very different. The reasons behind conflicts are very different. So, India is among the top. So we are ranked 1 with this data, with regard to experiencing land conflicts. It's 344 projects that are currently experiencing land conflicts to some level or the other with regard to infrastructure, mining, or other projects. When I come to the drivers behind land conflicts, the global north, the issues are very different. They are concerned about issues like climate change. They are concerned about issues like ecology, environment. When I come to the global south, I work in Cameroon, Senegal, Cambodia, Indonesia, and Nigeria. If I compare these countries, the drivers of land conflicts are very different. In these countries, these are low middle income economies which are aspiring to grow and are struggling for the recognition of land rights. They are struggling with the land governance system of these countries. And the non-recognition of the land rights and the land records is giving rights to different kind of land conflicts. Gair Majurwa Khas, I am standing in Jharkhand, 2008-9, I was working on Pakri Barwadi, Chatti Baryatu, Keradari, Tandwa. I was doing the compensation evaluation for all these projects. Gair Majurwa Khas is a typical example of land conflict in Jharkhand. We'll talk about it in some time. So just summarizing these points, of course, you can read. if I talk about the global south, the countries in which I work, or my own country, one hard fact is that most of these land investments that are taking place, if we try to do a social audit, most of the affected people are not that happy. They are not successfully rehabilitated, they are not fairly compensated, and that has been a very important point in the large-scale land acquisition. Land investments have also highlighted the weakness in the management and governance of agricultural land and local communities. And of course, these countries are at different levels of policy advocacy, policy formulation, and policy implementation. Like our country, we have got all the best laws now with the Land Acquisition Act of 2013, with the Forest Rights Act of 2006, with the Mining and Mineral Development Regulations Act 2015. We have got all the goods act, but we'll talk about its implementation and how things are rolling out in the country. So just to draw a comparison between cross continents, there are problems with land governance in the context of legal pluralism. Adivasi land rights is a typical issue. Customary land tenure settlement. We haven't settled our forest rights, but we are ready for the acquisition of forest land. It's a typical problem. It's a typical problem with other economies as well, where the customary land tenures are not being settled yet, and you are ready for the acquisition of that land. I'll talk about Arunachal. Extremely complex terrain, no land records. It's all customary land tenure. If you ask the community, where is your land? They will show that hill. That hill is my land. How you understand the geographical territories when it comes to compensating individual households and the Adivasi communities. It's a very, very important point with regard to land mining. Acquisition and displacement can have differential impact. So do not be in this assumption that everybody is getting impacted in the similar way. No. People get affected differently because of the land acquisition. And gender is critically important to understand and integrate in this complex analysis of compensation. Lack of awareness around land tenure and concerns over lack of procedural protection for affected communities. It's been 16 years of the enactments of Forest Rights Act. How many of you are aware about Forest Rights Act 2006? Just raise hand if you have heard this term. Forest Rights Act 2006, right? 16 years have passed. We are yet to achieve ranging between 30 to 40% of the claim in the last 16 years that we have been able to settle. We have to fast track this before initiating land acquisition. Valuation and compensation for acquired land is often seen to be inadequate. And this is, again, a similar observation from across continents, with benefits shared equitably among communities. Making a law on resource revenue sharing is just one part. Ensuring that the benefit is reaching to the community is altogether a different game. We will see the experience. So my research, my own work, if I summarize my understanding, these are the three major drivers of land conflict, if you ask me. And if we are able to settle these three, we are ready for go ahead with the land acquisition process. The 2013 Land Acquisition Act is definitely a very progressive one. It's very transparent. Perhaps it is one of the few legislations of the world. Let me give you this hard fact, which talks about free prior informed consent from the landowner whose land is going to be acquired. Before acquiring his piece of land or her piece of land, you have to take a consent. Family has to sign on a Sahmati Patra. And then only you can go ahead with the land acquisition process. Are we ready? I'm talking in the sense of Revenue Department and the government level institutions. It's a question to be asked. Across continent, if I have to compare the major drivers, you can get a sense that 60% displacement and compensation, even the Asia, it will apply for India as well. 60% is conflict can be clubbed in the basket of displacement and inadequate compensation is a major reason behind land conflicts. So this is the Land Conflict Watch, which is an India-based data, young 4 journalists. They take out newspapers, local newspapers, national newspapers, and local cases which are filed. And according to them, they say that there are 700 conflicts. However, the Environmental Justice Atlas is talking about 344. According to them, it's a site. You can select a state, you can select the district, and you will see the number of projects, what all projects are experiencing conflicts, and what are the newspaper articles and reports or the cases that are filed. So that's one data source. This will give you a magnitude of problem. You know, we are a growing economy and we have to deal with these challenges. So if we just see India, the land that we need is around 2 million hectares that has to be acquired for all kind of projects in this country. What is the affected people? 6.5 million people are going to be affected again. If you see and club the investments proposed which are on paper, the interesting part is 68% of conflicts are on common land, impacting 80% of the total affected population. The general perception is who is the title holder can only contest and fight with you that I will not give you land. But the conflict is not on the private land. The major conflict which is emerging is on the common land, which is the government land, which is the forest land, which is the Adivasi land, not been updated. Lying with the Revenue Department, just like that, Patwari has hardly bothered to visit and update the records under the state land regularization policy. If they have been sitting there for more than 30, 35 years, Jharkhand says, they have to be updated and recorded. The job is not done, but we are going with the acquisition process. This will give you a sense that how important it is to move ahead with the land records updation process. So I'm a both policy and practice person. So I will give you the hard reality. If I'm dealing with Badka Gaon, which is in Jharkhand, many of you are still, I'm aware about. Floating a global tender is not going to solve the problem, by the way. Global tender can bring competitiveness, definitely. Global tender can bring technology, effectiveness, efficiency, competitiveness. Yes, management-wise, it works. But shifting the project from Ambani to Rio Tinto is not going to solve the problem. The land titles on these parcels of land are again, 1200 acres is a Gair Majarua Khas land that is looking for the settlement. Tough terrain, you can't go, you can't talk, you can't discuss, but that's the reality. Yesterday, one gentleman asked about question about the Adivasi village. Today, he is not here, otherwise I would have answered that question. 13,000 acres of land and all the coal is lying beneath the paddy field, not in the hills. All the coal is lying on the flat terrain. There are people, there are communities, they are living, they are practicing agriculture. It's a fertile land, it's a hard fact. Now, one thing is clear, that the new Land Acquisition Act is at least it's safeguarding the question on food security. How it's doing so? The new Land Acquisition Act says that you have to see the total net sown area of the district. And if the land, and agricultural land, is coming under acquisition, acquisition of agricultural land in that district should not exceed 5% of the total net sown area of the district. So this is one good introduction which the act is saying, that you can protect your agricultural land. And if the acquisition is exceeding 5%, you can say no to that project. But land records settlement is a critical issue. So, with regard to land acquisition, improving land governance and forest rights updation is a critical issue that we need to do. It creates differential impact on different communities, especially on Adivasi community, that we need to understand. Land records updation before land acquisition process. I use geospatial data and superimposing of land records to settle some of the land records cases. That needs to be done. The new act of land acquisition is saying that you have to do this job within 60 days. Once the land acquisition notification is announced on section 11.1, within 60 days of section 11 notification, you have to update all the land records of your project notified area. Compensation, benefit sharing, we'll discuss this in detail. So these are some of the key points that is important with regard to settlement of land acquisition. Now, since we are involved with mining and we have audience from mining sector, I think the first step to correct any problem is the process of acceptance and realization. There's no doubt that it's a polluting industry. It's a hard fact. If you want to mine, it will have some environmental and social externalities. It's a hard fact. The world has done it. Different countries have done it at their point of time. We are in the process of doing it. But it's important to understand that if mining has to happen, it has to be environmentally and socially responsible. There's a lot of focus on ESG. Shubhranshu last evening talked about how ESG is becoming increasingly important in the company's portfolio, and the investors are looking at your ESG performance. So being in the mining sector, it becomes critically more important for you to understand how your social and environmental dimensions are performing, how you are dealing with these challenges. Rights of people must be recognized. Mining benefits must be equitably shared, and people should be the part of decision-making process. If people are not participating in the fund utilization and in the planning process, then the objective is defeated. The larger question is, do we account these costs in the fair and just manner? I will leave it for discussion. So the states like Jharkhand, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, for 20 years, I would say, they have been writing to the Central Finance Commission that we do not get our due share. If you see the challenges that these mineral-rich states are experiencing with regard to social and environmental externalities, or say social and environmental costs, we are not getting adequate share from the central government to deal with these challenges. And to deal with these challenges, we need more resources. And it has gone for 20 years. Finally, I mean, there was one case from Andhra Pradesh. It's a famous Supreme Court judgment, Samata judgment. You can note it down and read in your free time. 1997 Samata judgment. Court directed in 1997 that 20% of the mining benefits should be set aside for local indigenous communities. Mining affected people. That was 1997. We have come up with a Mining and Mineral Development Regulation Act in 2015, and we have introduced mining benefit sharing. But the Supreme Court said in 1997 that we should do it. Finally, we are getting a good amount of resources. There has been a global practice to mitigate social risk and address issues of loss of livelihoods. Enactment of resource revenue sharing, profit sharing legislations have varied and differential outcomes. So do not be under the impression that the DMF has been instituted and the job is done. Job is yet to be done. Various strategies, varied experiences. There are countries which give it directly to the community. In the Government of India meetings in 2008, 9, 10, 2006 and 2010, when Pranab Mukherjee was there was also discussion that should we do a DBT to the mining affected communities rather than constituting a DMF? Should we directly transfer it to the mining affected communities? There's a lot of discussion, and the final consensus was that we should come up with a DMF. So we have a DMF now. Every mining district has got a DMF. There are 50 districts in this country which roughly contributes 85% of the mineral wealth. 85%, 50 districts. And if I further fragment this 50 districts, 25 will just come in the bottom 5. Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, 60% of India's coal, 70% of India's bauxite, 80% of India's iron is concentrated in this space. So you can sense it how rich these states are. So, another fact, we had a discussion on human development indicators yesterday. All these districts are lagging behind human development indicator. That is also an irony. Rich land but poor people, as my close friend Chandra Bhushan says. Rich land but poor people. If we have to actually improve the human development indicator of India, all these are aspirational districts. All these are aspirational districts, which was earlier Backward Region Grant Fund, and now it is being aspirational districts. If we actually have to transform India's position from 131 in the HDI index of United Nations, there was a discussion which Amod Kanji pointed out that Bangladesh is at 100 and India is 131. Why? Why we are doing so bad? Let me tell you, transform these districts and you will start seeing the changes. These are the people. Grossly quantify it. These are the people who needs assistance, support, and transformation that will bring the SDI indices upwards. A large amount of money is flowing under DMF. And this is just to give you a sense of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. You get a sense 2,000 crores, at least 1,000 crores. Annual accrual is coming under DMF. And where is this money coming from? It's your money. It's part of your hard work that you have done, and it's your money. It's the money of Coal India that is being generated and paid as additional top-up of 10% as royalty into the DMF. For whom? For the project affected communities directly and indirectly. There are many countries. So India introduced this legislation, but we are a bit late, I would say. We should have done it long back. Maybe when the Supreme Court said in 1997, we should have done, because we know how much conflict, resistance, lathi charge, firing, protest we have experienced, especially on the mining projects. You remember POSCO, you remember Nyamgiri, all these are projects that you can recall in the last decade that has drawn media's attention. Papua is a very small country, 1992. They made a legislation in 1992 itself, establishing a development forum to consult affected people. Profit sharing mechanism, community negotiates, and therefore profit sharing provision varies from mine to mine. Now, just from Papua to India. So let's go back to the 1970s when the Coal Nationalization Act happened. So with the Coal Nationalization Act, we had no individual subsurface rights. The government decided to vest its rights in the state, and the state will decide who will mine, where it will mine, and how it will mine. So that was 1970s when we were doing with the coal nationalization. But, so the individual rights are curbed. There are no individual rights, what lies beneath my land. Papua doesn't work in this way. It says that even if the communities have minerals below their land, talk to them, negotiate with them, draw an agreement with them. So that's one experience. Again, Canada, another mineral-rich country, they sign a land claim agreements with the Aboriginal community. So Aboriginal, they use the word Aboriginal in our terms. It's the Adivasi community which is lying on these land. And they sign a land claim agreements with these communities and they discuss the royalty payment. So there's a royalty sharing provision in the land claim agreement where the government is to pay 5%, and there's an impact benefit agreement with companies negotiated on case-by-case basis. South Africa, another 2002 Petroleum Act. So again, the landowners have rights to negotiate benefit sharing with companies. So here we are depositing it in the DMF account. In these countries, they directly discuss with the communities. So, like Adani is now working in Australia. They have got a project in Australia. So Adani is also in Jharkhand and Adani is also in Chhattisgarh. When Adani is going to mine anything in Chhattisgarh, he is not going to talk to that Adivasi who is having minerals beneath his land. But when Mr. Adani will go to Australia, he will have to sign an individual agreement with the Aboriginal community. Without signing that, you cannot do the mining. Alaska Permanent Fund. I will talk about it in context of Singrauli. Why we need to have permanent fund? We discussed this. Right. Let's get a sense of what is the magnitude of this cake, DMF. We talked about CSR. It is 20,000, 22,000 crore annually. I'm giving you one mining district of this country, Singrauli in Madhya Pradesh. 7 years, 3,180 crores. 3,200 crore is the collection under DMF of the last 7 years. Madhya Pradesh is one of the unique states which passed rules under DMF that 50% of the DMF collection that is supposed to go to the district, it will be transferred to the state mineral fund. So, very clear. It's 3,200 crores, 1,600 crore is lying with the Madhya Pradesh State Finance Department under State Mineral Fund. It was supposed to be with the district, but the state believes that the district will not be able to utilize it. Unspent amount. Get a sense. That's how, so basically it's high priority and the low priority is a 60%, 40% thing. And this is the TA stands for the total amount. SA is the spended amount and the remaining amount under these heads. So that's the total amount, spend amount, and the remaining amount lying with the DMF. That's the data. So this is around 1,000 crore that they are dealing with currently. The challenge is, in 2018, I spoke to the collector. I spoke to the collector in 2018 and I asked him one question. I don't get appointments, because I ask some uncomfortable questions, but they have to answer because they are in the public service. 0.9% of the amount was, less than 1% was spent on the drinking water. Where this money was spent? Hand pumps. The National Green Tribunal and the Central Pollution Control Board has declared that the Singrauli is a critically polluted area of this country. These are government data. When I'm aware that the groundwater is critically polluted with heavy metals, should we do hand pumps? It's a question. Things must have changed now, but that was 2018. So again, a lot of expenditure on the physical infrastructure. The act is very clear that you have to spend on health, education, malnutrition. Grade 3, grade 4 malnutrition is apparent in Singrauli. It will match to the figures of Sudan. 65, under 5 mortality rates, infant mortality rate, maternal death rate. If I start pointing out these figures, I will talk till evening. So I don't want to get into the details, but the human development indicators are extremely worrying, extremely worrying. And a lot of money was spent in the physical infrastructure. It's easy to spend. It's easy to pass a tender. The point is, who is participating in these discussions? People should have gone in these meetings and decided about the financial utilization of the DMF. It has been left to the discretions of the Parsad and the Vidhayak to decide how this money has to be utilized. It's a very sad state of affairs. I am currently training Adivasi boys and girls, young boys and girls in Chhattisgarh, in Bastar, Dantewada, Sarguja, Korba, and I am preparing them to participate in the boardroom meetings, and I'm upscaling them so that they should sit with the collector and understand how this money is being utilized. You can see the disturbing facts: infant mortality rate, under 5 mortality rate. Just get a sense of it. Okay, so yes, DMF is a good law. Resource revenue sharing must be done. We must be equitably sharing the resources with the communities. But how we should do it? It's a question that we need to ask. It's their money. It's part of their compensation. They are entitled for it, and it should be spent in the best possible way. Just to give you a glimpse of 3,200 crores. The total population of Singrauli is 11 lakhs. 9 lakh lives in the rural area and 2 lakh people live in the urban area. 11 lakh people, 3,200 crores. If I divide 3,200 crores by 11 lakh, roughly 30,000 rupees every individual in the district would have got. A family of 6 would have got roughly around 2 lakhs rupees. If I say that out of 11 lakh, only 5 lakh people are affected, and if I start distributing 3,200 crore in 5 lakh, it will be 3.5 or 4 lakhs rupees to every household. Of course, I am not proposing cash distribution. It's a bad idea. But can we make this spending more productive, more efficient? That's a question. So yes, SDG 16 is very, very important. We need to prepare these local institutions to participate in this meeting. Decentralized planning and governance is very, very critical. With the DMF, we have created a dedicated financial stream that goes directly to the district, that 10% of the royalty, which is your money. So I think your participation is also very critical as an industry representative in the DMF meetings. Some states are allowing it. Some states are allowing industries which are contributing in the DMF that they should come and sit in the board meetings and decide how the money should be spent. So, yes, I'll move further. This one narrative I never forget. This was 2009, and there were 88 checks that were supposed to be distributed to 88 Baga families in Singrauli. The head of that Adivasi hamlet, Tangu Baga, he collected all the 88 checks, he wrapped it in that red gamcha, red towel, and he hanged it on that tree. And for that whole night, the entire community was sitting below that tree. Next morning, I went there to just ask that what he's doing with that. So I asked him, what will you do with this money? So he said, I don't know. Of course, bank accounts were not there. So the bank accounts were opened and the money was transferred in a specific account. But I asked to him that what you will do with this money. And he said this, that I don't want to be born as human, because he was a victim of multiple displacement. His forest rights were never recognized. Of course, that was 2009. The act came only in 2006, so the legislation was only 3 years old. The act came in 2006, he got displaced in 2009, so his land records were not updated, so he didn't receive any money for the lands. But what about people and the Adivasi who are getting displaced today in 2022? It needs to be updated, and it needs to be, they needs to be compensated. It's their land.
Dr. Singh, we have 5 more minutes.
Sure.
Thanks.
So yes, I will just sum up. We have legislations, we have Forest Rights Act, we have Progressive Land Acquisition Act, we have Companies CSR Act, and the motive is very right. The objective is very true. And we must try to understand that if we have to actually achieve the true essence of the act, we need to prepare the institutions. We need to prepare ourselves, internal capacity and the external capacity, so that we can achieve the objectives. And it's a hard fact that the social and economic progress of low and middle income countries depends on resolving land conflicts and customary rights into statutory law. So if you are not doing it, I don't know what should be the solution for again, Adivasis land recognition is a very, very critical issue. Most of the time their claims are not accepted, it gets rejected. If they apply for 1 hectare or 2 hectare of land patta, the forest department cuts it down to 0.5 acre or 1 acre. So there are various challenges. They have been asking for it. The Bagas particularly, there is Saharias in the Madhya Pradesh who are getting again displaced with a conservation park in Kuno. You can read about it. So yes, a lot needs to be done with regard to taking legislation to the ground. We have enough laws. We have a lot of legislations, and we are doing good with regard to framing legislation. But as far as the implementation is concerned, we must be more active. I'm optimist. I still believe that brick by brick, step by step, we will move further, and we will make a prosperous, equitable economy, India which is for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Very insightful session. I think from the audience point of view and from my personal perspective as well. So summarizing some of the things that this presentation talked about, we started off with very, 3 key acts that happened in the last 10 years. One was, of course, the Section 135 of Companies Act, LARR 2013 and MMDR Act 2015. There were discussions on critical issues in CSR, social welfare, which is a prerogative for the government versus social responsibility for the corporates. Then we also spoke about land conflicts. There are 344 projects in India which are under conflict, and very interestingly, I could count the percentage of mining projects as 6% compared to infrastructure, which is 63%. So probably, you may like to share some more insights. Why? Because the idea, we have an idea the mining projects will have more conflicts than probably infra. We spoke about Adivasi land acquisition, compensation not adequate, some of the common challenges across continents, land governance, valuations, etc. Primary drivers for land conflicts, so inadequate compensation, acquisition of common land, which is forest, government, or Adivasi land, and of course, ecological or environmental impacts and the implementability of the LARR to 2013. Very interesting facts that you mentioned, that 68% of major conflicts happen on common land, which affects 79% of the people. This is a startling revelation. And you mentioned about some of the revenue sharing models. DMF, which is today an act and a law, which we need to share revenue versus DBT, whether it's feasible, and of course, some of the examples from different countries. So really insightful. So I would like to start off with a couple of questions from my side. One is, we are seeing a lot of land conflicts that have happened, especially the RNR and land and acquisition RNR. One prime example is Jharia. Because over the number of years, there has been, I would say, opportunities or attempts to kind of relocate the people. So in your experience, what are the different innovative land acquisition models? I mean, you mentioned about Canada, or you mentioned about Australia, where land claim agreements are signed. But from an Indian perspective, what can be the models that you have seen in other non-mining setup to work? So that's the first question from my side.
Thanks, Raju. We can talk about global experiences and how different economies have dealt with this issue, but coming back to our own country, I mean, India is unique and we have our own complex challenges. And the development trajectories or the development experiences of other countries cannot be a prescription for India at all. When I work with the Indian communities, to answer to that question, what will work in India with regard to addressing such conflict? So see the new Land Acquisition Act, it talks about free prior informed consent, that you have to give a Sahmati Patra before the land is taken. Why any person will sign on that piece of paper when he is not aware what he is going to get for his land and his loss of livelihood? You are talking about the social impact assessment. SIA is the starting period. So the Act doesn't talk about any methodology or a tool to settle some of these basic challenges on the ground. So one attempt that I have taken in a project, which is a tripartite agreement at the very beginning of the social impact assessment or after the social impact assessment. Bringing the district magistrate, project developer, and the project affected communities representative on board and signing a tripartite agreement at the very beginning, what all be the different forms of compensation. One, of course, is a one-time cash compensation for land. The second is the resettlement and rehabilitation benefit. And third is the recurring benefit. Many of the projects are trying annuity these days for a long-term recurring kind of a thing which is coming every quarterly or annually as a tool to mitigate loss of livelihood issues. But again, when you are dealing with communities, you have to deal with a trust deficit. No one is going to believe you. The situation on the ground is extremely bad. And there's a huge trust deficit. So how to bridge this trust deficit between the project authority or the government and the community? I think the tripartite agreement is the starting tool, is the first premise that you should sign and commit. If the mining lease is for 35 years, 30 years, or 40 years, this is what you're going to. So the entire compensation architecture, and we need to move from one-time compensation to a recurring methods of compensation.
Yeah, thank you. And in fact, just my experience is many people have, for the mining affected community, they are saying that, can I get back my land at the end of the, because the mining has a tenure,
Yeah.
25 years, 30 years. Can I claim the land back? And then I have a recurring benefit because anyways, the miner is going to get revenue.
Yeah.
Will those kind of models work? And have you seen those models working in India anywhere?
So far, no. There are no any cases, I guess. So where after land reclamation, so there is a statutory methods of mining closure plan. So the mining closure plan is there, but returning back has not been practiced yet. But I guess development of eco parks or say for solar parks, we can utilize such land for non-renewables for sure. Yeah.
Okay. The second question is around DMF. You mentioned about revenue sharing. Now, when we see the data across all states, you mentioned about 3 states, 70% of DMF collected. But when I look at data for the last 5 odd years for DMF in 2015, almost 40% or 40 to 50% of the DMF collection has not been spent. And when we see the spending of DMF, there are a lot of spending which has happened in welfare programs which are not for the local community.
Yeah.
So how do we bring accountability of the state governments, especially from a government perspective, in terms of the DMF spending?
Imagine the answer to this is, first, the collector is already the chairman of hundreds of committees that are running in the state, in the district. And he has been overburdened with the responsibility of a DMF. DMF requires a kind of a CEO kind of approach. You're dealing with a portfolio of 400 crores, 500 crores annually. It requires a dedicated institution and a dedicated professional to deal with. So it should not be passed on to the collector. So that's the starting point. Second, this money is a form of compensation to address the challenge of loss of livelihood, ecological, environmental, and social consequences which the mining affected people are experiencing. So the money has a very targeted beneficiary. It should not be diverted. There is a question that is going in Singrauli that a DMF fund should be utilized for creating a local airport. Now, whether the DMF money should be utilized for development of airport is a question which people should think of. It is for the people. It is for the people. So yeah, there are challenges.
Thank you. Question from the audience?
Sir.
We have worked to lift the. It was under PM Modi's special districts, and
Yeah.
we have worked very hard, particularly every public sector over there. So now, right now, 2022, conditions have changed or not?
Sir, with due respect, I have. So I oftenly discuss the same thing with the NTPC colleagues, and I always say this thing, sir. You are doing your job, sir. NTPC or NCL, if I see in particular, as a project developer, you have a limited role to play. You are not there to run the district. I have seen, sir, your interventions. I have seen NTPC's work also. Both the organizations are trying to do their part in a honest way. I would regard them much up than the private corporations because I have seen both. I have seen both of them. So I put them slightly above the private sector if I have to compare NCL, NTPC with the private sector operating in the district. So some of the work that you have done is definitely, sir, is creating impact. If I look at 10 years back, 2009, 2010 when I was doing. But sir, state and the district has a large responsibility, which they have not concentrated. And I think a lot needs to be done with regard to creating a robust institution at the district level, dedicated institution, which is working in this direction.
I think there was a question at the back.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
This question is in context of your two statement. Like you said that we need not reinvent the wheel in context of DMF. That applies to CSR also. And second thing, that you have experience of working with PSUs. So I work in I'm at the last leg of this PSU structure. So we often have this problem of reinventing the wheel. So there is a general distrust even in government or public sector regarding civil society. We have demonized civil society in last many years. So what is the problem as per you, that whether it is the general distrust or the problem of process? There is no defined process. Yeah. Like even in my organization, we don't have any list of organizations through which we can do any intervention or like other activities, like other than physical infrastructure.
Yeah.
So what is the problem, basic problem?
Thank you. I can sense your positionality and where you are coming from and your immediate challenges. Number one, I don't think generalization of civil society as a good NGO or a bad NGO, it should be done in a very objective way. There are processes by which you can segregate them. There is a due diligence process. Yes, because being in public sector, you have been working with a civil-oriented mindset. You know, most of your vendors, your partners are in that line. When it comes to tackling the challenges of maternal death or maternal mortality, and I have to pick up an NGO or a civil society which can execute my thought on the ground. You will be designing your programs, you will be structuring your project, but execution lies with that again, reinventing the wheel, I'm coming on that. The institutions which are dedicated working in this area for decades needs to be filtered. One major challenge for Singrauli definitely is the geographical isolation and the distance. Nobody wants to go there. You know, you will find very few NGOs to work in Singrauli. But is definitely there is a process, and I'm happy to help you with the filtration process and the segregation process, that how you choose a good NGO. That's number one. Number two is your internal structure. I think it's high time, and I've been saying this both in NTPC and I would advise to Coal India also, to bring some internal reforms. It's not easy. It's such a tight schedule of CSR allocation, expenditure, and submission of your audited reports to Ministry of Corporate Affairs by the end of March. There's hardly any time in between. And you struggle with L1, quotes, tender, funding organizations, getting the best quote. So I think some internal reforms are also required with regard to your organizational issues. And it is same because you have not been working with this format.
So one last question from the audience. One question, please.
Yes.
Sir.
Sir, thank you for very insightful presentation. And I am from Central Goldfield Limited, RB Prasad. You all know, we all know, that Jharkhand is a mineral-rich state. If all minerals will be mined properly, it can become the richest state in India. But unfortunately, it is the poorest. The main reason what we observed in the land acquisition, there are multiple settlements. Same plot has been settled in the multiple name, in the name of tenants. Second problem is this one piece of land, somebody claims it is a government land, and the tenants also claim it is my land. Similar situation is the forest land with also. The forest people claim this is a forest land, and and if you will visit the place, you will find the paddy field.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the complication. When we go to the state government, the records of the state government, you can't imagine. They are not able to find the problem, how to start, where to start. In different district, in the district Latehar, the system is different from what is the system adopted by Chatra district. My question is, do you have any suggestion or framework for the government, which is the main player, I think, for resolving the land issue? Because as a corporate, we are doing our best. We are giving all the taxes. We are ready to pay whatever they want, whatever they demand. In spite of that, we are facing a lot of problems. So do you have any suggestion for the government?
Sir.
Why they are not acting?
Yeah.
And what is the solution?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, I had a conversation with Hukum Singh Meenaji, Secretary, MORD, Land Resources, when I was delivering a lecture in Mussoorie, IS Academy. And I exactly said the same thing, sir. No matter how many MOUs you sign on paper, when it goes to Jharkhand or when it goes to Chhattisgarh or it goes to Odisha, the basic ground problem is still there. Now, to answer your question, sir, what I proposed to them was to basically work with the local, state, and district administration in enhancing the capacity. Now, I will say, you talked about land records issue. I'm familiar about your, sir, this multiple claims on the same land in Jharkhand. It's a typical issue. अंचल अधिकारी एक पर्चा काट देंगे और आपका वही 11 मजरूआ लैंड 5 लोग उसको शो भी करेंगे और रैयती का भी लैंड, ये एक हार्ड फैक्ट. So I assisted him and I said that can we work with the revenue department and provide technical know-how? We have geospatial technology where we can map exact specific land and create unique identification numbers. So it cannot be replicated or said that this land belongs to 5 people. It will belong to just one because there is a code attached to it. I have suggested this. I'm happy. Currently I'm working with Chhattisgarh government on some of these aspects. But we need to work actually with the local government because as a developer, sir, you have a very limited role. Your job is not to do the land records updation. Land records updation will be done by the revenue department only. That same SDM and Anchal Adhikari and the collector will have to sit down and finalize the land records. So this 60 days period which has been introduced in the new Land Acquisition Act is very critical between 11.1 and 11.5. There is a period of 60 days and you do your land records updation no matter how. That's what the act is saying. This brings the question back to the revenue department that are you ready? And that's why, sir, I raised that line that are you ready for implementing the new act? And it is a question, sir, and I think we need to work with the revenue department and the government needs to understand this. If they have to materialize these investments on ground, it cannot happen just on paper, sir. You have to work with your local institutions. Your Patwari, your Tehsildar, your Anchal Adhikari, your SDM, your DM. After DM, there is a void. You see, you must have seen it, sir. So I think, sir, that's the approach with which I am working. And the Meera sir was very supportive and he said, like, you should be working with the state governments because that's where the problem lies. And if you are not solving that. So with that, sir, I started with Chhattisgarh. I will start with government of Jharkhand also in my due course.
Yeah, Dr. Singh, the time is already over, but still I could not.
Sir.
Garmajarua Am. we requested the government to clarify it. We are ready to give all the compensations, all the employment benefit to the tenants. You just clarify who is the owner of the land. In response to our request, the government re-examined the land records and cancelled 86 number of pattas. Cancelled. Remaining 214 persons. We requested them only 86 will not solve the problem. We have to cancel all the pattas. Now there is a political problem. The file is lying with the highest authority of the state, and they are not able to take the decision. If they will cancel, there will be a political problem. And for last 3 years, we are not able to open a project, although it has already been awarded. So this is the problem.
Yeah.
So because the person who has to bail, they are not hearing.
Yes.
They are also feeling pity. That's
Yes.
why I wanted that there should be some suggestion. Or in this forum, I will request Sairam Sahab for the next year.
Yes, sir. We will do a
You also call the government people also,
full session
so
on
that
land
we can discuss with them.
Yes. Yes.
Because they are also main drivers. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. So the time is also running over, but I could not stop my temptation to ask this question on DMF.
Okay.
Because we are dealing with those things.
Yes.
I'm giving you an example of Mahanadi Coalfields where I had worked. The total DMF accrual by MCL into these three districts, that is Jharsuguda, Sundargarh and Angul, is 2,000 crore rupees. So DMF is 2,000 crore rupees, and their CSR budget is 150 crore rupees. And that 150 crore rupees, 80% of that goes to 4 districts, which includes Sambalpur, the corporate office as well, and then remaining 20% entire state. So just see the comparison. 150 crore for entire state and 2,000 crore per annum for 3 districts only.
Very good.
But
Very good.
having said this, everybody is after CSR fund only. The public representative, the elected representative, the community leaders, the villagers, everybody is asking, they are unhappy with CSR. Many of the people, even the community leaders, the opinion leaders, those rent-seeking agents, nobody is aware of DMF. There is
Yes.
DMF also.
Yes.
And the public representative and the government do not want to divulge what is this DMF and how it has to be utilized. So and another point is that we do not have any say on DMF. Once we give the check, we have to forget it. So when the community leader comes to us, हम बोलते हैं भाई आप ठीक है DMF के बारे में बात करिए, they do not know anything. So can Coal India or government level, we can come give a representation to the government so that some policy changes
Yes.
Should come in the DMF regime?
I think very right, Sairamji, on this point, because any policy needs to be evaluated in a temporal frame. 7 years have passed, and we have got now a substantial experience how the DMF is rolling out. It's time to assess, evaluate, and it's time to bring some policy reforms as well, because the coming years are not going to be easy. You have to deal with these similar challenges as sir was pointing it out, and there will be, that's just land records. What about compensation? What about employment? What about annuity? What about other benefits? DMF, this money belongs to these people. So if you have to do anything with this money, you should be targeting it to your beneficiary, to your oustee, who is actually benefited out of this money. So I think we need to do some review, and perhaps we can come up with a policy paper and policy recommendation for Ministry of Mines to look and have a look and discuss it further. The coming years are going to be challenging. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your valuable inputs. Now I would request our OSD CCL and Director Technical Designate, Shri R.B. Prasad, to please come on stage and honor Dr. Singh with a token of appreciation and a personalized frame. Round of applause for sir. Thank you, sir. Let us now break for tea. I request everybody to kindly assemble within the auditorium in 5 minutes. I request all the protocol officers to kindly escort their respective dignitaries towards the VIP area for tea. And I request all GM, HODs, and participants from different subsidiaries to please go ahead with the tea area in the right hand side of the auditorium. Thank you.
बच्चों ने एक सब्जी कूलर बनाया, नॉट कोल्ड स्टोरेज, सब्जी कूलर। कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं, फ्यूल नहीं, वो एनहांस्ड इवेपोरेशन के बेसिस पे काम करता है। पहले उन्होंने ब्रिक मॉर्टर बनाया, अब ये मोबाइल वर्जन बना दिए। सब्जी उसमें 6 दिन 7 दिन टिकती है, लीफी हो तो 3-4 दिन टिकती है। अब ये बड़े पशु में पड़े हुए थे कि सर उसको 7 दिन ही उसको और बढ़ाते हैं। मज़े की बात किसान ने बताई हमें, वो कहता है हमें 7 दिन रखना नहीं पड़ता है। जैसे ही व्यापारी को पता चल जाता है कि मैं ये 7 दिन रख सकता हूँ, वो तो अच्छे दाम दे देता है। एंड पीपल हैव एनहांस्ड देयर इनकम बाय 30 to 40%। माइग्रेशन अब नहीं जाना है उनको, क्योंकि पैंडेमिक में जब आए तो देखा कि भैया कुआं तो वैसे ही है, सब्जी उगा रहा हूँ, अगर ये मैं बेहतर प्राइस पाता हूँ, आई डोंट नीड टू माइग्रेट नेक्स्ट ईयर। देयर वाज अनदर एग्जांपल, अगेन CIL। जब केरल में फ्लड्स थे तो बहुत कम लोग इस बात को जानते हैं कि ड्यूरिंग फ्लड्स द मेंस्ट्रुअल हाइजीन प्रॉब्लम ऑफ वुमेन इज अ बिग प्रॉब्लम। CIL ने 5000 सिलिकॉन कप्स के यूज़ का एक CSR प्रोजेक्ट दे दिया एक पब्लिक सेक्टर को। मैं फिर पब्लिक सेक्टर कह रहा हूँ, तो उनको कोई ऑडिटर या विजिलेंस सवाल नहीं पूछेगा। They tried it and we had fantastic results. Kerala government endorsed it, Air India Express endorsed it, CIL is giving second tranche of support. उस menstrual cup का सबसे main advantage है carbon footprint reduction. वो आपको कैसे? You can use it for 5 years. So the number of sanitary pads and their incineration, and that incineration at below 800 degrees centigrade, which puts volatile organic compounds into atmosphere, आप वो बचाते हो। दूसरा, dignity of the सफाई कर्मचारी। तीसरा, महिलाओं का बेनिफिट। और इत्तेफाक से उस पब्लिक सेक्टर की CEO हमारी PhD स्टूडेंट थी, तो उसको मैंने कहा जब भी तुम जाओगी, मेल CEO के सामने ये प्रोजेक्ट अगर देना है तो कहना सर पहला एडवांटेज कार्बन फुटप्रिंट रिडक्शन, दूसरा महिलाओं के, दूसरा डिग्निटी ऑफ द वर्कर्स, तीसरा महिलाओं का इत्तेफाक से सर उनको फ़ायदा हो जाता है। ग्लासगो के बाद ये सीक्वेंस मेल CEOs को बड़ा पसंद आता है। ऐसा अगर फीमेल CEO हो तो ABC की बजाय CBA कर देना। एंड दैट एक्चुअली हैपेंड। द एयर इंडिया एक्सप्रेस CEO, she looked at the first advantage and gave money. Someone else, I won't name, looked at the carbon footprint and gave money. Okay? ये दोनों उदाहरण मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि इसमें स्कोप इज 100x। 400-450 सब्जी कूलर आज नबार्ड वगैरह NGOs के सपोर्ट से बने हैं। कंट्री वी नीड 4 लाख, इवन मोर। Silicon cups, entire urban India can handle the menstrual waste problem very satisfactorily. You can scale up. Third example I'll give is CIL का अपना खुद प्रॉब्लम। ये जो हम लोग कैंसर की बात करते हैं ना, तो हमारी औकात नहीं है CSR से कैंसर सॉर्ट आउट करने की। ये जो एंड डॉक्टर सिंह मेड दिस पॉइंट, हमने अब मेरी एक PhD स्टूडेंट ने एग्जामिन किया CSR को ऑन 3 क्राइटेरिया: एडिक्वेसी, इक्विटी एंड कंसिस्टेंसी। तीनों में मार खाता है। उन्होंने एग्जाम्पल दिया बजट का। अब हर जगह फैशन क्या बन गया, पैसे नहीं ना CSR से लाओ। भाई साहब, नरेगा का बजट 1 लाख करोड़ है, CSR का कितना है? 20,000। तो ये जो भ्रम है वो ना करें। इक्विटी, स्टेट का आपने दिखाया, हमारी स्टूडेंट ने स्टेट के अंदर स्टडी किया है एंड दैट पेपर वी आर पब्लिशिंग। विद इन अ स्टेट द स्क्यूनेस इज अमेजिंग। अब विद इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट हम गए नहीं हैं, तो इन तीनों चीज़ों पे जब ये मार खाता है तो इसलिए हमने क्या किया, वी सेड नॉट कैंसर, लेट अस लुक एट वन एलिमेंट जहाँ मिजरी बहुत ज़्यादा है और सपोर्ट बहुत कम है, एंड दैट वाज थैलेसेमिया। वो एग्जाम्पल आप देख लीजिएगा स्टॉल में। एज वी स्पीक टुडे 190 बच्चे बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट के थ्रू उनकी ज़िंदगी बदल गई। और मुझे कोई अगर कहे कि मेरी सारी सर्विस तराजू के एक पलड़े में रख दो और ये 190 बच्चे एक पलड़े में रख दो, ये पलड़ा भारी होगा। दिस इज़ व्हाट यू पीपल शुड डू। ऐसे एग्जाम्पल्स लाने चाहिए कि जहाँ पे कहते हैं ना, खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रजा क्या है। ओके, सो दीज आर इम्पैक्ट मेकिंग, सस्टेनेबल, सेफ, 100x potential, so you should look at those. I can just go on and on, but I'll just mention a couple of things. हम हमेशा CSR में फिजिकल प्रोडक्ट की बात करते हैं, we should also look at digital products. तो हमने एक प्रयोग सपोर्ट किया है, marketmirchi.com, कभी भी देख लीजिएगा, फ़ोन पे भी काम करता है। No entry fee, no exit fee. Any producer can, SHG, FPO, craftsman can advertise the product, buyer मिल जाते हैं। आज की तारीख में I think there are some about 6,000 sellers or so, और वो बेच रहे हैं अपनी चीज़ें। Now we need to propagate this. I just talked to Rakesh from BIF कि every FPO should learn this. अच्छा ये फ्री है तो इसलिए कोई आपको एडवर्टाइज नहीं करता, मतलब उसको कोई फैलाता नहीं है, क्योंकि सबके पेट पे लात पड़ती है वो जो बिजनेस मॉडल वालों के। सिमिलरली स्मॉल ट्राइबल हैमलेट्स, आपको वो रेगुलर PhD वाली मोटी टंकी बना के वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम की ज़रूरत नहीं। द शाफ्ट टेक्नोलॉजी विच हैज़ बीन सपोर्टेड बाय जल जीवन मिशन, वी जस्ट नीड टू स्केल इट अप। एक एग्जाम्पल दूंगा, देन आई विल क्लोज एग्जाम्पल्स। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी सीड डिवीजन सपोर्ट्स टेक्नोलॉजीज, रिव्यू करते हैं 3 साल 5 साल के बाद, उसकी रेटिंग करते हैं। मैंने उनसे पूछा कि ये जो एक्सेलेंट है रेटेड टॉपिक्स, वो डिसेमिनेशन का क्या? नहीं जी, वो तो हमारा काम नहीं है। इधर पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग वाले बैठते हैं, कहते हैं साहब वो रूटीन CSR करके पक गए, हमें कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी बताइए। सो व्हाट वी नीड टू डू इज़ यू ब्रिंग दीज टू पीपल टुगेदर, एंड जैसे आज के कनक्लेव में हुआ है, आई एम गोइंग टू गिव ए फॉर्मेट बिकॉज वी ट्राइड इट इन IIT। आप 4 लोगों को बुलाइए, CSR heads, technical institutions, because it was the needy scientist who alerted us to the fact that incinerator and sanitary pad is an unsustainable solution of India. आपका जो demographic dividend है वो इसको कार्बन लाइबिलिटीज़ में बदलने वाला है। वहाँ से हम लोग सिलिकॉन कप पे गए। तीसरा NGO का ग्रुप, और चौथा प्रैक्टिसिंग पॉलिसी मेकर्स। ये 4 जब एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आते हैं ना, तो आपस में थोड़ा सा ट्रस्ट का माहौल रहता है, आपको कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता है, वो लंच कॉफ़ी डिनर वगैरह में वो अपना सॉर्ट आउट कर लेते हैं, एंड प्रोजेक्ट्स एक्चुअली गेट गोइंग। सो वी शुड हैव थीमेटिक क्वार्टरली सच मीटिंग्स। हर स्ट्रीम से 10 लोगों को बुलाइए, 40 से ज़्यादा लोगों को बुलाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। 40 बुलाए तो करीब 32-35 आ जाते हैं, बट वहाँ बात का काम नहीं होता है, वहाँ काम की बात होती है। So we should take individual thing, और अगर CIL ये initiative लेता है, so I am very sure that this can be picked up by other public sector, and eventually I am coming to that in the end, that we also need to push scope into regularizing, doing this periodically. Okay? ये जब आप करते हैं तो आपको standard operating procedures बनानी चाहिए। जो सवाल आज आपने पूछा था कि L1 वगैरह, अब L1 का बहाना हम कई बार करते हैं, लेकिन हमें GFR में एक पर्टिकुलर लेवल रहती है। ED की एक लेवल रहेगी, CMD की एक लेवल रहेगी, उससे ऊपर आप बोर्ड को जा सकते हैं। मेरा कहना है कि उस लेवल तक जहां आप नॉमिनेशन बेसिस पे अवार्ड कर सकते हैं, कब से उसको एग्जॉस्ट कीजिए। आई कैन गिव एग्जांपल ऑफ ए डीजल एग्जॉस्ट में से रिट्रोफिट करके PM 2.5 10 पार्टिकल हटा के उसकी प्रिंटिंग इंक बनाने वाला एक इनोवेशन था। BPCL सपोर्टेड इट, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा यार हम 5, 7, 10 तो ले लेंगे, 100 नहीं ले सकते हैं। HPCL ने कहा चलो हम ले लेते हैं 10, इंडियन ऑयल फिर कहेगा हम ले लेते हैं। सो मेरा कहना क्या है कि ये जो अलजेब्रा में हम लोगों ने सीखा है ना, कैपिटल N × एप्सिलॉन, मतलब एक कोई बड़ी चीज़ छोटे नंबर से मल्टीप्लाई करो, is same as epsilon multiplied by capital N. तो जब तक आपका L1 GFR वगैरह सॉर्ट आउट ना हो तब तक आप अपने सिस्टर इंस्टीट्यूशन ने किए हुए प्रोजेक्ट्स जो हैं उसको कॉपी एडिट पेस्ट कीजिए, कॉपी पेस्ट मत कीजिएगा, क्योंकि कॉपी पेस्ट करने से कई बार घपला हो जाता है, कॉपी एडिट पेस्ट कीजिए। एंड कम से कम जब वो फैलेगा तो इसमें 2-3 चीज़ें हो जाती हैं। स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर आपके पास रहता है, आपके पास वेंडर बेस तैयारी होता है, बिकॉज वेंडर बेस ना बने तो L1 वाला प्रॉब्लम आ जाता है। हर कोई आपको पूछेगा कि इसी बंदे को ऑर्डर क्यों दे रहे हो। वंस द नंबर्स गो अप, vendor base increases, and that is the other area where CSR encouragement should be done to create a larger diversified vendor base so that this technology propagates in the regular bidding mechanism. Okay? How much time do we have? Okay, right. So then the other question is, and this is something which is little sensitive. तो sensitive ये है कि आप कहते तो हैं ये करना चाहिए, वो करना चाहिए, वो करना चाहिए. Are you part of the change that you want to bring in? Which means CSR के मत्थे हर चीज़ ना मढ़े. क्या हर पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइजेस का परचेस ऑफिसर खुद को ये पूछ सकता है या अपने सीईओ को बता सकता है कि साहब हमारे कैंटीन में जितनी सारी सब्जी आती है वो एसएचजी के थ्रू आती है या एफपीओ की आती है? क्या आप कह पाएंगे ये दिल पे हाथ रख के? अभी तक तो नहीं. तो मैं जब marketmirchi.com की बात करता हूँ, कम से कम आप इतना तो कर सकते हो कि उस marketmirchi.com पे यू बिकम ए बायर. और बायर में भी मैं आपको नहीं कहता हूँ कि सारी सब्जी वहाँ से खरीदो, 25% सब्जी खरीद के तो देखो. अगर ये आप नहीं करते हैं तो मैं ये लास्ट में कहने वाला था लेकिन अभी कह दूं, अगर आप नहीं कहते हैं तो जो लोग बैठे हुए हैं ना इस सेमिनार में नहीं बाहर, या इस सेमिनार में भी कुछ लोगों के जहन में ये सवाल आएगा कि वो राह दिखाते हैं हमें हजरत रहबर जिस राह पे उनको कभी जाते नहीं देखा. तो आपको उस राह पे थोड़ा तो चलना पड़ेगा. सो यू हैव टू बिकम द मार्केट that you are trying to promote. And this brings me to a often repeated anecdotal success case. जितनी सक्सेस केस लोग बताते हैं उसमें आप ये देखेंगे कि जहाँ जहाँ उन्होंने मार्केट टाई अप करके पीछे आए वहाँ सक्सेस हो गया. जहाँ जहाँ उन्होंने बेनिफिशियरी से शुरुआत की कि मार्केट तक जाएंगे वहाँ मार्केट वो बेनिफिशियरी सिलेक्ट किया, उसमें एनर्जी गई. ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइज किया, उसमें एनर्जी गई. उसको क्वालिटी कंट्रोल सिखाया, उसमें एनर्जी गई. मार्केटेबल प्रोडक्ट आते आते आप पस्त हो जाते हैं. एंड देन द ट्रेडर एंड द मार्केटिंग चेन लाफ्स ऑल द वे टू द बैंक. आप उल्टा करो. एंड आई थिंक अगेन 90% ऑफ दिस ऑडियंस मस्ट हैव डन द टाइट्रेशन एक्सपेरिमेंट्स इन केमिस्ट्री. जो स्मार्ट बच्चे होते हैं वो दे वर्क इट बैकवर्ड्स, कि वो फट से देख लेते हैं कहाँ पे वो टर्निंग पॉइंट आ जाता है, उसके बाद वो धीरे 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 वहाँ तक जाते हैं. ठीक है ना. ये दूसरी बात है कि टाइट्रेशन एक्सपेरिमेंट्स हमेशा एग्जामिनर जब आता है तो फेल कर जाते हैं. दैट्स द मर्फीज लॉ ऑफ केमिस्ट्री कि टाइट्रेशन एक्सपेरिमेंट्स फेल द मोमेंट एग्जामिनर अप्रोचेज यू. लेकिन यहाँ आप इसको मार्केट बैकवर्ड्स अगर कर सकते हैं तो दिस इज अनदर इंटीग्रेशन विच आई सीरियसली थिंक द पब्लिक सेक्टर शुड डू, इज दैट देयर ओन marketing or purchase units should look at 10%, 15%, 20%. और अगर आप कहेंगे आप नई बात कह रहे हैं, नो सॉरी, आई वाज डायरेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज. एंसिलराइजेशन जब हम कहते हैं, वाज इट नॉट एग्जैक्टली द सेम थिंग? मदर इंडस्ट्री डाउनस्ट्रीम इंडस्ट्रीज का 30% प्रोडक्ट खरीदेगी. CSR में हो सकता है. If you do that, it becomes a force multiplier for the CSR. Okay? Last point that I'm going to raise is that how do we institutionalize the entire thing? तो इसके institutionalization के लिए you have to not only make best practices. अब वो जमाना गया कि GM CSR खोजेंगे, किताब लाएंगे, पढ़ेंगे, फिर कहेंगे ये हमारे यहाँ होना चाहिए. In today's date and time, you should move to a website which works on laptop, which works on phone, where you should be able to see कि अच्छा इस एरिया में मुझे कहाँ अच्छे CSRs हैं, उनकी information चाहिए. So imagine on your phone you are able to see map of India. You are able to see the geolocation of that particular CSR project. आप उस पर क्लिक करो तो आपको 3 चीज़ें दिखती हैं. Photographs, data sheet and a one pager. आपने वो one pager पढ़ा, कन्विंस हुए, फोटोग्राफ्स देखे और कन्विंस हुए, डेटा शीट आपको बताता है कि व्हाट इज द हेल्थ ऑफ इट. इफ यू कैन डू दिस एंड इट द इंफॉर्मेशन कैन बी आर्काइव्ड एट द बैक एंड, इट ऑल्सो अलाउज यू टू डू द एनालिसिस एंड द बिग डेटा एनालिसिस. आप कहेंगे कि साहब ये थियरी तो अच्छी है, करेगा कौन? So to share this with you, we are already working out this kind of a software for CIL. And if CIL initiative succeeds, so give us about 3 to 6 months, then I think this will be showcased either in some next event or in a scope meeting. तो कुल लबोलुबा मेरे कहने का ये था कि एक लेक्चर में इससे ज़्यादा ज्ञान नहीं दिया जा सकता है. ठीक है? So thank you very much. I will leave more more time for questions so that next speaker also gets her space. और I would suggest that पहले audience पूछ ले, क्योंकि पिछले सारे speakers को आपने बैटिंग में पहले आए थे, आप थोड़ा opening इनको करना.
Yeah, sure.
जी. नहीं, इसीलिए मैंने कहा मैं छठे ओवर से आपको बाउंड्री कैसे मारनी है उसके बारे में बताऊंगा.
You played T20, 2020.
नहीं, तो वो छठे ओवर से वही करना होता है ना.
Thank you, sir.
अदरवाइज मैं बता दूं इन ए लाइटर वेन, हम लोगों की आस्किंग रन रेट ऊपर ही ऊपर जा रही है. हम पहले 5 ओवर में घूम रहे हैं.
You have got the more applaud in all good presentation, sir. Thank you.
वो हम लोग तो क्लास में पढ़ाने का कहते हैं ना, फीडबैक फॉर्म में अच्छा दे देना.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर.
जी.
सर मैं एक अभी करेंटली BCCL की तरफ से प्लेस्ड हूँ. झरिया रिहैबिलिटेशन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी एक प्रोजेक्ट है, उसके ऊपर उसमें काम कर रहा हूँ. मैं CSR डिपार्टमेंट में था पहले. सर वो एक पिक्यूलियर प्रोजेक्ट है, इंडिया में वन ऑफ इट्स काइंड है. सर वहाँ पे अभी तक लाइवलीहुड एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट पे कुछ कंसीव नहीं किया गया था, मतलब उस तरीके से जिस पैमाने पे होना चाहिए था. मेरा पूरा क्योंकि आपको मालूम होगा कि वहाँ पे कोयला पिकिंग एक बहुत बड़ा काम है. हम लोगों की सारी सीखी सिखाई बुद्धि पढ़ा है ज्ञान वहाँ पे फेल हो जाता है जब हम लाइवलीहुड इंटरवेंशन करने के लिए जाते हैं.
बिल्कुल.
मैं कुछ आपसे मतलब कुछ ज्ञान चाहता हूँ इस मसले पे.
नहीं, इस पे स्पेसिफिक इश्यूज वी कैन डिस्कस सेपरेटली. इनफैक्ट वी सीरियसली लुक एट आवर स्टूडेंट्स वर्किंग बोथ इन देयर. हमारे स्टूडेंट्स का एक चीज़ है वो एमटेक में, वो पीक समर में प्रेफरेबली अनइलेक्ट्रिफाइड गांव में एक नॉन रिच हाउस होल्ड के साथ 2 महीने रहते हैं. अब ये 3 चीज़ें हो गई तो रूरल डेवलपमेंट के फंडा सब क्लियर हो जाते हैं. मैं तो सजेस्ट करूंगा साईराम जी से कि जो अपने नए बच्चे आते हैं ना CIL में, उनको हमारे ही बच्चों के साथ 2 महीने डाल दीजिए उस गांव में, उनका सारा CSR का फंडा क्लियर हो जाएगा. बट तो इसमें क्या होता है कि वी एक्चुअली गेट सम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स इनटू दिस.
सर वो सेमी अर्बन सेटअप है.
नहीं, ठीक है, तो वो तो फिर जो सीजन बच्चे हैं उनको भेज देंगे, बट स्पेसिफिक इशू वी कैन डिस्कस सेपरेटली. आई एम मोस्ट वेलकम. बिकॉज देखिए, हिंदी में एक चीज़ कहते हैं ना कि ज्ञान बांटने से बढ़ता है.
जी.
अब जब आप नो डिसरिस्पेक्ट फॉर डेलॉइट्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, उनका ज्ञान बांटने से फिर उनको रेवेन्यू घटता है. IIT में हमारा काम क्या है, जितना बांटो वो बढ़ता जाएगा. तो दैट्स ओके.
जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
जी
सर, जस्ट थोड़ा सा पहले जो पहला प्रेजेंटेशन था रत्नाकर सिंह साहब का, और उससे हम लोग को रिलेट कर पा रहे थे आपने जो बताया लैब की टेक्नोलॉजी डिसेमिनेशन में क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। मैं कि एग्रीकल्चर ग्रेजुएट हूँ, हम लोगों ने बहुत पहले पढ़ा था कि लैब टू लर्न टेक्नोलॉजी एक प्रोग्राम चलता है गवर्नमेंट का, और आज भी सर आप एग्री करेंगे कि गवर्नमेंट के कई सारे प्रोग्राम्स मीटिंग्स के थ्रू हम लोग बहुत सारी चीज़ें डिसेमिनेट कर रहे हैं, और पर्टिकुलरली इन NCL सिंगरौली हम लोग बहुत क्लोजली एसोसिएट होकर के काम करते हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स के साथ। और सर हम लोगों का एक अपना ग्रीवांस सेल भी है, तो जिसमें जो आप काम की बात और बात का काम बता रहे हैं सर, वो हम लोग
ये वैसे गांधी जी ने कहा था, मेरा उसमें कोई रोल नहीं है।
अच्छा, मतलब ये टर्म मैंने पहली बार सुना सर, बहुत अच्छा लगा।
नहीं, गांधी जी का है।
दो
तो
नेट
बात की
टेक ऑन
काम
सर
और
आपका
काम
है
का बात, या
कि कॉपी और पेस्ट हम लोग भी करते थे सर, आज सीखा कॉपी एडिट एंड पेस्ट, ये बड़ा अच्छा लगा सर। और हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं सर, और आप मतलब आपका जो वो सब बता रहे हैं इंटरवेंशन वगैरह, तो हम लोग भी सर कहीं ना कहीं एज ए यंग ऑफिसर्स जाते हैं गांव में, नीड असेसमेंट करते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं हमें भी लगता है कि ये काम करना चाहिए। जब हम ला करके बैक टू अपने यहाँ प्रेजेंट करते हैं बहुत सारी चीज़ें, तब हम लोग का भी सर एक जो मार्च में एक्सपेंस का टारगेट होता है, कहीं ना कहीं सर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से ही फुलफिल हो पाता है, क्योंकि हम एक बहुत अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट बनाएंगे जिसमें ह्यूमन बिहेवियर चेंज एंड फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी वगैरह होगा, वो मात्र 10 लाख का होगा सर। लेकिन अगर हमारा टारगेट 10 करोड़ है तो हम कर नहीं पाते। तो कहीं ना कहीं सर ये एक इनोवेटिव सेल टाइप का अगर होता है सर, इनोवेटिव फोरम होता है जो कि हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट कर सके और मतलब अपने फ्रीडम से कुछ हम लोगों को मिले, तो वो बहुत अच्छा होगा।
उसका मैंने जवाब ये दिया था आपको कि आप 75% अपनी मजबूरियों पे खर्च कीजिए, 25 से शुरुआत कीजिए, वो 25 से बढ़ता जाएगा। क्योंकि होता क्या है कि हम लोग कुपोषण मुक्त पंचायत करते क्यों नहीं हैं? क्योंकि एक तो वो उसका बेसिस पता नहीं होता कैसे करना है। स्लोगन तो अच्छा लगता है, मैंने इनफैक्ट ये जो पोषण अभियान में कुपोषण मुक्त वाला आया, उसके पीछे आई हैव सम रोल बिकॉज अमिताभ कांत एंड आई वी हैपन टू बी बैचमेट्स। तो मैंने बड़ा नज किया, तो अब बैचमेट को एक स्टेज से आगे आप इम्पोलाइट तो हो नहीं सकते हो, तो उसने अपने लोगों को कहा यार कुछ डाल दो, ये कम से कम पीछा तो छूटे इससे। तो उन्होंने, तो वो द कंसर्न जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी राजेश ऑल्सो भी मेरे से तंग आ चुका था, तो उसने कहा सर कुपोषण मुक्त पंचायत, कुपोषण मुक्त ब्लॉक, कुपोषण मुक्त जिला डाल देते हैं। उसके बाद हुआ क्या कि इन सारी चीज़ों में आप जैसे कह रहे थे कि DM इज़ हेड ऑफ X नंबर ऑफ कमिटीज़, मैंने जब मैं ढेंकानाल में कलेक्टर था तो मैंने एक बार काउंट करवाया था, मैं 243 कमिटीज़ का चेयर था। तो मैंने कहा कि भैया ये कैसे, आज वो नंबर तो इन्फ्लेशन अगर आप जोड़ लें कितने % के हिसाब से तो नंबर कितना होगा। उसमें विज्ञान भवन में सारे कंट्री का कुपोषण हटाने का जिम्मा DM को दे दिया गया। अमिताभ कांत लिटरली थंडर्ड कि 70 सालों से कुछ नहीं हुआ, ये DM क्या कर रहे थे, उनको कोऑर्डिनेशन करना चाहिए। तो आई जस्ट सेंट हिम SMS, ऐसे जोशीले भाषण के लिए धन्यवाद, लेकिन DM करेगा क्या, ये कौन बताएगा। तो बाद में जब मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन था तो मैंने कहा अच्छा एक बार अमिताभ कांत जी ने ओपनिंग भाषण में बोल दिया, तो अब बाकी हर स्पीकर को तो कहना ही था DM, और करीब 110 जिलों के DM और CO बुलाए हुए थे। तो मैंने कहा कि दिस सडन फेथ इन द डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ द फेमस डायलॉग ऑफ दीवार। मेरे पास, वहाँ हर कोई कह रहा था विज्ञान भवन में मेरे पास DM है, लेकिन मैंने कहा यार वो DM के वेयरविदॉल क्या हैं, DM कर क्या सकता है और DM क्या करवा सकता है, बिकॉज DM इज इन ए पोजिशन इन द मैनेजमेंट वेयर he or she has to get things done and not do things। तो वो जो getting things done वाला गुर है, वो अगर हम लोग सीख लेते हैं तो उसमें वो इशू आ जाता है कि अगर आपको malnutrition घटाना है, आपको maternal mortality कम करनी है, नीचे एक स्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए which should link up with institutions of knowledge, जो उनको बताएंगे। अभी धवल से मेरी बात हो रही थी बेबी वार्मर, अब बेबी वार्मर को अगर आप टैक्सी में जोड़ सकते हैं या इवन मोटरसाइकिल की बैटरी में जोड़ सकते हैं तो भी वो बच्चा पहुंच जाएगा अस्पताल, मरने से बचेगा। ये चीज़ें आपको डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे या CSR कोल इंडिया के CSR वालों को वो नहीं मालूम होगा। उसके लिए आपको एक प्लग इन करना पड़ेगा विथ डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस। और आज की तारीख में भी गवर्नमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी एंड नॉलेज इंस्टीट्यूशंस की आज भी थोड़ी श्रद्धा लोगों की बनी हुई है। तो कोई सेक्शन ऑफिसर ये नहीं कहता है कि IIT से 3 कोटेशन मंगा लो, ठीक है ना, तो ये आप कर सकते हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
आई थिंक दैट वाज द लास्ट क्वेश्चन। आपका आखिरी सवाल।
Sir, I don't have a question. So I think already we are shooting over time. So
Thank you.
next speaker, sir. Thank you.
Sir, please have a seat. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. And Coal India is really proud to be associated with Sitara for one of its CSR project. A big round of applause for Agnihotri, sir. I would request Shri Harban Singh, Independent Director CCL, to bestow Sir Dr. S.B. Agnihotri with a token of appreciation. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir.
If your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are an excellent leader. I'm privileged to introduce the person who is not only an inspirational leader for many, including myself, but a living example of women empowerment in the field of defense. May I please welcome on stage Wing Commander Anupama Joshi, Director Personnel at Doon School and an expert on rural microfinancing for a session titled From Gender Equality in the Armed Forces to Access to Finance in the Rural Remote Hills of Uttarakhand, a woman's story. A big round of applause for her, please. Having joined the Indian Air Force in 1993, Madam Anupama Joshi is from the first batch of women to serve the armed forces. Not only this, she is instrumental in getting permanent commission for women in the armed forces. Her selfless services in the field of rural microfinancing that ensures financial services to the micro enterprises in remote rural hills of Uttarakhand has brought smiles in the lives of many. The Grameen Financial Services pioneered under her leadership and guidance has provided microcredit and inculcated micro savings habit among deprived sections in both Terai and Hills region. She is presently Director Personnel at the Doon School and also works in the CSR arm of the school, which provides scholarship to the underprivileged students. The stage is yours now, ma'am.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you, Agnihotri sir, for making way for the women, giving me more time. And apologies, everybody, I'm going to take my time because it's very rare that at times women are given stage. And I saw there are lots number of speakers, and I happen to be the only woman speaker. First and foremost, thank you, Coal India, CCL, for this wonderful opportunity. When Pooja contacted me that I must speak on at this conclave, and they said that you have to pick up a topic from Schedule 7, so I just like kind of brushed through Schedule 7, and I saw that point 3 talks about gender equality. And my sense was that why not share a piece, a chapter out of my own life, so that people are aware that what's happening in other part of the world. So just bear with me on this. So it was way back in 1992 that the government opened its door for women in the armed forces. I'm not too sure how many of you are aware of it. And a lot of, to be very honest, wearing the uniform has its pride, but what attracted me most was the ability that I will have to rough it out at the frontiers. All the fanfare happened, 25,000 women applied. I was the lucky 12 to be the pioneer to join the armed forces. Thank you so much. So just for everybody, Air Force was the first one which opens the door. Army and Navy followed it later. We were thrown into Air Force Academy in Hyderabad. We have a one-year training. It starts 4 in the morning from regular health run, they call it, drill, parade, weapon training, cross-country at the middle of the night. It's the military way of like kind of indoctrinating yourself into the so-called unquestionable allegiance which armed force requires from one individual. A fantastic time in academy, many lessons learned. The prime being in military is when you're asked to jump, you do not ask why, you just ask how high. Learned well, I got posted to my unit at the Ground Weapon Training Institute, which is at Baroda. So I went to the mess, and in the corridors, I think I forgot about my presentation in the excitement of talking to you all. So that was the time of induction. So I went into the corridors. I was a pilot officer at that time. That was the first rank a woman officer had. Now it's changed to flight lieutenant. So I asked the mess bearer, where is the key to the room for pilot officer Joshi? That's me. So he just like looked at me. He said, "Oh, to theek hai, sahab ka hai." So you can't imagine the incredulous look on his face when I said, "Main hi sahab hu." And I was soon to realize that he was not the one. There were going to be many, many people who were not ready for women to don the uniform at that time. You know, the whole thing that you were being watched, and I'm talking about 30 years back. And things have, honestly telling you, it's not changed. It's been 3 decades though. You were continuously watched. You were continuously put under a kind of a different kind of a scrutiny. I remember once, one of the airmen who was placed under me, I put him up for insubordination. I gave him some orders which he did not follow, and I'm sure it's part of all the organization. When somebody placed under you, the person is expected to follow your orders. When I put a charge on him, you'll be surprised that my superiors called me and counseled me that please try to understand that the gentleman has not been socially engineered. He comes from a place that he's not used to taking an order from a woman. I don't think so it's a commonplace for many of you. And most of the men here may not understand that. But, sorry, am I audible? Okay. I hope you heard all that. Is that better? I just lost my thought. Anyway, the thing is that, large number of you sitting here are men. You would not be able to understand the position I was in. But believe you me that it's not a good feeling. When you are yourself putting in that much of an effort and that much of time and with diligence, not being recognized for your work doesn't sound good. Nevertheless, I was talking about 30 years back. It's almost 3 decades. Air Force did break the glass ceilings, and you have women now in fighter stream. It wasn't there, my stream. It wasn't there during my time. But what I'm bringing to you is, there is I think it's just a little uncomfortable. Is this okay? I use this mic then? Apologies. Why I'm bringing this in forefront is, there is a piece of me responsible for that decision. And that's where the legal battle starts. So just what happened was, women were inducted only for first 5 years. on a kind of an experimental basis. In 4 years' time, nothing happened. I put up a representation asking that what is going to be the future for the girls after 5 years is getting over. We did not get any answers. And as we were about to finish that 5th year, suddenly we got a letter saying that your service is extended for 6 years. Excited, by then I was married, had a child, life was very good. Military life is excellent, I must say that. Time passed, but as we were coming close to the 6th year, and mind you, there are a lot of courses, there are a lot of courses, a lot of promotion, etc. depend on these courses that you do, which were not available for the women. Because we were not from the permanent post, we were kind of ad hoc, what they call the short service commission. As I was coming, as I said, coming close to those 6 years, I put another representation asking what now, and then no reply. I put another representation asking for an interview with Chief of the Air Staff. He called me, he says, Anupama, the matter is a tri-service issue. It's going to, by then Army and Navy had also inducted women, and they said that Ministry is going to decide, and the file is lying with the Ministry of Defense. We waited. As we were about to finish the 6th year, we were given another 4 years of extension. Perfectly fine. But the question, sir, as you said, that you have to be the change. So the question was that, when will this ad hocism change? What angered me that, why we can't have the same policy which is existing for men, similar for the women? The question was that there are efficient men, so are efficient women. There are inefficient men, and there are inefficient women. The question was, why not have the best? 6 representations. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I wrote to the President of India, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. That time it was Abdul Kalam. I never got an interview with him. I waited for 1.5 years. Failing which, I put another representation, what's called the RTI, Right to Information. I was told that right to information and human resource in the armed forces is a matter of national security, and I never got an answer. 6 to 7 representation, multiple years lost in my service. Fighting for it, I knocked the doors of the Delhi High Court with a simple petition that I must be given permanent place in the armed forces on the basis of my efficiency, not on the basis of my gender. 3 years running down the corridors of the Delhi High Court. It was 2010. The famous landmark judgment came that the women in armed forces will be given permanent place. There was a catch to it. Air Force was the one who agreed to it. Army went to the Supreme Court, and Army took another 10 years. It was in last year, I think you must have read in the news. The same case went to the Supreme Court by the Army, but Army also accepted it. So what I wanted to just kind of share a bit of my life with you, where I felt that there are people like me making small contribution. There are people around the world fighting for equality, fighting for gender equality. And I must tell you that the lesson learned in the classroom was to come very handy. There is a famous Chinese strategist called Sun Tzu. He says in his Art of War, and I would like you to take that with you, is that if you, I'm forgetting the quote, let me just read it out for you. You must turn your war into a crusade. One should think less about oneself, but for a group, and then the victory will come from unexpected route. Now the second history was created, so me being the first batch of women to join the armed forces, the second history was created at that time, that it was first time in the armed forces that an officer was reinstated back in service, which I was. But the fact that I did not go and join, because by the time the judgment came, I had started my journey. The second point, the point 10, I think, of Schedule 7 says rural development. That's the space I took. So I would like to share that second journey with you, why I did not go back into the Air Force. And I think this video will give you kind of an insight. I'm not too sure what I'm told, that people are not very clued full with what micro lending is. There is an institute called IFMR Trust based out of Chennai. They had hired me. I was doing my course at IIM Ahmedabad. From there, I went to with IFMR Trust. Now they call it, if you want to Google it, it's called Dwara KGFS. They set out to make this model called KGFS. KGFS stands for Kshetra Gramin Financial Service. It was for access of finance in rural areas. I'll play the video for you to get a flavor of it.
पिछली बारिश में हमारी भैंस मर गई। हमें कुछ समझ में ही नहीं आया क्या करें, क्योंकि वही भैंस हमारी परिवार की आमदनी का एकमात्र जरिया थी।
दुकान तो पहले से ही थी, पर बिक्री नहीं हो रही थी क्योंकि सामान खरीदने के लिए पैसे ही नहीं थे।
2008 में जब हम यहाँ आए तो हमने काफ़ी सर्वे किया। टिहरी, पौड़ी, देहरादून, हरिद्वार के दूर दराज इलाकों में गए और यह एहसास हुआ कि पहाड़ों में अभी भी सुविधाएं बहुत ही सीमित है। हर कार्य को पूरा करना एक बहुत बड़ा संघर्ष है। ब्रांच खोलते समय हम इस बात का खास ध्यान रखते हैं कि जहां हम ब्रांच खोलने वाले हैं वह गांव 20 से 25 गांवों से जुड़ा हो या 2500 से 3000 परिवारों का सुविधा केंद्र हो। ब्रांच खोलने के कुछ समय बाद हमने ये महसूस किया कि महिलाएं जो हैं वह ब्रांच में नहीं आ पा रही, तो हमने नामांकन जो है उसको ऑफलाइन किया और आज जो है उसमें हम घर घर जाकर लोगों का नामांकन करते हैं। लोगों की ज़रूरत को देखते हुए हम अपने उत्पाद बनाते हैं, चाहे वो बीमा हो, निवेश, रेमिटेंस, हर प्रकार के ऋण और पेंशन स्कीम जो सरकार ने भी लागू की है हमारे पास उपलब्ध है। टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है। हम सारी ब्रांचेस जो हैं वाईफाई सिस्टम से कनेक्ट कर चुके हैं और कोर बैंकिंग जो है सबसे सुदूर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में हम पहुंचा चुके हैं। ब्रांच को संचालित करने के लिए हम नौजवान गांव से ही लेते हैं। इनका प्रशिक्षण हम 1 महीने के लिए करते हैं।
मैं ग्राम तलाई, जिला टिहरी गढ़वाल का रहने वाला हूँ। सहजधारा में काम करते हुए मुझे 2.5 साल हो गए हैं। सहजधारा ने मुझे निश्चित आय के साथ साथ एक अनुशासित एवं आत्मविश्वासपूर्ण जीवन दिया है।
सहस्त्रधारा से इन 2 वर्षों में मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है और मुझे गर्व है कि मैं सहस्त्रधारा द्वारा गांव में लाई गई इस वित्तीय प्रगति का एक हिस्सा हूँ।
जब हम शुरू में आए थे तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज हमारे लिए लोगों का विश्वास जीतना था। लोगों को लगता था कि बहुत सारी फाइनेंशियल कंपनी आई हैं और हम भी उनमें से एक हैं। पर आज 16,000 कस्टमर और 640 गांव हमसे जुड़ चुके हैं और 19 ब्रांच होने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि हम लोगों के बीच अपनी एक जगह बना चुके हैं।
सहजधारा से मैंने लोन लिया और अब मेरी दुकान बहुत अच्छी चल रही है।
सहजधारा से हमने पशु लोन लिया और आज हमारे पास 2 भैंसें हैं।
गढ़वाल के सुदूर ग्रामीण पर्वतीय क्षेत्र में संपूर्ण वित्तीय सेवा प्रदान करके प्रत्येक व्यक्ति एवं प्रत्येक उद्यम की वित्तीय स्थिति को सुदृढ़ बनाना, यह हमारी कंपनी का मिशन है। हम 5 जिलों में देहरादून के पर्वतीय क्षेत्र, टिहरी गढ़वाल, पौड़ी गढ़वाल, उत्तरकाशी और रुद्रप्रयाग में काम करेंगे। हम 50 ब्रांचेस खोलेंगे और इस इलाके में कोई भी व्यक्ति और गांव ऐसा नहीं होगा जो हमारी सेवाओं से वंचित हो। सहस्त्रधारा का अर्थ है 1000 धाराएं। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, जहां जल का स्रोत होता है सभ्यता वहीं बसती है।
So this was kind of way back. I think just getting you the background of how what happens when you work in the grassroots area. So I was trained in a district, Tanjavur, because that was like my training from getting from armed forces to understand what rural banking would be. I spent 7 days with this lady called Alamba in a village called Alakudi in Tanjore district. I lived with her in that 2x4 hut of hers to understand the economy of the poor. It is very, very difficult because I'm telling you, all of us sitting here, none of them I can confidently say that do not realize that we are so privileged, I must say, all of us sitting here, that we do not realize that how a laborer passes the day from earning and expense. Saving is not an option for them. My military training probably helped me living in this place without any amenities for good 7 days, because the idea to understand was very important, because these will be the future customers which we would be offering financial access. I do understand that most of you work in a completely different forum of CSR. Access to finance is an opportunity which is given to people, because we firmly believe that large things can move when there is an access to finance. And we talk only in the language of finance. I do understand education and health is another sector which requires attention. But the focus we brought in KGFS is only rural financing. So what the training at Tanjavur was, the idea was we would have a fixed geographical focus. We will have a branch, unlike most of the microcredit companies, do not have a fixed brick and mortar structure. They do not work in a village. It's what we try to do was create a community banking. We did adopt the Grameen model, which I think Mr. Amitabh spoke about it yesterday, which was very popular with Bangladesh. Dr. Yunus also received a Nobel Prize for that. But the biggest learning, I must say, happened was when we worked in villages of Tamil Nadu. The star product and the whole idea where I'm trying to weave my story about women empowerment is called the Joint Liability Group. It's called the JLG Group, where 5 women are collateral for each other. There is a social collateral. 5 women guarantee for each other, and we give them loan. One would be taking a loan to either buy a buffalo or to buy a machine or even to educate a daughter for that matter. But when we came to Uttarakhand, we realized that women do not participate at all in the financial aspect of life. They have no say in the household as far as the economy is concerned. So that was a huge learning. We translated this learning and started financial literacy model. That went on parallelly, but it did give us a scope to bring products to the rural population depending on their needs. So what happened was then when we realized that the JLG group, which I was talking to you about, actually, I must say, failed, we had to transfer this JLG of women to men. So we started giving loans to 5 men who would guarantee for each other. But it also gave us an opportunity to have multi-products. The idea was that the first product we came up was, what we came up was called a retailer loan. I think there is some. I think my slide and my speech is not going together. So I'm not too sure many of you must have traveled in Uttarakhand, but if you go to place, if you position yourself in Rishikesh from where we started, and you drive up 200 kilometers towards Kedar and Badrinath, or to Gangotri, 200 kilometers, you will find that there are shops across the road with small kirana stores or jo puja ka saman bechti hain, dhabas, etc. were there. So the idea came that why do we not provide finance to these stores? So that's what the reason for us to develop the retailer loan. Over a period of time, we learned and we tweaked the retailer loan and made it a working capital loan. We would disperse the money only when, we would sanction the money but disperse the money when the stock came. There were like that many multi-products which came up. We did, interesting thing happened when we were doing a secondary survey in one of the villages. We traveled up and we found this village called Chamyala. The interesting part of the village was that the entire 80% of the men population of there lived in Japan. They worked as cooks in most of the Indian restaurants in Japan, and that's the thought we thought, oh, that's an opportunity for us for remittances. So Chamiala was the one which led us to start international remittances. We tied up with Western Union and started that. Uttarakhand is known as a money order economy. Large number of people from Uttarakhand work for the armed forces, and those were the days when people would send money orders back home. To cash on that segment, we started domestic remittances also. I'm talking about some time back because the Google Pay, Paytms and all were not there. So the thought was that the continuous progress would take place only when you have access to finance. So we started international and domestic remittances. We realized over a period of time there are teachers, there are people working in Hydel project. A lot of Hydel projects were coming up in Uttarakhand at that point of time, which government, some of you will be happy to, Dr. Sashi, you'll be happy to know that there were 52 dams were supposed to be coming up, but I think the Supreme Court gave an order to stop the dams. But nevertheless, there were a large number of people working in these kind of sectors, and they said that why can't we have personal loan, because banking per se in Uttarakhand is very difficult. You must realize the hardship of the terrain, that you have to walk 7 to 8 kilometers. You may reach a village, and when you reach the village, there'll be like 10 households. Unlike what we saw in south in Tanjore, कि आप 2-3 किलोमीटर जाएंगे आपको 1000 population मिल जाएगी. So it's easy to target people, whereas in Uttarakhand we started realizing that it was very, very difficult. The cost of operations started going very high because walking to the village, talking to them and explaining them the finance and enrolling them as customers was one thing, but going down and giving them the service started becoming a huge amount of a problem. Nevertheless, I think that is the main reason. Even we have Uttaranchal Gramin Bank or even the SBI started contacting us, because there were large areas of places where even the SBI is not available. And over a period of time, we also realized that yes, the reason must be because of the fact that cost of operations are very, very high, because the population is strewn over a large area and accessing humans is a problem there. Another interesting thing, we saw that once we were sitting at a branch and there was this gentleman, they came, thake hare aake wo branch mein, they started talking because they saw this, the branch which I had shown you. We were sitting in the branch and they said कि हम insurance का due diligence करके आ रहे हैं. There was a death of a livestock in a village और we had insured the भैंस और उस भैंस को देखना था कि भैंस actually मरी है कि नहीं. So one of my colleagues came up, said that why don't we do an RFID tagging and give this facility to the villagers. And that's how we, so when I'm saying we developed, mind you, it takes a huge time to develop a product. And we did develop a product and launched a livestock insurance with HDFC. I think there's a picture of. That's what we did was, can you see that orange tag on the buffalo? That's the RFID we did. LIC's insurance, I think we all are aware, they say that they're at every nook and corner, and they're very much in hills also. But I remember once I was sitting at a shop, and there was a driver who used to, who plows this called tracker. एक महिंद्रा का ट्रैकर आता है. People don't use much of bus in Uttarakhand. और ट्रैकर में ही लोग एक गांव से दूसरे गांव जाते हैं. It's a small thing, and I think Mahindra does a good job of giving LCV finance, and people use that tracker for that modality. He was sitting and he says, अरे मैम आप लोग गांव में आए हैं, what is that you can offer us? हमारे पास तो लोन हमको महिंद्रा ने वैसे ही दे दिया, आप क्या कौन सा लोन देंगे? So I said बहुत सारे और उत्पाद हैं हमारे पास. There is insurance, there is NPS. Also government had launched by then. They couldn't understand that even they could invest into a pension scheme, which we made them aware of. And ऐसी बात हुई. He says ठीक है मैं ऋषिकेश जाके वापस आ रहा हूँ. I was in a village and The tragedy struck, the tracker went down into Ganges, the gentleman lost his life, and there was his friend who was also with me while we were making this conversation. वो 3 days बाद वो आया, he says, मैम मुझे आज realize हो रहा है कि शायद अगर हमने उस दिन insurance करा लिया होता आपके कहने पे, तो इसकी family would not have been hit so badly. At least they would have got some money. He got himself insured, and there was a huge kind of a word of mouth publicity for us to have insurance done. So the whole idea is we would never bundle a product. कि हम ऐसा नहीं था कि we will give you an insurance, we'll give you a loan and also insure you so that our loan is safe. We wanted to sell insurance as a simple product of saving, protecting the life. Because the idea of the KGFS model was to bring about maximization of wealth is what we kept talking about, to protect them, to find, in normal parlance of the bank, you will go, they will advise you with your finances, and people wonder that कि गरीबों को wealth management की क्या ज़रूरत है? But you have to understand that there is they also have aspirations. They also need to be told. They need to be guided that how they can increase their wealth. They may not, the level may not be the same, but of course, so that was the idea by which we also set up our entity. We started jewel loan. Now, very interestingly, jewel loan took a long time to be settled because unlike South, where people pawn jewelry, take loans for various things, North में इतना prevalent नहीं था कि लोग अपनी jewelry को बड़ी आसानी से गिरवी नहीं रखते. They have this kind of a fear कि लोग क्या सोचेंगे कि मैंने तो अपनी jewelry गिरवी रख दी. But when we launched this product, we realized that there were a lot of women who would come forward. There were very endearing stories about women who will come forward, who will pawn their jewelry, they will buy. And I remember one lady came to me and I asked कि आप क्या करोगे इस पैसे से? So she says मैं इसके पिताजी अपनी she'd got her daughter. She said मैं इसके पिताजी को नहीं बताना चाह रही हूँ, पर इसको अब मैं private school में डालना चाह रही हूँ. The father was working in a project not in the same village. He was posted somewhere else. So she says जब तक वो आएंगे तब की तब देखूंगी. But I want to put my daughter in a private school because I really want to educate my daughter. So when you see these kind of responses, then you feel that the kind of work you set out to do, it becomes more kind of meaningful. There were failures, I must admit, like all things you set out to do in life, everything is not success. We tried something called a supplementary loan. And what we did was, we took some youth from the village who were unemployed. We tied up with a university in Dehradun, which is called Graphic Era University. And we said that these people could be trained either in welding, carpentry, to make them an electrician. So the cost of their education in the university, we loaned them out. And then we tied them up with an industry so that once they will get a job, they will repay back our loan once they have the job. But somehow, sadly, this did not work. We also tried to incubate them and give them some funds to start their ventures in the hills. It somehow did not happen the way we wanted it to go forward, because few youth came and they will say कि अपने बैंक में हमको क्यों नहीं नौकरी दे देते, हमको ऐसी नौकरी चाहिए. So everybody has कि आप तो टीचर की नौकरी दिला दीजिए या बैंक में नौकरी दे दीजिए. सबको ना एक बहुत easy way चाहिए होता है कि सरकारी नौकरी मिल जाए, वो हो जाए. Sometimes people are very iffy about doing some kind of a मेहनत. And दूसरा लोग बोलते थे कि आप लोग ये यहाँ पे आए हैं, रात में बैंक बंद होता है, कभी हमें कोई इमरजेंसी में पैसा चाहिए होगा तो क्या है, ATM तो होते नहीं थे गांव में, बहुत बहुत दूर होते हैं. I do not know how many of you would have visited hills and know the reality and hardships there. So we started something called an emergency loan. In that emergency loan, what we did was we created a box, and we would leave the box with the Pradhan. He could open the box when if there is an emergency or there is some mishap or somebody needed the money. But sadly, that also failed, because when we realized that जब लोगों के life में emergency आती है, तो गांव वाले आपस में ही एक दूसरे से मिलके they come and help. So there was no requirement of this. So these were what I'm trying to come back to you is these are the learning at the grassroots what happens. there were huge number of challenges which we faced. Now the major challenge which we felt was कि हमारा जो collateral था, हमारे पास कुछ गिरवी नहीं था. हम social collateral we call it. आप हम जुबान देते हैं. And trust you me, when I have worked with these people, I have really realized that the trust the amount of trust you can do with them, people who do not have money, is not the same kind of a trust you can repose on the people who are rich. We have a lot of stories of rich people who have swindled and left the shores, whereas हमारा जो default rate है वो 0.02% है. It's so small that I can proudly say that the kind of trust a poor has, we can repose the trust on poor is something phenomenal. It was the biggest learning. लोगों को लगता था जिनके पास पैसा नहीं है वो पैसा लेके भाग जाएंगे, but that's not the truth. I can say it with kind of confidence. But एक lingering fear था social collateral का कि अगर एक बंदा repay नहीं करता है और आपने दूसरे को गारंटी दी है, so वो दूसरे को लगेगा कि शायद मैं भी अगर नहीं repay करूँ, maybe I can get away with it. So there's a kind of a lingering fear while you're operating in the this is what we had done, the supplement loan. I think I'll just, we failed in poultry loan also, by the way. We tried to incubate some people with looking after poultry, but it somehow did not work because we had to tie it up with insurance of poultry, and the model, the cost effectiveness was something which we had probably not worked out so well with us. The biggest, the biggest role which we did not even realize ourselves when we went to villages was the kind of employment we generated and the employment we gave to the youth. So we took people from the community, we trained them, and we put them as what we call them wealth manager. So दो चीज़ हुई, एक तो लोगों को employment मिला, दूसरा it was a respectable job, and तीसरा they understood the community very well, so they understood the need of the people around. So the challenges were, when I'm saying the thing was of youth, that in itself was also a challenge because जो लोग हमारे साथ train होने लगे, they started getting a lot of offers from banks. So for example, the Axis Bank and the HDFC in Rishikesh started pulling them because they would go down, and of course they would offer better remunerations from what we could offer. So attrition started becoming a challenge also. The interest rate is the biggest issue. So we wanted to be a profitable, financially viable model. Interest rates started becoming an issue at times that we all know in the country that interest rate has a political connotation. Sometimes the government will waive off the loan, and people will come to our branch and says कि अरे मैडम वो तो सरकार ने तो loan माफ कर दिया है, आप लोग क्यों नहीं loan माफ कर सकते हैं? Whereas for us it was not possible. So those were the challenges we really faced multiple amount of time. There was a backward linkage is not available. I think that's one area all of you could work in as a CSR, because we realize there are a lot of produce in the hills, especially where you have a lot of vegetables which are grown, which are off-season vegetables. There are no cold storages available. It could be worked out. A supply chain is not there. I have seen with my own eyes, एक Malta होता है fruit. It is something like a quinoa which we would have had. It is a cross between an mosami and an orange. बहुत होता है Malta उत्तराखंड में, and I've seen people throwing trolley loads of Malta because they can't bring it down. The cost of bringing it to the market into the plains and selling it is very difficult. These are the areas probably some of you could get an idea and work. Attrition I did talk about. And the biggest challenge is what we felt was the geography. So if you look at the geography, as I mentioned, the cost of operation was that you go to places and you barely would be able to access 15 to 20 houses. Natural calamities are very, very prevalent in Uttarakhand. 2013, we all know the tragedy which happened at that time when we were operating. most of our branches were affected at that point of time. There were lingering fear because we were not getting repayments back for for months together. Some of the people who are our customers went through personal tragedies, but they waited for time to become all right. They came back. As I told you, the repayment is fantastic. Very honest people, I must say. But we stuck around. We did not pull out of the entity. We said that we will provide, though we would go for losses. So there was another thing which I want to say that, which relates to my previous story to this, says that you may have the courage, you may have the conviction to do something. In both the places I felt there is the same thing. But the word is perseverance. You may have the courage, you may have the conviction, but it is the perseverance which prevails. Most of the time I'm hearing that ye hota hai, hum pull kar lete hain, things like that. But if you stick on, if you plan it, you strategize and stick on, trust me, there is a way you will be able to succeed. The biggest thing what I feel that what we have been able to do with the entity that we created was building trust with people. The kind of, I must say there's a love and affection because that comes along with it. It is a professional space, but people in those areas, the way they will shower, the way they will share their joy with you, the way we get invited for weddings and everything now. Technically speaking, we are just a provider, but and we are making money out of it, to be very honest. But it becomes like a bond, and it's become like a, you become like a more of a family. But biggest lessons which I learned that it is very difficult to work in certain places. And as we speak, the KGFS, some branches in the hills, we had to pull down to the plains. So that was going to be the SAR of my story, that at times you plan something, it does not happen, so you have to relocate, re-strategize. And we started the KGFS from 3 places, that was Tanjavur in Tamil Nadu, Ganjam in Odisha, and Rishikesh in Uttarakhand, where I was the one who was heading. And as we talk today, we work in 6 states, 53 districts. We've touched 15,234 villages. We've dispersed 5,385 crores of rupees. We've insured 445,000 lives and remitted 34 crore people. That's the story of KGFS, the third and the final chapter of my life. I work at the Doon School. Very good stories, very inspiring, very motivating as a woman, I may say, the women empowerment. But I personally also had to take a step back. And that's what I said, that at times when you start doing things, it comes back at you. We fight for women empowerment, everything. I chose to slow myself down from what I was doing at KGFS, the most endearing part of my life, because I also happen to be a mother, and I wanted to slow down to look after my child. A lot of women here do that. It's a ghar ghar ka kahani. Men will not understand it, but trust me, it's not a happy situation when you set out to do certain things and you want to prove yourself, but at times you have to take a step back. I did take a step back. I work at the Doon School now. But make the best of the opportunity. So because of my experience with the rural sector, I said that how do I make this as the best opportunity to in March, we got our school registered with the CSR. We have a license. We are looking forward. You all are welcome to support us. Doon is, I do agree, it's an elite school, but let me tell you, we have 16% of our students who are on scholarship. We've given 100% scholarship to students. We have children of Maharajas, politicians, film stars, but we also have children of security guards, maids, and Malis. And that's the area we want to focus on. We want to increase the scholarship to 25% of our students. We are at 16% at the moment. We are looking for CSR on scholarships for our students at the moment. And that's where I thought that if I was the way I had taken my previous entity, if I could be making a dent and a difference in lives of people, probably despite of being in an elite institution, if that can come through, there is nothing like it. So I'm not too sure whether that will work or not, because yesterday's talk by Bhaskar sir, I went and asked him the question, what are the compliances? He was talking about all the compliances, what the providers have to do, and I was like wondering, what is the compliances we as a receiver would have? So I think I have to really kind of study a lot on that, because we've just been, we just started, it's like a kind of nascent stages. On 25th March, we got our license actually to be, I would be very happy to be guided by you people. If somebody could kind of help me to understand more of it, I'll request helps from different departments, different agencies who are here. And yeah, last night also I was talking to somebody that if it could be, if you want to sponsor a child maybe from Jharkhand, you could give us a, let me make it very clear that merit will not be compromised. The child has to pass and be meritorious to get this scholarship at the school. But if the child comes to the school, makes it to the school, we guarantee that the child will not leave for want of money. That's the kind of a guarantee we would want to give. But that's how life goes on. बस संघर्ष जारी है. And sir ने मुझे time दिया था. I will not take your time out. I think it's going to be lunch time. So I'm not going to hold you from your lunch. I hope there is some learnings from the lessons which I have shared with you. I would like to end, thank you for being very patient. Thank you for listening to me. I would like to end with the motto of the Air Force, Nabham Sparsham Deeptam. May you all touch the sky with glory. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
For me to, honestly speaking, coming here has actually become a back breaking exercise for me. I've just injured my back. So if you don't mind, I'll keep standing and not sit, because it's getting difficult for me to sit and stand.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. I'm Tushar. I'm from Deloitte. Well,
Tushar.
Sorry, yes, I thought somebody said that. Oh, okay. Thanks a lot, ma'am. And of course, this is a story of a woman empowerment, and something which probably all of us would have very carefully listened and would relate a lot of things with that. I belong to a army background, so I understand and can relate a lot of your initial story. Air Chief Anup Raha sir is also one of our seniors, school seniors. So wonderful, wonderful stories, ma'am. Just to summarize for everybody, you mentioned about Swaraj Dhara, KGFS, you mentioned about overall microfinancing which you are doing in the rural areas. You mentioned about your stories, how you started from 3 states, now you're in 6 states and you're growing big. And also about a lot of other areas which you touched upon and ended with Duni School's story. Well, I have just a couple of questions if I can start with, and then I'll open the full floor for our audience. The first is the common ideas which you kind of evolved over these years. I mean, you have multiple ideas, and I think they're all wonderful. Whether they failed, whether they are like successful, they're all wonderful because they had a motive behind that. And you also mentioned one word which is very big in this industry, that's trust, and the way you have created that. Because see, people like us, we will articulate stories. Your life is a story. That's the basic difference which we have today. So with that, I would like to understand that some of these ideas which you implemented, or as a team which has been part of your stories, because majority of us are in the mining area, how do you relate that or those ideas which can be brought into this industry and we can relate into those areas?
Yeah, so Tushar, the thing is that while I was listening to a lot of talks since yesterday, when I'm also getting aware of this, how people work in mining, but there are a lot of micro credit institutes working in Jharkhand, we know that. Even our entity, it's called the Dwara KGFS, has entered Jharkhand. They may not be in the mining area at this point of time, But the only, I forgot to also mention that we started later on, by then I had left KGFS, but they started tied up with Axis Bank to create savings also. So at times what will happen that if the mining is happening, what I can visualize is in certain areas and there are no banking facilities available, so any kind of banking service which is required, it's dovetailed by microfinance entity. Microfinance entity has, because you know, you do not require so much of paraphernalia to set it up, and that's how we are able to reach to the last mile. The whole idea of, I'm not talking about my own entity, but there are many other entities who work in the last mile. So if I could visualize that even the labor would require savings, remittances, और some kind of credits for that matter. लोगों को कई बार शादी के लिए चाहिए होता है, पढ़ाई के लिए चाहिए होता है, buying some property के लिए चाहिए होता है. So the providing credits is are all available. All this can be brought through, and I'm not too sure of it that whether it's already there or not.
Okay, great.
So,
the second question which I have is related to the point where you mentioned attrition. I mean, I think that is one of the challenges which you highlighted. So how do you deal with that in the coming time, and you are looking out forward to that particular challenge, addressing that challenge in the coming time?
So attrition was a challenge, but it was a good attrition kind of a thing that over a period of time, we realized that we were training people, गाँव वालों को ले रहे थे, we were training them, we were making them aware, and then they were moving on. So when we would train them, put so much energy on them, and they would move on, we would feel कि God, we've lost him. फिर से, you know, you have to train somebody. But if you look at positively, I thought it was a churn we were doing, and it's just like
on the job training.
Yeah, it's like you're educating people by the side of it. So it was not the part of the model, but it became like a part of the model now.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So we'll start
and
with
one
ma'am.
of the attrition from us is here, Pooja. So I think we lost one of our employees to CCI, and I'm sure the quality of the product would tell you that we did a good job, I guess.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am very honored and fond of you because I am belongs to Army area, Secunderabad. This is the first, your first training area. So love you. And because I am, यहाँ मैंने जो फील्ड में जा रही थी, because similar, because you and me have similar experiences somewhere, not completely. So आपने इधर बहुत ज़रूरी है. सर ने पूछा था कैसे, लेकिन 100% you are the आपका ज़रूरत यहाँ है, क्योंकि इधर मैंने पूछा था कल अगर आपसे नहीं तो 50% अपन क्यों पार्टिसिपेट वुमेन नहीं कर सकती, और ये भी हो सकता है इधर इतना पॉवर्टी लेवल से गर्ल चाइल्ड, अब स्कूल यू आर बिलोंग्स टू स्कूल्स एजुकेशन इज आल्सो, सो एजुकेशन से ले लेके एम्पावरमेंट की फाइनेंशियल भी हो, सोशल इकोनॉमिकल डेवलपमेंट ऑल पे आप सूट होता है, क्योंकि मैंने इधर फिर चुकी हूँ. मैं हट के बोल सकती हूँ क्योंकि इधर की एनवायरनमेंट की आप 100% आप फिट हो सकते हैं. प्लीज़ वेलकम एंड वेलकम. वी आर वर्किंग टुगेदर. थैंक यू.
I'll be delighted, ma'am. I'll be honored.
Thank you.
I must
Any
say
other
that,
question?
you know, on women empowerment, one more thing is there that there is a sector of, I don't know why women are sitting on one side, men will always sit on one side. It's like, you know, these are the small things which goes into my mind, लोगों के शायद ज़हन में या दिमाग में नहीं आती होगी. But there are two things of it. For men, I would like to say that please don't think, because in my own personal journey, I feel there was a huge contribution from the men, including my father, my husband, and even the people who inducted us, the first movers, जो chiefs थे जिन्होंने सोचा होगा कि women को लाना है, वो भी तो men थे. If he had also started thinking कि women को क्यों लाएंगे, so we would have never been there. So we can't disregard men in our lives. And I always keep saying they're very good men, they're very good women, they're bad men and they're bad women. We should not look at gender. And my urge to all of the men who work here is, when you're at workplace, don't look at a person, whoever is working with you, with a gender specific in your mind. Don't create that binary in your head कि ये woman manager है, ये male manager है. And for women, sometimes make a noise. Don't keep quiet. That's my only takeaway. कभी भी तुम्हें ऐसे लगे यू आर बीइंग पुश्ड, प्लीज मेक नॉइज. That's what I would like to say.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
My name is Nikhil Akhori. I'm working here as a CSR officer. And let me first congratulate you. You are doing very wonderful work, especially in hilly areas in microfinance sector. It's a very great work. I have had some experience of microfinance when I was working in basics for 1.5 years.
We tried something with basics, that also did not work.
Yes.
One livelihood project we had tried with them.
Okay,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mahajan was.
Yes,
there.
Vijay Mahajan sir.
Yes.
So my question is, ma'am, ki recovery rates in microfinance organization are getting very lower. Earlier when microfinance organizations are new, उनके recovery rates जो होते हैं काफ़ी high होते हैं, क्योंकि उस समय customers बहुत कम होते हैं. अभी जैसे जैसे customer की संख्या बढ़ती जाती है, वो recovery rate नीचे आने लगता है. स्पेशली आप जहाँ काम कर रही हैं वहाँ तो कस्टमर्स के पास पहुँचना ही बहुत मुश्किल है, हिली एरियाज है. उसको आप कैसे डील कर रही हैं, उस बारे में कुछ थोड़ा सा बता दें हमें.
जैसे मैंने कहा था कि ट्रस्ट के अलावा कुछ है ही नहीं वहाँ. इस सेक्टर में मैं आपको कहूँगी कि एक अगर शब्द यूज़ करेंगे तो ट्रस्ट इज़ द बिगेस्ट द वर्ड यू कैन यूज़. एंड रिकवरी रेट आई वुड प्रॉब्ली डिफर व्हेन आई टोल्ड यू दैट 0.02% है जो हमारा है. इवन एनपीए जो बोलते हैं वो भी बहुत ही कम है, क्योंकि लोग जितना गरीब होता है ना उतना ऑनेस्ट होता है. ट्रस्ट मी ऑन दिस, कि वो उसको ज़्यादा चिंता होती है. इफ़ दे आर नॉट रीपेइंग, इट इज़ बिकॉज देर इज सम मेजर रीजन इन द फैमिली. इट इज़ नॉट कि वो धोखा दे के जा रहा है आपको. सो एंड एज वी टोल्ड यू दैट व्हेन वी टेक पीपल फ्रॉम द कम्युनिटी, सो जो हमारे वी वर कॉलिंग देम वेल्थ मैनेजर, तो वो बंदा जब आपको लोन देने जाता है तो देर इज़ अ कम्युनिकेशन विच हैपन्स. वी मेक अ होल डिटेल ऑफ योर हाउस होल्ड कि आपके घर में, सो दैट नामांकन जो हम कह रहे थे कि जो हम लेते हैं तो पूरा डिटेल लेते हैं. एंड वी ऑल्सो लुक एट यू दैट हाउ रिस्की यू आर, what are the risk aversions we can do while we are giving you a loan. So all that study is done. और as a local मैं हूँ तो मुझे भी पता होता है कि community में पता होता है कि ये family के साथ क्या हो सकता है, ये नहीं हो सकता. So that community banking in itself is mitigates risk, what I would say.
Any other question?
वही तो पूरी कहानी बताई आपको. क्योंकि ये रूरल डेवलपमेंट में काम करने लगे थे. सो एक्चुअली व्हाट हैपेंड वाज माय टेन्योर, सेकंड टेन्योर जो था वो 2008 में ख़त्म हो गया था. सो बाय द टाइम द जजमेंट केम, by then I had started working for this organization. So when I was already working in the organization, I had a choice to pull out and go back into the Air Force. And honestly telling you, मेरे पे बहुत प्रेशर था पेरेंट्स की तरफ से. उन्होंने बोला फौज में वापस जाओ, पेंशन मिलेगी थोड़े साल बाद काम करके, which I did not go because I thought this work was extremely endearing. और जो कंपनी ने मेरे पे ट्रस्ट, we talking about trust, they had trusted me and they put so much of money that I will create this entity because I was the founder CEO of it. और मुझे नहीं सही लग रहा था कि मैं सब छोड़ के बोलूँ कि अब मैं फौज में जा रही हूँ, मेरी पेंशन आएगी. So I lost my pension, but as I told you, Sun Tzu says that it should not be about yourself, it should be about a group.
फैंटास्टिक मैम. मैम माय नेम इज़ नवीन. और एक ऑब्जर्वेशन और एक क्वेश्चन भी है कि जैसे उत्तराखंड के बारे में हम लोगों ने अभी कुछ रिसेंट में जितना अभी देखा और पढ़ा है, तो लोग धीरे धीरे पीपल आर अबैंडनिंग विलेजेस, है ना. हिली एरिया में इतनी हार्डशिप है, इतनी लाइफ टफ है कि लोग धीरे धीरे गांव के गांव लोग जो है छोड़ के प्लेन की तरफ आ रहे हैं. तो जो आपका ये माइक्रो फाइनेंस में इतने सालों का एक्सपीरियंस रहा है वहाँ पे, तो इसके थ्रू आपने क्या चेंज ऑब्जर्व किया? कुछ चेंज इन पर्टिकुलर माइग्रेशन में कुछ इसका इफेक्ट आया, और अगर आया तो उसको आप लोगों ने मतलब उसको डॉक्यूमेंट किया क्या? कुछ ऐसा कुछ आप लोगों ने डेटा कुछ रखा है क्या?
तो हमने इम्पैक्ट स्टडी भी की थी, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट. एंड एज आई टोल्ड यू कि सर से सुबह मैं अग्निहोत्री सर से यही बात कर रही थी कि वो अंडा पहले हुआ कि मुर्गी वाला हाल हो रखा है. आप अगर वहाँ पे लाएंगे ही नहीं डेवलपमेंट तो लोग रहेंगे कैसे? लोग चले जा रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं कि अरे लोग चले गए हैं, अब हम वहाँ पे क्या करें? तो अगर आप लोग चले जाएंगे, आप कभी कुछ नहीं करेंगे तो लोग वापस कभी भी नहीं आएंगे. सो वी डिड, नाउ आई एम नॉट वर्किंग, बट द वर्क इज गोइंग ऑन इन टर्म्स ऑफ रूरल tourism a lot because there is very rich heritage in Uttarakhand, and yatra जो आप जानते हैं, 4 धाम जो यात्रा होती है, that is very popular. So people are giving micro credits to गाँव वाला to start these small house homestays for people to. So that is one area बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें काम हो रहा है. And the experience was that कि जैसे हमने बोला कि हमने गांव के लोगों को, we had 120, पूजा, you remember that? I think we had 120 villages, गांव वाले जिनको हमने वहीं पे employment दिया था, उनके गांव में जहाँ पे थे. So there are some schemes which are coming in, but yes, I would agree कि अभी भी बहुत ही मतलब we are very far from reaching that. कई गांव तो खाली हो गए हैं. कई बार एक गांव में हम गए तो वहाँ पे 10-15 घर थे, सब में ताले लग गए थे. But this revival of rural homestay and the popularity of it जो हो रही है आजकल, because website से link होके and reservations and things have become easy, so धीरे धीरे गाँव को वापस कर रहे हैं. So आप सर्च करिए कि ये गोट विलेज है, उनके साथ भी मैंने काम किया है. तो they are creating these small villages and linking them with rural tourism. Anybody else? Okay.
Ma'am, while I was working with SKS Microfinance,
SKS तो बहुत ही मतलब IPO लॉन्च कर दिया था हमने. हम लोग कहाँ थे?
नहीं, IPO के पहले थे मैम. हम IPO से पहले थे वहाँ पे. तो
हम लोग तो बहुत स्मॉल प्लेयर हैं.
नहीं मैम, वहाँ पे जो हम इशू फेस किए, वहाँ पे क्या था, जैसे हम 11 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैंडल कर रहे थे. तो जैसे माइक्रो फाइनेंस में चीज़ें बहुत फास्ट मूव करती हैं. हम जब लोन बांटने जाते हैं तो बहुत तेज़ी से लोन बंटता है. बहुत से लोग लेने वाले होते हैं और रिटर्न भी, मतलब जैसे हम बांट रहे हैं वैसे कलेक्शन भी होता है. लेकिन जहाँ पे एक बार डिफॉल्ट आता है तो डिफॉल्ट रेट्स भी उसी रफ्तार से भागता है.
वही मैंने बोला था, एक चैलेंज था कि वो जो सोशल कोलैटरल है वो कोलैटरल भी हो जाता है, वो कोलैटरल डैमेज भी हो जाता है.
वही कह रहे हैं मैम, जैसे हम वहाँ पे हाजीपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में थे तो हाजीपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कोई एनपीए नहीं था, पर जब मधुबनी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में गए पहली बार एनपीए मेरा 250 रुपये का हुआ. वहाँ 25 करोड़ का पोर्टफोलियो था. पहला जो हम मतलब 11 डिस्ट्रिक्ट कर रहे थे तो कहीं भी एनपीए रिपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे थे. 2 साल में वो 250 से बढ़कर 2.5 करोड़ पहुंच गया सिर्फ उस एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में.
देखिए तो, मेरा मानना ये है कि जब आपने डिसबर्समेंट करते हैं ना, प्रॉब्लम उस वक्त होती है क्योंकि ईगरनेस टू डिसबर्स द मनी एंड मेक बिगर योर पोर्टफोलियो इज वेयर द प्रॉब्लम लाइज. आप जल्दी में रहते हैं कि हमारा आज इतना डिसबर्समेंट हो गया, इतना डिसबर्समेंट हो गया, आप गलत. सो समवेयर डाउन द लाइन यू हैव नॉट स्टडीड द पर्सन हु यू हैव गिवन द लोन टू. इट इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. जो हम कम्युनिटी बैंकिंग की बात कर रहे हैं तो गांव में आपको एक नब्ज पता होनी चाहिए कि किस हाउस होल्ड को आप दे सकते हैं, किस बंदे को नहीं दे सकते. मैं तो उत्तराखंड में आपको बता रही हूँ कि हम लोग तो ये भी देखते थे कि कई लोग हैं जो दारू पी के पड़े रहते थे. तो वी नो कि इसको तो देना ही नहीं है. नो मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस वी विल नॉट डिसबर्स द लोन टू नवीन बिकॉज वी नो कि सूरज क्या बोलते थे, सूरज अस्त और पहाड़ी मस्त.
नहीं मैम, एक ये इशू था. दूसरा इशू था जैसे हाजीपुर बहुत अच्छा पोर्टफोलियो था तो हो क्या रहा था कि जितने माइक्रो फाइनेंस कंपनीज हैं वहीं आने लगी और हम लोग वहाँ बहुत पहले से थे तो 5th राउंड 6th राउंड जा रहा था और एक इंडिविजुअल को हम लोग 50,000 रुपये का लोन दे रहे थे. वहाँ 14 माइक्रो फाइनेंस 15 माइक्रो फाइनेंस पहुँच गया. वो आदमी को मैनेज करना आ नहीं रहा है. 6 लाख 7 लाख 8 लाख का लोन ले लिया है वो आदमी और फिर एक बार जब डिफॉल्ट कर रहा है तो सबका एनपीए हो रहा है.
तो अब गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया है, माइक्रो फाइनेंस फेडरेशन बनाया. सो दे आर ट्राइंग टू लिंक बिकॉज अब कोर बैंकिंग टाइप हो गया तो दे ट्राई टू लिंक कि आपको पता चल जाएगा कि ऑलरेडी फैमिली में क्रेडिट है कि नहीं, क्योंकि लोग बताते नहीं हैं उस वक्त. सो यू कैन एक्चुअली टेक इट आउट. सो टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेज अ ह्यूज रोल इन दिस दैट यू शुड नो दैट उसके ऊपर कितने और लोन्स हैं बिफोर यू योरसेल्फ गो एंड गिव द लोन. सो ये सब इश्यूज हैं which is the area we all need to work on.
Yes, thanks.
साल का लगा ली 11.5 लाख रुपए है. मोटा मोटा लगाइए तो लाख रुपए महीने का है. कंप्लीट बोर्डिंग स्कूल है. तो अगर क्लास 7वीं से चालू होता है, 7th to 12th हैं. एडमिशन सिर्फ क्लास 7th और 8th में होते हैं. नहीं, 9th में कोई एडमिशन नहीं होता. एंड इट इज़ कम्प्लीटली प्योर ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ मेरिट. एक एंट्रेंस एग्जाम होता है जो क्लियर करेगा वो है. पर अगर आपका द प्रॉब्लम हैपनिंग इज़ कि बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनके बच्चे बहुत ब्राइट हैं पर वो आगे आ ही नहीं रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको लगता है स्कूल इतना महंगा है तो हम अप्लाई ही नहीं करते. बट हम ये कहना चाह रहे हैं कि हमारे पास इतनी स्कॉलरशिप्स हैं, अगर आप अप्लाई करें और एग्ज़ाम पास करेंगे तो वी विल स्पॉन्सर यू, कंप्लीट 100% स्पॉन्सरशिप। सो अभी हमने बहुत जगह जगह जाके एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट किए। वी वांट टू क्रिएट अ डाइवर्सिटी, क्योंकि स्कूल में ऐसा होना चाहिए कि हर स्टेट से बच्चे होने चाहिए। वी हैव, हमारे रांची के भी काफ़ी बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं इस वक्त वहाँ पे।
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am? No, we don't have an test center here, but people can travel to, we have a center at Dehradun only, पर अभी पिछले सालों से तो हमने ऑनलाइन कर दिया है. Now most likely after COVID we've also realized that we can conduct it online, so the exam is done online. For past 2 years we are doing, and that's what we are going to be following it up.
Okay, online examinations are there.
हाँ जी.
Okay. And is there any state reservation in that?
No, no, ma'am. There's no reservation for any state, creed, caste. We are completely this thing, only merit. You have to be meritorious. But yes, we are making people aware. So we went and had a test center in 2 places. One was Tezpur and was Srinagar in Kashmir. These exceptions we did it because we wanted people to come from that area, and we realized that a lot of people do not come because of either connectivity or online भी थोड़ा मुसीबत हो रहा था श्रीनगर में for connectivity etc. So we went and conducted the exam there. We took help of the military and वहाँ पे हमने एक center किया था.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being an inspiration for many of us, including myself, and motivating us through your precious words. Moving ahead, I would just request our independent director, Srimati Jajula Gauri ma'am, to please come on stage and felicitate Wing Commander Anupama Joshi with a token of appreciation and a personalized frame. A round of applause for ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We will now proceed for lunch. It's 2:15 now, and we will get back to the hall in half an hour by 2:45. Thank you so much. I request the dignitaries and the volunteers to please escort the dignitaries.
request everybody to take their seat as we are about to start the session.
It is often said that medicines cure diseases, but only a doctor can cure patient. Working as a general manager operation of a very renowned charitable hospital, the Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital in Mumbai, I am honored to welcome Dr. Dhaval Bhatt on the stage, please, for his session on charitable and CSR initiative at private hospital, a case study. A big round of applause for Dhaval, sir, please. A medical graduate from Mumbai University with Masters in Hospital Administration from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, Dr. Bhatt has been working in the fields of hospital management, operations, strategic consulting, and education for the past 18 years. He is actively involved in CSR and charitable initiatives of Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, and he has interest in medico-social initiatives and has partnership with various NGOs and corporates for increasing the accessibility of quality health care. He is a key contributor to the Touching Little Hearts initiative of KDAH, under which more than 10,000 free subsidized heart surgeries have been performed. He has been involved with Project Suno for cochlear implant surgeries of children at very subsidized rate. With these words, I hand over the stage to you, sir.
Yeah, I suppose. Thank you. So thank you for the wonderful introduction, ladies. And I'm truly honored to be on this stage and talking to all of you about a very humble and a small initiative which our hospital has started on its own as a private institute. So I was here, in the morning listening to sessions by, stalwarts like Professor Sir from IIT and Wing Commander Mrs. Joshi over here. And I felt really humbled to be on stage sharing the dais out here. And very good afternoon to all of you. I hope you all remain awake post the lunch session, and I'll try my best to keep you all awake. So it's a story of our hospital, which is known as Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital. It is one of the premium hospitals in Mumbai as of now. And we are a 14-year-old young hospital. So in a hospital's life, 14 years is like, it's not even an adolescent till now. It's like a small infant which is trying to go into its teens. So now we are just entering our teens. And as a hospital, we are trying to achieve, or make a difference to the society. So this hospital is at heart a private charitable trust. So we work under the trust model. And we try to give back to society. So I am sure, in the first session or the first day's session, you all had a detailed session on what all are the laws, regulations applicable to a trust. So similar regulations are applicable to us as well. But this story today is going beyond what is compulsory. So, when I'm listening to all of you all, when it comes to CSR, the doubts in your mind is कि ये compulsory है तो ये करना है. तो वो ज़रूरी नहीं है. तो हमारा जो मैनेजमेंट है कोकिलाबेन अंबानी हॉस्पिटल का, उन्होंने ये चीज़ लाया कि कंपलसरी नहीं करना है हमें. कंपलसरी है वो तो होना ही चाहिए. इट इज़ मैंडेटेड. वी वांट टू डू बियॉन्ड कंपलसरी. सो वी कॉल इट वॉलेंट्री. सो इट वाज ऑलवेज अ फाइट बिटवीन कंपलसरी एंड वॉलेंट्री. तो जब भी कंपलसरी वर्ड आता है ना, तो पीपल जस्ट ट्राई टू फिनिश ऑफ द जॉब. दे डू नॉट गो बियॉन्ड द बाउंड्रीज. So that is where we have tried to reach, and I hope you all will be able to appreciate that. Can you change the slide for me? No. Yeah. Here. It's not changing. Just change. You just change when I speak, okay? Yeah, so that's the vision of our hospital, to be a global healthcare provider, and we want to provide best of the medical treatment to everyone. So if you look at the tagline below, which is every life matter, हर जिंदगी हमारे लिए ज़रूरी है. So this hospital was built with a mission that each and every person deserves good health. आज हम बात करते हैं कि health क्या है, तो health सबका fundamental right है. Each and every one of us has a right to be healthy. And it is the duty of every organization which is into healthcare service to try and help as many people as possible. So in a sustainable manner, with a long-term vision, we started this program. And this program is itself titled on our tagline, which is called Every Life Matters. So हर जिंदगी हमारे लिए ज़रूरी है. Can you change? So just to give you a snapshot about the hospital so that you understand the complexity with a hospital works. Hospital थोड़ा अलग होता है. You will always find कि hospital में कुछ ना कुछ infrastructure, जैसे आपका कोल इंडिया है. Without infrastructure आप कोल इंडिया में mining नहीं कर सकते हो. आपको कुछ मशीनरी, कुछ टाइप का बिल्डिंग, कुछ टाइप के इंजीनियरिंग प्रावधान, ये सब आपके लिए ज़रूरी है. सो फॉर अ हॉस्पिटल ऑल्सो दीज थिंग्स आर वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो वी आर अ 750 bedded hospital established in the year 2009. As I told you, we are very very young. And we are 1 million square feet of a building in Mumbai. So Mumbai में सब चीज़ square feet में मापी जाती है. So property out there is very very costly. So 1 million under one roof is like a huge investment in Mumbai with land. At the same time, we have positioned ourselves as a quaternary care hospital. तो ये आपको समझना ज़रूरी है कि अलग अलग टाइप की केयर होती है, प्राइमरी, सेकेंडरी, टर्शरी, चौथी होती है अभी जो लेटेस्ट आई है क्वार्टरनरी केयर. सो प्राइमरी हम सबको समझता है कि इट्स अ प्रिवेंटिव एंड प्रमोटिव हेल्थ केयर, कि लोग बीमारी ना पड़े या कम से कम बीमार पड़े, उसके लिए जो हम काम करते हैं वो प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर है. दैट इज अ प्राइमरी लेवल. Secondary level is when you give basic facility to people like general medicine, general surgery, कुछ चुने हुए डायग्नोस्टिक, थोड़ी बहुत मेडिसिन दे दी उनको, that is secondary. Tertiary is super speciality which we all understand today, जैसे बाईपास सर्जरी करना, घुटनों की सर्जरी करना, TKR, टोटल नी रिप्लेसमेंट, स्पाइन सर्जरी, जिसमें स्पेशलिटी वर्ड आता है which becomes tertiary. अभी जो एक नया फैड है और नया नाम आया है, इसका नाम है क्वार्टरनरी केयर. क्वार्टरनरी केयर मीन्स दैट आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग ऑफ प्रिवेंशन, नॉट ऑफ जस्ट क्योर और नॉट सुपर स्पेशलिटी, आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ रीजनरेशन. अभी हम नए ऑर्गन बना रहे हैं, हम बहुत सारे लोगों को ट्रांसप्लांट से ठीक कर रहे हैं, एक आदमी का ऑर्गन दूसरे में लगा रहे हैं. सो दैट इज वेयर यू पोजिशन योर सेल्फ एज अ हॉस्पिटल इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी, देन यू आर कॉल्ड अ क्वार्टरनरी केयर. At the same time, we are modeled on a full time system. ये थोड़ा यूनिक है हॉस्पिटल इंडस्ट्री में कि जो डॉक्टर्स होते हैं वो फुल टाइम काम नहीं करते हैं, वो 4 अस्पतालों में घूमते हैं और हर एक जन से अपनी फीस लेते हैं. So we didn't want to do that when we started. So our management decided that we will employ everyone. उससे फ़ायदा क्या होता है, हर एक डॉक्टर हर टाइम एक ही जगह पे अवेलेबल होगा. और मुंबई जैसी जगह में ये बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. आई वॉज टॉकिंग टू my colleagues from Deloitte, so they know, Mumbai is a linear city. तो मेरा घर सिर्फ 4 किलोमीटर दूर है अस्पताल से, बट मुझे 45 मिनट्स लगता है ट्रैफिक में जाने को. तो अगर समझो एक डॉक्टर 4-5 हॉस्पिटल में घूम रहा है तो पेशेंट को देखने कब जाएगा. इसके लिए फुल टाइम सिस्टम होना मुंबई में तो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी था. शायद जैसे एम्स में है या आप कोई अस्पताल में जाते होंगे, वहाँ पे भी जनरली सब सैलरीड डॉक्टर, तो हमारे यहाँ पे भी सारे डॉक्टर 150 सुपर स्पेशलिस्ट सबके सब हमारे एम्प्लॉयज़ है. नॉट इवन अ सिंगल डॉक्टर इज वर्किंग एज अ कंसल्टेंट. सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू ऑल टू अंडरस्टैंड. और इस तरह से हमारे कुल मिला के 3000 स्टाफ, डॉक्टर, नर्सेज, टेक्नीशियन, पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ, सब पेशेंट को सुविधा दे रहे हैं, विच इज़ फॉर ऑल टाइप्स ऑफ पेशेंट इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ देयर कैपेसिटी टू पे and their capacity not to pay. So both these type of populations we are catering to. Can you change? So ये जो हमारा हॉस्पिटल का मॉडल है, हॉस्पिटल भी आजकल मॉडल्ड हो गई है. जैसे आपका बिजनेस मॉडल होगा वैसे हमारा हॉस्पिटल का मॉडल है कि हम क्या करते हैं, हर एक आदमी अस्पताल क्यों आता है, आप हॉस्पिटल क्यों जाते हो, ठीक होने के लिए, यस और नो. सो उसका मतलब आप क्या चाहते हो, अच्छा आउटकम चाहते हो हॉस्पिटल से. यू आर कमिंग टू अ हॉस्पिटल फॉर अ पॉजिटिव आउटकम. कोई ऐसा बोलेगा जा तू हॉस्पिटल में, इसके बाद तू वापस ही मत आना, ऐसा कोई बोल के भेजता है? डज एनीबडी सेंड एनीवन लाइक दैट? सो एवरीबडी वांट्स देयर पेशेंट्स टू कम बैक होम. सो दैट इज वेयर वी हैव डन थिंग, वी हैव ट्राइड टू क्रिएट केयर पाथवे कि हर एक टाइप का जो मरीज आएगा उसको डे 1 पे क्या होगा, डे 2 पे क्या होगा, डे 3 पे क्या होगा. इससे क्या हो गया कि हेल्थ केयर थोड़ा स्टैंडर्डाइज हो जाएगा. वरना एक डॉक्टर के पास जाओगे वो कुछ और दवाई देगा वही चीज़ के लिए, दूसरा दूसरी देगा. सो वी हैव रिटन डाउन पाथवेज विच आर बेस्ड ऑन साइंटिफिक लिटरेचर. तो उसकी वजह से जो आउटकम भी है वो स्टैंडर्डाइज हो रहा है करके. सो दैट इज वन अटेम्प्ट विच वी हैव मेड. सेकेंड इज वी हैव गॉट लॉट ऑफ क्लिनिकल गवर्नेंस. क्लिनिकल मतलब मेडिकल हम गवर्नेंस रखते हैं हमारे डॉक्टर पे. जैसे मेरा जॉब है, इन्होंने इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि आई एम लुकिंग आफ्टर द ऑपरेशंस ऑफ द हॉस्पिटल. तो मेरा जॉब क्या है उधर, मुझे देखना है कि अगर फलाने डॉक्टर ने सर्जरी किया तो कोई एक्सपायर हो गया तो क्यों हो गया, कुछ गलती तो नहीं था, कुछ प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं हो गया था, कुछ और इश्यूज तो नहीं आए थे, कॉम्प्लिकेशंस क्यों आए, सर्जरी किया तो वो साइट पे इन्फेक्शन हो गया क्या. सो दीज आर द टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स विच वी कीप अ ट्रैक ऑन. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स नाउ वी आर ऑल्सो यूजिंग लॉट ऑफ डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी. तो मेरे ऑफिस में आओगे तो एक बड़ा डैशबोर्ड है, मुझे उसमें सब दिखता रहता है. अच्छा अभी ये सर्जरी हो रहा है, ये सर्जरी से बाहर आ गया, इसका लेंथ ऑफ स्टे ज़्यादा हो गया है. सो दैट इज़ हाउ वी आर ऑल्सो इन मेडिकल फील्ड यूजिंग लॉट ऑफ technology now to track things. So change it, please. So ये तो list of technology है. I just have put it so that to give, but I have a small 4-minute video to show you all, so that you are actually inside my hospital and you can visualize that what I am talking. So this is a list of technology. Then we see close to 1,000 patients every day in our hospital, and we have like 110 to 120 admissions in one day with a length of stay. ये जो ALOS है is length of stay, कि कितना दिन एक patient हमारे यहाँ रहेगा. तो roughly 5 days is one patient is staying with us. So on an average 5 into 110 means our hospital's occupancy is around 150 out of 750 beds. कोई भी दिन आओ तो 550 बेड आपको भरे हुए मिलेंगे वहाँ पे. And we do close to 50 surgeries every day. 50 surgeries मतलब मेरे पास 22 ऑपरेशन थिएटर है. वहाँ पे सर्जरी one after the other is happening day, and that too in the specialized OT. We do around 18 cath lab procedure, 30 chemotherapies, and around 105 radiation therapy, which is a cancer treatment. जो लेजर से हम कैंसर सेल्स को जलाते हैं उसको रेडिएशन कहते हैं. So now I'll show you the proof of the pudding, which is through a small video. Our friend will help us. Please play. Can you? Just click on it. It's not. Yeah, play. So that's our hospital. So there's a very important line, you know.
Indians deserve the very best healthcare the world has to offer, and we have made it our mission to deliver it. Driven by purpose, not profit, we are determined to bridge the gaps in the healthcare fabric and extend the
So this is a robotic physiotherapy, what you are seeing.
After all, no man is an island. It is our communities that nourish us and empower us. And this is the genesis of our institution. Going forward, we will strive to reach more people, touch and save more lives.
Volume.
This is our commitment, and we dedicate ourselves to fulfilling it.
Built on the 4 pillars: talent, technology, infrastructure, and care pathways, Kokilaben Hospital comprises of 10 lakh square feet of space and spread over 19 floors, built in conformity with the best of global standards. Talent. No effort has been spared to scout and bring on board the best medical professionals in various clinical specialties.
So from all around the world, we have hired doctors.
We are the only hospital in Mumbai to function with a full-time doctor system, which ensures doctors' availability around the clock. This system is in line with global best practice and is patient-centric. The system ensures transparency, accountability in the treatment, and the doctor has no compulsion or incentive for unnecessary procedures. And this helps in giving dedicated time to each patient. Patient rooms. Patient rooms at Kokilaben Hospital have been designed to ensure complete patient comfort and privacy, and include wards with 5 beds in each room.
So this is the type of bed we give to even subsidized or free patients. So there is no discrimination.
Single rooms that are spacious with all possible amenities. Deluxe suites with all amenities designed to cater to the comfort of the patients and the accompanying relatives. Kokilaben Hospital houses 15 centers of excellence, 26 specialty departments, 20 super specialty clinics, and
So there's a cancer center, what you are seeing.
we are the only hospital in Mumbai with all 4 accreditations: JCI, CAP, NABH, and NABL, that are testimony to our drive aspects of patient care. Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital offers patient care, medical expertise, and infrastructure at par with international standards, which is why we have patients coming for treatment from various parts of the world. The hospital has an NABH-accredited institutional ethics committee to approve and oversee all clinical trials and research projects in the hospital. The hospital more than research project, including 30
Hi.
trials in years.
कुछ हो रहा है?
Giving back to society. We have set aside and will continue to set aside a corpus of funds every year for treating the lesser privileged sections of the society free of cost. For at its core, we remain a non-profit organization. At Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, indeed, every life matters.
Yeah. So this will just give you your sum up, the introduction to our hospital so that you have a visualization of whatever I am talking. Go to next slide. Next, please. So what happened was, our chairperson, Mrs. Ambani, was talking to you. She said that, I want to give back to society. I don't want to take a single penny home from this hospital. So that was her vision. And with that, she gave us certain guiding principles. So one of the most important guiding principles that she gave us was that I want to do something which will make change in the society in terms of health. So she told us that you make difference in the health and the well-being of the patients coming to our hospital, irrespective of their paying capacity. That was the number one guiding force. Second, she said that improve the access to healthcare. अभी हमारा बिल्डिंग आपने देखा, तो कोई गरीब आदमी आएगा तो क्या बोलेगा, मुझे तो यहाँ जा सकता हूँ कि नहीं जा सकता हूँ. आपने देखा ना हमारा बिल्डिंग, तो आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, ऑन फेस वैल्यू नहीं आएगा, उनको डर लगेगा शायद. सो बोला यू ट्राई टू इम्प्रूव एक्सेस to care. Let them come to the hospital and feel a part of it. So we started going to community. So which is I am going to talk about. That is improving the accessibility to care, which is the number one problem. The resistance to CSR or resistance from the patient side is accessibility. उनको कभी कभी झिझक होता है मन में कि मैं जाऊँ कि नहीं जाऊँ ऐसे अस्पताल में. Second is that we wanted to give it back to community. So they said that, you first find out what is the need of this community. उनको क्या ज़रूरत है, उनको वो दो. अभी कल मैं लगा दूंगा उधर, चलो सबका नी रिप्लेसमेंट फ्री करूंगा, तो गरीब आदमी बोलेगा मैं लंगड़ के चल सकता हूँ पर मेरे हार्ट में होले तो नहीं चलेगा. कौन सा ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है? So you have to find out what the community needs and give them back what they want. So that was the fourth thing which she told us. And the last thing that she said that जो भी करो वो लंबा चलना चाहिए, सस्टेनेबल होना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं कि हमने एक साल कर दिया फिर छोड़ दिया, नेक्स्ट साल भी वो कंटिन्यू रहना चाहिए. तो यू फाइंड आउट 4-5 such programs which we will do till perpetuity, till the time we last we want to do it. That is what is our commitment in every life matters. So हम लोग ने क्या किया, हम स्टडी करने लगे. I was like the junior most at that point of time, 2009 when things started working there. तो हम लोग ने स्टडी किया कि हेल्थ केयर मॉडल क्या है. तो आई टोल्ड यू उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लगता है, स्किल्ड मैन पावर लगेगा, टेक्नोलॉजी लगेगा, और उसको सबका प्रोसेस से जोड़ दो तो आउटकम जिसके लिए पेशेंट आ रहा है उसको ठीक होके घर पे जाना है. सो दिस इज व्हाट अ टिपिकल पेशेंट कम्स फॉर. बट एक गरीब पेशेंट का किधर प्रॉब्लम था, तो वो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में, गो टू नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सो समथिंग वाज मिसिंग एंड व्हाट वाज दैट, गो टू नेक्स्ट. सो दो चीज थी. गरीब पेशेंट को अगर हमें परमानेंट सुविधा जो प्रिंसिपल्स हमारे चेयरपर्सन ने ले डाउन किए वैसे चालू रखना है, तो एक तो एक्सेस, वी हैव टू इम्प्रूव एक्सेस टू अवर हॉस्पिटल, एंड सेकेंड टू एंश्योर फंडिंग फॉर द programs that we envisage. So these were the two important things that we found. And third, which at that point of time I had not found, but which I think out of wisdom that we did later on, was to measure the outcomes of the program. ऐसा नहीं कि गरीब आदमी आ रहा है ना तो मैं उस पर एक्सपेरिमेंट करूँ, इसके ऊपर कोई सिखाऊ डॉक्टर काम करेगा और फिर वो ठीक होके नहीं चला जाएगा. तो we didn't want that part. So we started measuring quality, which was the third thing that we started adding to this model. So now our model have three important components, which is funding, that is money, we have to source money. Second is accessibility, लोगों को लाना है. और तीसरा चीज था कि क्वालिटी पे ध्यान देना है. ऐसा नहीं कि गरीब आदमी है, बिकॉज एवरी लाइफ मैटर्स, हर एक की जिंदगी इंपॉर्टेंट है. गो टू नेक्स्ट. So we came up with 4 programs. The first, which is very close to my heart and which is what I have been able to start over there, it's called Touching Little Heart. In fact, the name also I have conceptualized. That is small kids who are having congenital heart defects. मतलब जो बच्चा पैदा हुआ है वो हार्ट डिफेक्ट के साथ पैदा हुआ है. इमेजिन द प्लाइट ऑफ दैट मदर एंड फादर. उसके पास पैसा नहीं है, क्या करेगा वो बच्चे को. So we were seeing that, kids were left to die. Blue babies were dying. They are called blue babies because their oxygen is not able to reach to all parts of the body. So we started this program called Touching Little Hearts. Second was related to thalassemia. Thalassemia भी एक ऐसी कंडीशन है जिसमें लो हीमोग्लोबिन होता है. लोगों को हीमोग्लोबिन कंटेंट कम हो जाता है, तो सांस लेने में दिक्कत या फिर उनको थ्राइव मतलब कि ग्रोथ में दिक्कत हो जाती है. तो इस टाइप के प्रॉब्लम होते थे. एंड दे हैड टू टेक लाइफ लॉन्ग ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन. इमेजिन हर तीसरे दिन आप जाके ब्लड ले रहे हो और उसके अनगिनत साइड इफेक्ट्स है. सो एक छोटा बच्चा जो 5 साल की उम्र से खेलने की बजाय हाथ में कैन्यूला लेके घूम रहा है और उसको ब्लड चढ़ाना पड़ रहा है. सो दैट इज सच अ बैड प्लाइट. सो दैट वाज द सेकेंड प्रोग्राम वी आइडेंटिफाइड. सो वी नेम्ड इट प्रोग्राम फ्रीडम. We want the child to have freedom from blood transfusion. We don't want him to be bound by all the blood tubes and every second, third day go for transfusion. The third program that we tried to conceptualize was program सुनो. जो आप लोग अभी सुन रहे हो मुझे या आधे सो गए हैं. So program सुनो. Suno means there are so many kids or people who are born with hearing defects. उनको कुछ सुना ही नहीं देता है. वो बच्चा 2 साल का होता है, इशारों में बातें करता है या इशारों में चीज़ें लेने की कोशिश करता है, या फिर उसका सोशल डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो पाता है बिकॉज वो किसी की बात सुनता नहीं, तो सीखेगा कैसा. और उसकी बोलचाल और वी कॉल इट स्पीच गेट्स डिलेड. सो दिस टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स वर हैपनिंग. सो वी कुड आइडेंटिफाई दिस टाइप ऑफ किड्स एंड ट्राई टू हेल्प देम. एंड द फोर्थ थिंग that we looked at was the global pandemic, or rather it's a endemic in India, I would say. इंडिया में सबसे ज़्यादा जड़ें यही डिसीज़ की फैली हुई है जिसको बोलते हैं कैंसर, और उससे हम सबको डर लगता है. और अगर किसी को खुदा ना खास्ता अगर कैंसर हो गया तो कितना भी अमीर इंसान हो, आफ्टर सम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम उसकी अफोर्डेबिलिटी अफेक्ट हो जाती है. तो हमने उसका नाम रखा है कंटेन, कॉम्बैट, कॉन्कर कैंसर. इसलिए हमने उसका नाम रखा है 4C प्रोजेक्ट. तो हम लोग चाहते हैं कि कैंसर को कंटेन ही कर दिया जाए, जल्दी से जल्दी पकड़ा जाए, ताकि लोगों को ज़्यादा तकलीफ ना झेलनी पड़े. कॉन्कर करना, अगर लेट स्टेज में पकड़ा तो कॉन्कर करना पड़ता है, और एकदम लास्ट स्टेज में आ गया तो हम सिर्फ उसको पैलिएट कर सकते हैं, मतलब उसकी तकलीफें कम कर सकते हैं. So this is the projects, the 4 projects which we have conceptualized under the project called Every Life Matters. Please change. So ये इनकी लाइफ है. So सबसे पुराना प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो है टचिंग लिटिल हार्ट, जो 14 साल से चल रहा है. उसके बाद हमारा 4C प्रोजेक्ट आया, जो हमारा सेकेंड बेबी है. थर्ड बेबी हमारा है फ्रीडम फ्रॉम थैलेसेमिया, वो नया नया है, अभी कुछ सालों से चल रहा है. एंड देन प्रोजेक्ट सुनो, वो हमारा लेटेस्ट बॉर्न इन्फेंट है. सो दीज आर अवर 4 प्रोजेक्ट्स विच वी आर वर्किंग ऑन. सो यहाँ पे सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट था, मुझे एक्सेसिबिलिटी इंप्रूव करना था, तो हमको कम्युनिटी कनेक्ट, कम्युनिटी आउटरीच सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी था. सो वी स्टार्टेड कनेक्टिंग विद कम्युनिटी. हम कम्युनिटी लीडर से मिलते हैं, NGO से मिलते हैं, जो आप लोग सबको पता है, मीन्स आई डोंट नीड टू गो इन डिटेल इनटू, जो आप CSR में ऑलरेडी कर रहे हो, वो एज अ हॉस्पिटल हम लोग कर रहे हैं. पर एज अ प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल जब मैं यहाँ की बातें सुन रहा था तो मुझे लगा हम लोग थोड़े लकी है, क्योंकि हमको एक ही जन का अप्रूवल लगता है, वो है हमारे चेयरपर्सन. आप लोगों को बहुत सारे लोग का अप्रूवल लगता है. सो इन दैट वे वी आर लकी. ओके, बट आप लोगों का एक एडवांटेज है कि लोग आपसे जुड़ना चाहते हैं, सामने से आते हैं, हमको खोजने जाना पड़ता है, ये हमारा डिसएडवांटेज है। ओके, सेकेंड इज स्क्रीनिंग एट अर्ली टाइम। तो ना लोग आते ही नहीं थे स्क्रीन करने। अभी किसी का बच्चा बॉर्न हो गया है, वो बराबर से ठीक से थ्राइव नहीं कर रहा है, बोलेगा यू नो डू यू लाइक टू गो टू अ ज्योतिषी, और ज्योतिषी बोलेगा तुमको कैंसर होने वाला है 2 साल में, वुड यू लाइक टू गो टू हिम? कोई आता ही नहीं था। तो धीरे धीरे वी बिल्ड कम्युनिटी अवेयरनेस कि जितना जल्दी आप डिटेक्ट करोगे उतना बेटर होएगा। देन वी वर फोकसिंग ऑन दैट्स वाई पेशेंट एजुकेशन। और तीसरा बड़ा एक्सेस प्रॉब्लम हमको था वो हमारी स्टाफ। अरे हमारा इतना बड़ा अंबानी हॉस्पिटल है, उसमें ये पेशेंट आएगा, हम इसको छुएंगे, हम इसको ट्रीट करेंगे। तो दैट वाज द बिगेस्ट बैरियर दैट वी वर हैविंग। तो हमारी मैडम खुद जाके उनसे बात करती थी, किससे, वो जो पेशेंट्स आते हैं उनसे। तो जब वो कर सकते तो हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? तो दैट इज द लीडिंग बाय एग्जाम्पल। तो धीरे 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 करके ये 14 साल में हमने वो कल्चर डेवलप किया है। नेक्स्ट वाज सस्टेनेबल फंडिंग, क्योंकि कितना भी बड़ा धनवान हो ना, वो फॉर एवर धनवान नहीं रह सकता अगर रोज चैरिटी करे तो। सो वी हैड टू फाइंड आउट एवेन्यूज एंड सोर्सेज विच विल मर्ज विथ आवर ओन सोर्सेज। हमारे सोर्सेज तो रहेंगे ही, पर दूसरे लोग भी हमसे जुड़ जाए तो हमारी ताकत ज़्यादा हो जाएगी। सो वी स्टार्टेड अडॉप्टिंग ईडियम दैट चैरिटी बिगन्स एट होम। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ कि पहले हम चैरिटी करेंगे, फिर दूसरों को प्रेरित करेंगे। तो ये हमारा कोशिश था। तीसरा चीज़ हमने क्या किया कि वी वांटेड टू पार्टनर विथ लाइक माइंडेड पीपल। ये जो चैरिटी हम करते हैं ना, इसमें बहुत पॉलिटिक्स है। बहुत सारे पॉलिटिशियन आते हैं, बहुत सारे मिनिस्टर आएंगे, ये मेरा बच्चा है, मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी का है, इसका ठीक कर दो। हम लोग बोलते हैं हम ये नहीं करेंगे, हम हमारे क्राइटेरिया से सबको चेक करेंगे। अगर हमको लगा तो हम करेंगे, वरना हमको तुम्हारे साथ पार्टनरशिप नहीं करनी है। तो दिस इज द एरोगेंस विथ विच वी डू पार्टनरशिप। तो वो हमारे अंडर है, बिकॉज हमारे पास हमारे मैडम है। बट दैट इज वेयर यू नो वी आर एबल टू बी सक्सेसफुल ऑल्सो, बिकॉज अनवांटेड थिंग्स वी हैव बीन एबल टू कीप आउटसाइड। The next thing that we wanted to do was bring about transparency. अगर आप किसी से पैसा लेते हो ना, तो उसको दिखाओ अपने accounts. You can come and check accounts. In fact, I'm going to project my accounts over here. Nobody would do that, but I'm going to show you what I have got from my charitable funders. So you be transparent. उसमें कुछ चोरी नहीं है, हमको जो मिला है हम दूसरों को देने वाले हैं. So if you keep that in heart, then nobody is going to come to question. No legal hurdles will also ever come to you. The next was that genuineness and timely recognition of people. कभी कभी क्या होता है कि we are not able to recognize people. बहुत सारे लोग हमसे जुड़ते हैं, फिर थोड़े टाइम बाद मैं उसका गण जो होता है, जो उनके कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस को भूल जाऊंगा। अरे तू तो अभी रूटीन हो गया है मेरे लिए, अभी तो तुम मेरे दरवाजे के बाहर ही खड़े रहो। तो इट विल नॉट वर्क। यू हैव टू मेंटेन रिलेशंस एंड शो जेन्यूनिटी। अगर आप जेन्यूनली काम करोगे ना, अभी मेरे पास कितने लोग आते हैं, जैसे एक एग्जांपल बोलता हूँ। अभी एक बंदे थे, उनका खुद का एंजियोग्राफी हो रहा था और उसके बाजू में एक छोटे बच्चे का एंजियोग्राफी हो रहा था। तो एंजियोग्राफी इज अ हार्ट के अंदर डाई डाल के दे ट्राई टू चेक कि व्हाट इज रॉन्ग इन योर हार्ट। तो छोटा बच्चा था, तो थोड़े टाइम बाद वो हमारे ऑफिस में आए, हमारे एक सोशल वर्कर है उससे मिले। बोले वो बच्चा था ना, वो मुझे देख के नहीं लगा उसके पेरेंट्स को कि वो अफोर्ड कर सकता है आपका हॉस्पिटल। तो उसने बोला सही है साहब, हम लोग उसको हेल्प कर रहे हैं। तो बोले कि मैं इसके लिए कुछ डोनेट करना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज मैं यहाँ ठीक हो गया तो मैं चाहता हूँ वो भी ठीक हो जाए। तो इस तरह की जब भावनाएं जुड़ने लगती है ना, तो सच्ची में चैरिटी होती है। सो दैट इज व्हाट वी हैव बीन ट्राइंग टू अचीव थ्रू दिस टचिंग लिटिल हार्ट्स प्रोग्राम एंड थ्रू अवर एवरी लाइफ मैटर्स प्रोग्राम। प्लीज चेंज। नेक्स्ट इज एड्रेसिंग कॉस्ट वर्सेस क्वालिटी। तो बहुत सारे लोग आए, बहुत सारे बुद्धिजीवी, ऑल द कंसल्टेंट्स, दे केम टू अस, और वो हमको सिखाने लगे कि आप ना कॉस्ट कटिंग कैसे कर सकते हो अस्पताल में। आपके जो नॉन पेइंग क्लास है ना, उसको आप है ना रीयूज चीज़ें यूज़ करो। आप उसको कुछ जेनेरिक दवाइयाँ देना शुरू कर दो, या तो आप है ना अपने डीएनबी स्टूडेंट से उसका सर्जरी करवा दो। तो हमारे मैडम ने पहले से लिख के दिया हमको कि हम कभी भी क्वालिटी कम नहीं करेंगे या डिस्क्रिमिनेट नहीं करेंगे उस चीज़ को। सो दैट वाज आवर वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग कमिटमेंट। तो ये जो कॉस्ट वर्सेस क्वालिटी का डिलेमा है ना, उसमें हमेशा क्वालिटी को जीतना चाहिए। सो दैट इज बीन आवर व्हाट यू कॉल एज वी आर स्ट्राइविंग फॉर दैट, एंड to a large extent, I will show you my quality data, which will tell you that how successful or not successful we have been. So, go to next. So, ये जो है ना हमारा quantum of work that we have done till now. So, till now, in the Touching Little Hearts, this is from 2009. We are transparent. I'm showing you all the data. 7,669 kids we have treated absolutely free of cost for hole in the heart or the heart procedures. For thalassemia, close to 120 patients we have treated since the year 2012. Now, if you look at it, we have always started small. तो ये हमारी strategy है कि हम वामन अवतार में आते हैं और विराट स्वरूप लेके जाते हैं. So that has been our style of working. So that is why I call it a journey from Vaman to Virat. So this is what we have been trying to achieve. Can you go next? Then it is not, mostly what happens because we are situated in Maharashtra, our outreach in Maharashtra is very high. So you will see, my first program, Touching Little Heart, 43% patients have come from Maharashtra till date. But remaining 57% are from almost many states of India. If you look at cancer, because it's a pandemic or it is a global problem, so we are getting almost all across India. I am getting even from Jharkhand patients coming to my hospital and getting free treatments over there for cancer surgeries, radiation and chemotherapy. Same is true with thalassemia and with Project Suno. So almost 21 states, I don't know how many states India has now, but 21 states we have been able to touch, or people from there have benefited through our programs. So these are the exact figures that 17 people or 17 states have benefited through Touching Little Hearts, 13 states of India through thalassemia, 10 through Project Suno. Suno is little limited because it's a newly started, and at the same time there are limitations to screen the child for hearing loss because we cannot go to every state. So there are some challenges which I'm going to talk to you about. And the 4Cs program, which is the cancer care program, there almost 19 states we have been able to touch. So it is fairly a pan-India program that we are trying to manage. But इसके साथ बहुत सारी चुनौतियां भी हमें झेलनी पड़ रही है अभी, जो मैं आपसे वो भी डिस्कस करूंगा. So जो हमारे कम्युनिटी आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स है, जिसमें हम करते हैं एक तो कंजेनाइटल हार्ट डिसीज स्क्रीनिंग, तो उसमें 2D एको की ज़रूरत पड़ती है. इसमें हमारा एक बड़ा चुनौती है गवर्नमेंट से, वो है कि PCPNDT एक्ट, जिसमें गर्भ के अंदर बच्चे का सेक्स डिटेक्शन हो सकता है, तो वो भी सोनोग्राफी प्रोब है जिससे आप 2D एको करते हो. तो हम जब दूसरे स्टेट में या दूसरी जगह जाते हैं तो उधर लाइसेंस लेना पड़ता है. उसके लिए 30 डेज का टाइम है, लीड टाइम, जस्ट फॉर टेकिंग अ लाइसेंस फॉर PCPNDT. That if they are able to ease off for us, then we can screen many more kids. So there is a problem over there. This is one small challenge. Another thing is doing HLA camps. HLA is where you do, I think you all also follow this same thing, that you do the swabbing from the mouth to test the DNA of the child suffering from thalassemia with the potential donor. Then we do a lot of school camps. So हमने एक RBS के योजना में भी पार्ट लिया है, राष्ट्रीय बाल स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम बोलते हैं उसको, जहाँ पे आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर और बालवाड़ी वर्कर, they go to the kids home and they test them. So we have trained them how to test for hearing loss and come back to us. Then we do a lot of patient education lectures. तो इसके बाद आपको थोड़े फोटोज देखना उसके. एंड वी डू लॉट ऑफ वॉलेंटियर ट्रेनिंग, क्योंकि ये सारा चीज़ मेरे 3000 स्टाफ नहीं कर सकते, उनको रूटीन पेशेंट भी देखने हैं. तो हमने वॉलेंटियर की टीम हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट तहसील में हम तैयार कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पे ये सब काम धीरे 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 स्प्रेड हो रहा है करके. कैन यू गो नेक्स्ट? देन वी हैव स्टार्टेड आवर ओन community outreach center. So this photograph, actually I was not getting the real photograph because we have not done full photography there. So we have now started 3 centers at Akola, Gondia and Sholapur, which is in Maharashtra. Gondia is a tribal belt. It's a Naxal area. There we have started for cancer treatment. So a typical cancer unit with chemotherapy and radiation, so that those patients need not come to my hospital. They don't have money to travel back to my hospital for various sessions, and staying in Bombay is very, very costly. So we are trying to go near their homes. So this is one initiative that we have started. Next. These are some of the camp photographs just for you all to, because it should not happen that I am just coming and bluffing on stage over here. Next. So these are the camps which we organize for various type of screening programs. Go next. Yeah. अब इसका पैसा कौन देता है? तो हमको पांडव्स देते हैं पैसा. तो कृष्णा मैं हूँ, कोकिलाबेन हॉस्पिटल, और हमारे पास 5 पांडव है जो हमारा पैसा लेके आते हैं. तो पहला पांडव है वो है एड फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट. थोड़ा थोड़ा गवर्नमेंट हमको पैसा देता है. नेक्स्ट आर अदर चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट जिससे हमारा संपर्क है. थर्ड पांडव इज एनजीओस. Fourth is corporates and PSUs. So like Coal India is now one of our Pandavs who is helping us for thalassemia. Then individual sponsors. ये जो सबसे छोटा पांडव है ना 5 नंबर का, they are most benevolent. बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं हमारे पास, बोलते हैं भाई मैं मेरा बर्थडे मनाता हूँ ना, मेरा 1.25 लाख रुपया खर्चा हो जाता है. इस बार मैं बर्थडे नहीं मना रहा हूँ, आई एम गोइंग टू डोनेट इट टू योर हॉस्पिटल. So that way we have collected so much of money through these initiatives. But this has happened over a period of time by building in credibility of this program. Next. So this is my fund. So if you look at it, we have collected, till date 325 crore rupees in 14 years time, and we have given it back to the society. उसमें से roughly 40%, which is 133 crores, has come from our hospitals surplus getting plowed back into the hospital for treatment. And if you look at all the other 5 Pandavas are contributing roughly between 10 to 12%. So that is how all of us together are winning against the Kauravas, which is the diseases. So this is what is our Pandav story which we tell. So is this good enough, or do we need to do something more? So पैसा तो आ गया, एक्सेसिबिलिटी को भी हमने थोड़ा बहुत इम्प्रूव किया है, तो आगे क्या करेंगे? तो पेशेंट का हम ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं. अब मैं खुद जाके हर एक पेशेंट को तो नहीं देख सकता हूँ. सो हमको उनको मॉनिटर करना है, जो उसकी ट्रीटमेंट कर रहा है उसके ऊपर ध्यान रखना है. सो फॉर दैट वी हैव डेवलप्ड क्वालिटी इंडिकेटर्स फॉर ऑल दी 4 programs that we are running. So this is what we check, केस की कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी. कई बार क्या होता है, फ्री का बच्चा करना है या फ्री ट्रीटमेंट करना है ना, सबसे लीस्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स काम करो और बहुत सारा करो, तो इट विल शो टू सोसाइटी कि मैं बहुत काम कर रहा हूँ. बट वी कीप एन आई ऑन दैट कॉम्प्लेक्स केसेस कितने किए तुमने, सिंपली केस तुम क्यों कर रहे हो. सो दैट इज अवर फर्स्ट कैचिंग द पर्सन. नेक्स्ट इज वेंटिलेशन. बहुत सारी सर्जरी क्रिटिकल होती है, तो अगर आप अच्छा काम नहीं करते हो ना, तो पेशेंट को लंबे समय तक वेंटिलेटर पे रखना पड़ता है, छोटे बच्चे को वेंटिलेटर पे रखना पड़ता है. इफ यू डू दैट, मल्टीपल कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हैपन, योर कॉस्ट ऑल्सो गोज अप. सो यू नीड टू सी दैट प्रॉपर प्रैक्टिसेस आर फॉलोड, सो लीस्ट वेंटिलेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड. अनदर इज आईसीयू स्टे. कितने दिन आईसीयू में रहेगा वो हमने हमारे केयर पाथवे में डिफाइन किया है. ये इतने ही दिन रहेगा, उससे ज़्यादा रहेगा तो हमको पूछना पड़ता है कि सर हमसे ऐसा प्रॉब्लम हो गया, इसको रखना पड़ेगा. So they know that somebody is watching on them. Next is infection. बहुत तरह, हॉस्पिटल इज द मोस्ट इन्फेक्टिव प्लेस. सबसे खराब, कोविड से भी खराब इन्फेक्शन हॉस्पिटल्स में होते हैं. सो यू हैव टू कीप एन आई ऑन द हैंड वॉशिंग प्रैक्टिसेस, ऑन द पेंटिंग ऑफ द स्किन व्हेन यू डू सर्जरी, और कटिंग ऑफ द इंस्ट्रूमेंट का स्टेरिलाइजेशन ठीक से हो रहा है कि नहीं. सो ऑल दैट यू हैव टू कीप अ वॉच ऑन. देन मॉर्टालिटी एंड मॉर्बिडिटी, ये तो बहुत सारे लोग मॉनिटर करते होंगे. देन ब्लड यूजेज, बहुत बार ना अननेसेसरी ब्लड चढ़ाते रहते हैं लोगों को. सो यू हैव टू कीप एन आई ऑन ऑल दिस, बिकॉज ब्लड इज अ वेरी प्रेशियस थिंग. नाउअडेज यू डोंट गेट ब्लड, और कोविड में तो कोई डोनर ही नहीं आता है हमारे पास, बिकॉज नोबडी वांट्स टू गो टू हॉस्पिटल. नेक्स्ट. सो वी आर डूइंग अ स्टडी, और रादर ये कैसे, उसके पहले का स्लाइड है. So what we have done, we have done a small study where we have for pediatric heart patients around 685 cases we have enrolled in a external benchmarking study. तो बॉस्टन चिल्ड्रंस हॉस्पिटल है यूएसए में और फिलेडेल्फिया हॉस्पिटल है, ये लोग एक स्टडी करते हैं, उसमें हमारा डेटा लेके जाते हैं. इंडिया में एक चीज़ है, अगर जब तक कंपल्शन नहीं होगा ना, कोई डेटा शेयर ही नहीं करता है. आज मुझे हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल या फलाना हॉस्पिटल या मेदांता या एम्स का डेटा चाहिए तो कोई मुझसे शेयर नहीं करेगा. बट मेरा डेटा अगर मैं कोई इंटरनेशनल स्टडी या इंटरनेशनल जगह पे भेजूंगा तो वहाँ पे उसका कंपैरिजन होगा और एटलीस्ट मुझे पता चलेगा वेयर डू आई स्टैंड. अदरवाइज मैं सोचूंगा मैं तो नंबर ही 1 हूँ, बट दैट इज नॉट राइट. आई नीड टू बी बेंचमार्क. सो दैट्स व्हाई वी हैव एंटर्ड इनटू नंबर ऑफ स्टडीज. सो नेक्स्ट. So in brief, I'll tell you, like say, what we have done is, you look at the complexity of the case, which I told you. So 13 to 31, so roughly around 46% of our cases are in a extremely small children who are only 6 months old. So that tells us that, okay, we are on the right path. We are not fooling ourselves by doing only simple surgeries. Go next. Similarly, we have checked, in terms of weight. So if you look at the weight, less than 5 kg weight, we are close to 40% of our work we are doing in less than 5 kg का बच्चों का हम हार्ट सर्जरी करते हैं जिसका हार्ट सिर्फ स्ट्रॉबेरी के साइज का होता है. नेक्स्ट. Then we check, yeah, this is the same slide, go next. Then what we have done is, this is a classification of the complexity. So number 1 is least complex and number 6 is most complex. Go to next slide. So if you look over here, out of those cases, 388, which is 55% of the cases which we have done, are falling into the simple ones, and almost 45% are very very highly complex surgeries. जो कोई कहीं पे भी नहीं होता है वो हमारे यहाँ होता है वो सर्जरी उसका. Next. Then this is the ventilation data that I was telling you. You see the trend, gradually we are trying to reduce the number of people on ventilations or re-intubations. Next. Next. This is where we are trying to monitor the data of the stay in the ICU. So we want, sometimes the stay goes up, sometimes it comes down. So we try to do intervention to keep that under control. Next. Then infection data. We are monitoring infections of various types. VAP is ventilator associated infection or pneumonia. BSI is bloodstream infection. SSI is surgical site infection. तो ये हम मॉनिटर करते हैं, तो we will know that okay, the kids are safe. Next. So this is an international study where we stand. So this is the cutoff, which is 1. We are way below the cutoff. So that tells me that we are doing a good job. Next. This is where, we are trying to check on to things like, mortality. So you see the mortality at our place is almost 2.6%, which means that 97% of the kids are getting better, and which is a very, very acceptable mortality. So this is a mortality study. So you see from 11 to 22. So in 11 we were maturing. Once the organization has matured, our mortality is more or less stabilized. Next. This is the data which tells me about, Kokilaben Hospital versus other sites in the world. So where does my hospital stand vis-a-vis the world? So this is the data on in-house hospital mortality. We also give a call and track the mortality of the patients after 30 days. So that is also where we are faring not bad. Then this is the data we track for thalassemia people. So 100 days survival, 1 year survival, 5 years survival, then BMT related mortality, failure to engraft. उसका marrow तो transfer कर दिया, but अगर वो engraft ही नहीं हुआ तो what will happen? And we also check their length of stay, and if we have transfused to them a blood which is of low quality, then reactions will come in that patient. So all those things we are monitoring. Next. Similarly, we are doing quality monitoring for Project Suno and cancer. Suno being a young project, some of the quality indicators are still being developed. So we have a lot of challenges ahead. यहाँ तक तो you must be feeling it's very rosy, but it is not. So I'll tell you the thorns. Next. So first challenge that I have, there are multiple challenges, but the major challenge which I am seeing and which we are trying to solve is transport of babies. समझो कि एक बच्चा है जो ब्लू बेबी है, नीड्स टू बी ट्रांसपोर्टेड टू अ सेंटर फ्रॉम 100 किलोमीटर्स अवे, तो अब कैसे लेके आ रहे हैं माँ बाप? ट्रेन में, बस में, या फिर कभी कभी वो लोग किसी जीप को हायर करके ला रहे हैं, and without anybody monitoring it. By the time he lands at our hospital, the kid is almost half dead. So we are trying to work with like sir was telling that IIT is a very credible institute. So we have done a tie-up with IIT Chennai, and they have developed a small prototype for us, which is a NTU, Neonatal Transport Unit, which we can fit into any car, and generally into any eco car of Maruti. You must have seen eco car, small car. So in the cigarette lighter of that car section, you can charge this NTU and you can safely transport the babies to us. So this is one challenge we are trying to work, we are still not successful. Next is when it comes to blood donation for thalassemia. कोई blood donate करने आगे ही नहीं आ रहा है, and demand for blood is increasing. So this is one problem where we need to sensitize community. Another thing is we are telling कि हाउ मेनी टाइम्स विल ट्रीट थैलेसेमिया, उसको तो प्रिवेंट करना चाहिए, हमको बोन मैरो ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं करना है लोगों का, हमको कुंडली मिलाने के बदले रक्त कुंडली मिलानी चाहिए ऑफ द बॉय एंड द गर्ल. इट्स अ सिंपल CBC टेस्ट से पता चल जाएगा कि ये दोनों को शादी करनी चाहिए या नहीं, पर कोई कर ही नहीं रहा है उसको. एंड वी हैव बीन टेलिंग गवर्नमेंट मेक इट अ लॉ, इसके बिना मैरिज रजिस्ट्रेशन सर्टिफिकेट ही मत दो किसी को, बट इट इज नॉट वर्किंग. देन व्हाट वी वांट टू डू इज like Maharashtra state and other state, they have now made it mandatory. If you detect a child with thalassemia during prenatal testing, you can abort that child if it is within 120 days. ऐसा law है. But how to deal with that dilemma, how to tell that mother that you may need to abort this child is a very big problem, and I don't have the answer for it. So don't ask me question on that. Next. These are the challenges of cancer. Cancer में भी क्या है? You will see diagnosis, treatment and post treatment. 3 फेज में ट्रीटमेंट लगती है पेशेंट को. So इसके अंदर फंडिंग इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम. हर एक कितना भी धनवान इंसान हो उसको पैसा चाहिए फॉर ट्रीटिंग कैंसर. इसको राज रोग बोलते हैं इसकी वजह से. सो वील हैव टू कीप अब्रेस्ट विद दिस कॉस्टिंग. सो हम लोग कॉन्स्टेंटली ट्राइंग टू एक्यूमुलेट फंड्स फॉर कैंसर. सेकेंड प्रॉब्लम इज मेडिकेशन कॉस्ट. आज आप एक हर्सेप्टिन का इंजेक्शन लाओ, मेरी एक सिस्टर है, हर्सेप्टिन इज अ कीमोथेरेपी ड्रग, वो कांच की बॉटल में आती है, वो बेचारी बना रही थी और वो नीचे गिर गया, एंड शी केम क्राइंग टू अस, व्हाट इज द कॉस्ट ऑफ द ड्रग? 1,10,000 रुपीज. इतनी सी बॉटल है विच इज अ कीमोथेरेपी ड्रग. नाउ गवर्नमेंट इज पुटिंग कैपिंग ऑन सो मेनी ड्रग्स, बट दे आर नॉट एबल टू कैप दीज ड्रग्स बिकॉज ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट पेटेंटिंग इश्यूज or the research molecule issues, but we have I also have no answer to it. Then genomic testing, we are able to do genomic testing. I can today, there are technologies at our hospital, we can test people and tell them that you are going to develop cancer of this particular organ, but कोई कराने नहीं आता. किसको जानना है bad news? Nobody comes. Then post care rehabilitation. So when it comes to रिहैबिलिटेशन, हमें वो आदमी को प्रोडक्टिव बना के वापस सोसाइटी में भेजना है. जिसको कैंसर हो गया है, ठीक हो गया, उसका मुंह ठीक नहीं है, हाथ में से कुछ निकाला है, पेट में से कुछ निकाला है, बट वी हैव टू गिव देम सम वर्क, दे हैव टू बिकम प्रोडक्टिव. तो उस फील्ड में भी देर आर वेरी लेस पीपल वर्किंग. मे बी यू ऑल कैन ऑल्सो लुक एट वर्किंग इन दोज फील्ड एज वेल. नेक्स्ट, दिस इज द चैलेंज ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट सुनो. हमने शुरू किया प्रोजेक्ट सुनो विथ RBSK. आई थिंक 1 अप्रैल से मेरे पास एक भी बच्चा नहीं आया फ्रॉम RBSK, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र ने बोला हम सिर्फ 2 साल के बच्चे तक को ही कॉक्लियर इम्प्लांट लगाएंगे, क्योंकि उनका जो प्रैग्मेटिक डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो रहा है. प्रैग्मेटिक डेवलपमेंट मतलब वो सुनने लगेगा, उसके बाद वो बात करने लगेगा. तो पहले वो लोग 12 साल तक के बच्चे को अलाउ करते थे, अभी गवर्नमेंट ने उसको 2 साल ही कर दिया है. और मेरे पास एक पेपर है विच आई हैव पुट ओवर हियर एज that what is a cochlear implant and what does the control group say. So अगर आप 6 से 11 साल के बीच में करोगे ना, तो धीरे धीरे उसका सोमेटिक डेवलपमेंट होता जाता है. बट unfortunately or fortunately, due to political reasons, lot of funding has stopped in cochlear implants. So I don't know my youngest baby cochlear implant will do well or not. So we don't know today. The future is uncertain. So we have all accreditations, everything, just for your knowledge. Go ahead. So few excellence awards also we have received through Government of Maharashtra. We have been constantly been ranked into number of newspapers and into various media forums. Yeah, that's it, I think. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Dhawan.
I hope I did justice to what topic was given to me.
Yeah. Dr. Dhawan, it was a very insightful session from you. I think the overall case study of Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, that has been very, very insightful for all of us. In your session, you have covered the overall journey in terms of energy, I mean the every life matters, why you have mentioned that, and what the overall philosophy, the overall genesis of every life matter. You have mentioned in 4 key initiatives, which has been around touching Little Hearts, Freedom, Project Suno, CS programs. So you have also highlighted the typical healthcare models, which is hovering around infra, manpower, technology, funding, and accessibility. You have highlighted the key to success, where you have very categorically mentioned cost versus quality. It will always be quality first, and you are very, all the examples and database which you have shown, we're substantiating that. You also mentioned one very interesting fact about Panch Pandavas, where you have shown that entire funding, how it's coming, and how you're kind of going into the model. So this has been an overall very interesting journey, and I'll open the floor for audience to ask the question. I do have one question to start with. See, typically, I'm just trying to relate the mining field with the kind of services, because the hospital which you have mentioned is a very renowned hospital, and it's in a metro city. Mining is basically, practiced in all remote locations. How do we take this kind of services or this kind of initiatives to those remote locations, virtually or physically? What could be the model which can be, adopted there?
So I was on the way, I was talking to Mukul, who had come to receive me. So he gave me a lot of overview of mines on the way, that how you all work and, what are the occupational health hazards of working in a mine. So first thing that comes to my mind is that you all have got a lot of issues with the lungs, mainly when it comes to, this dusting, or you'll have blasting and removing coal and all that. So there is a lot of issue which is related to dust. So there are 2 ways. One is that you need to do periodic checkup of the lung volume and capacities of the patients, which is through the periodic PFT. PFT is a simple balloon test, where you just blow and you are able to find out the level of the volume of your lungs. So that I am sure you all must be doing. Second is, what you can do is, in long run, what I see is these people, they develop something called as ILD, interstitial lung disease. So ILD is a thing which is irreversible. Means it generally, if it happens, it is autoimmune disease because of the constant irritation from the dust. So for that purpose, what you need to do is that you'll have to go into the preventive mode, where you try to give them some ballooning exercises. So there has to be sessions of, like in olden days, जब हम शंख बजाते थे, तो your chest expands, right? So same way, there are a lot of this, what you call as pyrometers, which are like small balls over there. If you give them that exercises, those who are working over there, that may help them. That's a very big occupational hazard, but it will almost get prevented because your lungs constantly keep on expanding. Third thing is that when it comes, the cancers also is very prevalent in the coal area or the coal field. So early diagnosis and catching the cancer early is the only way you can fight cancer. There is no other way. Otherwise, you're going to follow the long journey which I told you, and I'm sure you all are following it in your hospital. Sir was mentioning me that bills run up to lakhs, 10 lakhs, and you need to fund that. So if you can catch it early, you can nip it in the bud. And for that, you'll have to properly design a program, maybe with your health officers. And telemedicine is one more thing which you can use more often to counsel or to do the routine ailments of the people working there. You can look after that.
Thanks, Dr. Dhawan. Any questions from the audience?
Are you going to extend this facility to? I come from Singrauli. I think देश का जो जितना बिजली बनता होगा उसका लगता है 20% आसपास वहीं से बनता है उस पर्टिकुलर लोकेशन से विदिन 25 किलोमीटर्स और लगभग हम लोग देश का 16% कोयला भी वहीं से निकालते हैं विदिन 25 किलोमीटर्स. लेकिन अगर आपको हार्ट का प्रॉब्लम हुआ और रोड एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो आपको भगवान को इतना प्रार्थना पड़ेगा कि वो 5 घंटा आपको मारे नहीं बिकॉज द नियरेस्ट प्लेस इज वाराणसी अराउंड 220 किलोमीटर्स अनदर इज जबलपुर अनदर 250 किलोमीटर्स. सो नाउ यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड द ग्रेविटी. सपोज आप तो दूसरे की बात बोल रही हैं, मैं तो वहाँ पे एक ऑफिसर हूँ, सीनियर रैंक पे हूँ. स्टिल आई विल हैव टू प्रे टू गॉड कि हमको 5 hours ही शुड गिव माई लाइफ सो दैट आई कैन रीच टू वाराणसी. आर यू गोइंग टू एक्सटेंड सच टाइप ऑफ फैसिलिटी to our places if we somehow partnership in state or I come from Northern Coal Limited, if we do extend this facility to you, either for telemedicine or you are going to establish a hospital, suppose we are going to fund it out.
So I'll give you a live example what we are doing. So I told you about Akola, Gondia and Sholapur because that was in line with my Every Life Matters. But we are opening similar Kokilaben type hospitals in other cities. So the first one we have opened in Navi Mumbai, which is our neighboring city, you can say. The next one by this July we will be opening in Indore. After that the next one will come up in Raipur. And no, so I'll tell you what. And what we are doing over there is that we are going to have over there mobile trauma units. So what you all require is not a hospital. What people require is mobile trauma units. It is a full-fledged van which comes to your location, stabilizes the patient and then takes them away for transportation. So that is what we have learnt over there while we are working at Indore, because Indore itself is a district-driven market. Local population of Indore doesn't require that hospital. We opened it in Indore only for the purpose that social infrastructure, availability of the doctors is easier over there. Tomorrow I send a team of 3,000 people to work in the place where you mentioned, people will not stay there. So what we may have to evolve a model is I may require a mobile trauma unit or mobile dispensary type of thing from where we can bring in people to the main center. So that is what we are definitely going to do. So at Indore, that's the first experiment which is going to happen. So when we come more nearer, we can do that. we can do that when we are more nearer.
Yes, sir.
So one thing, thalassemia and the sickle cell are the same thing or it's a two different things?
No, it's a different thing. So thalassemia is a hemoglobin part. So in your blood, there is something called as RBC, red blood cell.
Okay.
The color red is because of the iron content called heme. And globin is the protein. So that globin chains, they are not properly got from the mother and father. So that's why the hemoglobin, somebody mentioned, is less than 6 or 7 milligrams per deciliter of blood. So that is thalassemia. Sickle cell is that if there is any oxygenation which is less in the body due to any reason, then you will find the RBCs are in the shape of a sickle, like a sickle. So they are not able to absorb as much oxygen from your lungs as possible. And that's why there the hemoglobin count is very high, but still the oxygen level of the patient is very low because of the sickle cell. And in thalassemia, the hemoglobin is low and oxygen is also low.
Suppose if I come across such a patient that falls under these 4 categories, how can I connect them to you?
So we have a dedicated helpline, or I can share it with you. You can send them to us immediately. We do not have any other criteria for the same. So they can come over. We even have stay facilities for cancer patients where we give them housing as well.
Doctor sir, my question is, sir, yesterday also we
heard seen the presentation of cancer regarding cancer. I have lost my mother 1.5 years back due to the cancer. When we came to know about the cancer, that was the fourth stage of cancer. So you have just said that how we detect early detection and what are the prevention. Like you said, genome test. What is the cost of that test? That is, can we go to a hospital and check like sugar test or blood test? Is it possible?
So there are now AI tools which have come in, which is called artificial intelligence tool. So suppose in somebody's family there is a history of cancer, then you do a proper history taking of that patient. Then that AI tool tells us the probability of cancer. So if I have got, say, we all have got 46 chromosomes in our body, and maybe close to 2000 or 2500 genes. Now I cannot go and keep on testing every gene. So this AI tool tells us that, okay, this particular person has more problem with colon cancer or requires screening for lung cancer. Then only those two genes we can check and we can tell you that, okay, whether you have the probability of getting this cancer and at what age.
So what
and
is the right
cost,
age to test these things?
You can test it any time. It is a buccal mucosa, that is your mouth. There is no invasive procedure, not even pricking is
What is
required.
the cost?
Cost is around 4,000 rupees per gene. So 2 genes if you do, 8,000 rupees.
So anyone can go if any healthy person can go and
Anyone
take a
can
test?
do. So that's what I mean telling. In all these things, after this 14 years journey, our learning has been this is best to prevent than to cure.
What is the name of that test? Genome testing.
It's called NGS.
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 Yes. Thank you, sir.
I just had you partly answered my question. Is this NGS possible to be done at multiple centers, or it needs a huge infrastructure?
So NGS is like, you can collect the swab and send it. Everybody doesn't have that technology.
Okay.
In Bombay, I think only 4 people have. I don't know about here. And the biggest center is in Bangalore. It's called Datar,
Right.
where you must be sending for BMT also probably. So they have the NGS and you get report within 15 days.
Okay, and the transition time?
So you can send in a normal swab. There is no solution or no temperature control also required.
At ambient it can?
Ambient temperature.
Oh, fantastic.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Just one question. How do you identify that any particular patient, he is well off or he needs money?
Good question.
That is the is there any setup criteria
Right.
in your hospital?
Right. So what we have done is we do social screening of every patient, and we have a set criteria where we take mandatory government documents. Like at our place, we get what you call as Tehsildar ka dakhla. That is where the annual income of the patient is declared. Then we are taking their electricity bills. We are also taking their, nowadays we have a link where if you have a PAN card and your income is low, it may not be always be that, it's a very, very poor patient. Somebody is having an income of 3 lakh, 4 lakh, but he can't afford it beyond that. What do you do to that patient? So we check it through their portal and we identify whether they fit in our criteria. But more or less, we try to accommodate as many people as possible.
Well, I'll request if you have any other question to connect with Dr. Bhatt separately, because you have a flight to catch in next 2 hours. So Pooja, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for making us understand if the intentions are right, nothing seems impossible. And Coal India lays pride in the fact that Kokila Ben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital is one of its impaneled center for its CSR flagship project Thalassemia Bal Seva Yojana. I would request Director Personnel and IR Coal India Limited, Shri Vinay Ranjan sir, to please felicitate Dr. Bhatt with a token of warmth and a personalized frame. A big round of applause for Dr. sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Lives of great men are like beacon lights. They guide us and inspire us. And one such inspiration is our next speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Shri Amit Kumar Thakur, Head CSR, Terry, for his session on CSR and climate change. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause. A PhD in CSR, Business Sustainability and Sustainable Development, Shri Thakur is actively involved in social and research sector for over 19 years. He has established various centers of excellence on CSR, sustainability, sustainable development goals, climate and environment. He is a visiting faculty at several leading business schools and has authored more than 25 national and international publications. Presently, he is working for Terry and is responsible for CSR, strategy and research, action-oriented energy solutions, sustainability issues and environmental projects. He closely works with government, corporate sector, NGOs, funding organizations, think tanks, civil society and academic institutions. Sir, the stage is now yours.
So thank you very much for this kind introduction. So every good thing comes to an end, and I'm fortunate that I am the last speaker who will reach out to each one of you. In fact, I'm thankful to Coal India to organize such a wonderful event on CSR and sustainability. So CSR is nothing new, in fact, to India. It hasn't come in 2013 or 14, but India has a long history on CSR. So there are students from various management institutes, IMs. So what I'm going to do is that I'll cover some academic part also. I will highlight what CSR is. We'll reach out to sustainability aspect. We'll also try to see that what are the SDGs, how they are linked with the CSR, and how ESG is also coming in context to CSR. I'll give some good case examples on CSR projects, the flagship projects that we have done with some premier institutes, and where should CSR go in the long run so that CSR achieves all the goals, national goals, organization goals, and the most important, the goals of the community. So to start off with, in fact, I'm thankful to Coal India, its chairman, director personnel, and entire CSR team, in fact, to organize such an eventful event on CSR, and it's one of its type in India, and the quality is fantastic. So in terms of CSR, if I go back to the European context, I would say that in 1931, J.M. Clark, in fact, highlighted the concept of CSR and sustainability. Then Professor Theodore Cripps, in fact, in 1932, gave the concept of social audit, that CSR must be seen by the corporates because there is a social audit aspect also, and that should be linked with the corporates and with the community. Third part, Peter Drucker in 1942 highlighted that why CSR should not be just a simple function, but it should be a way to reach out to the stakeholders. So such concepts built up, and we had the Carroll definition, Johnson definition, and beyond that, we see a lot of literature available on CSR and sustainability. So if you see the overall context of CSR in Indian context also, so it's not that we have landed on CSR in 2013 or 2014. We have a very strong culture in Indian context, in our religious beliefs, in our culture, and in our actions. So long back in the Vedic time also, when we go to CSR, we find that in Mahabharata and in Ramayana, we see glimpses of CSR. And that has built over the years very strongly. And that is inbuilt in Indian culture. And what we see today, in fact, is a more structured form of CSR, and that is going on in a structured manner. Also, if we see CSR in context to the various phases in Indian context, then we find that from the pre-independence era, it was more about charity and philanthropy from 1850 to 1914. Then Mahatma Gandhi came, he gave the concept of trusteeship. From 1914 to 1950 around, this went on because, and this was followed by, in fact, organizations like Tata, Birla, and many others, Bajaj, and they truly practice this in all forms. Uh, Rightly so, the third phase is very critical. When India got independence in 1947, the third phase of CSR was more about public sector organizations. Public sector is pioneer in India in promoting and addressing the social issues. So 1955 till 1990, the phase was the public sector organizations in India when they promoted and created jobs. When public sector organizations came to India, they strengthened it, it scaled up, and they are known to create value for the nation. From 1990 onwards, we see a different type of CSR. Till now, it's more integrated, and in 2013-14, it became a law. So we should not see from the lens of only 2013-14. We should see from global perspective, we should see from Indian perspective, and we should also see that where CSR can go. So this is something, adding fuel to your learning for students and all those who are interested in academics, that you have a lot of, research areas on CSR. Next slide. So in fact, we have to talk on the sustainable development goals, because how we see, in fact, CSR is a mission, sustainable development goals are the vision. And CSR, can achieve the goals of SDGs, and CSR and SDGs have great potential to work together. A lot of esteemed speakers have spoken on the topic, but what I do feel is that 3 of these goals are very critical. Because Coal India is an energy-driven organization, it produces the maximum amount of coal, almost 75% in the bouquet that we have in India. And therefore, the goal number 7, if you see, clean energy and affordable energy. So this come under that segment of the SDG. Again, goal number 13, if you see, that is on climate action. And it categorically saying that climate is changing. The IPCC report, which is the 5th assessment report, which is just launched, it says that there are issues across the globe. And the temperature in the last 100 years, from 1806 to 1906, the temperature rose around 1.2 degrees Celsius. But from 1900, 2006 and onwards, it's saying that it may cross 5 degrees Celsius. The latest agreement says, in the Paris Agreement 2015 and 2022, it categorically says that it has to be remain 2 degrees Celsius below. The reason is that if it goes beyond 2 degrees, then there will be a lot of catastrophic changes in this planet. There would be a lot of sea level rise, glaciers can melt, it would impact a lot of agricultural outputs. So a lot of changes would happen. A lot of cities like Calcutta or many coastal areas may vanish. So these are the impact of climate change also, which we all need to understand, and we all need to believe that this is happening. Goal number 17, in fact, if you see, it talks all about partnerships. Partnership strengthens. If at TERI we partnership with Coal India, or Coal India partnership with any other organization, with IIT, or so that goal says that one organization, 2 organizations alone can't do things. So we need to partner, we need to strengthen, and we need to scale up, so that the good practices, good work can be, reached to the last person. Yeah. Yeah. So I put 2 directions, in fact. What is sustainability, we will eventually understand through my entire presentation. But in fact, what is happening to the environment? There are economic activities, those are required to be done. But what is being said, that how efficiently the economic activities can be done, so that there is a minimal impact on environment, and how society can be taken in inclusion in the development process. So if you see the three aspects, people, planet, and prosperity. So there lies people. Who are the people? People are the society, the social aspect. In fact, the planet is what the environment. And in fact, the profit is all about the economic aspect. So here, if you see 2 of the diagrams which are coinciding with each other, the people and planet, if you see the common area, it's bearable. It simply says that, people, the society has to work in sync with the environment, or this planet, because we have only one planet. We have only the Earth planet with us. There are a lot of study that we can go to that planet, but as of now, we have only one planet where life can thrive. No other planet can thrive life. So there has to be an arrangement, understanding. Nature has a good understanding with human being, but human being need to understand how, a bearable arrangement can be done. Again, if you see the bottom part, again, planet and profit. Planet is always there, it's giving you resources. All what we do comes from nature. Again, profit aspect comes from the economic activities. So when we talk about the economic activities, it should be done in such a way that it's viable. Viable for whom? For nature and for the business also. So that's how we like to say that the economic activities must be designed in such a manner which brings more viability to environment and to the business also. The third, if you see the profit and the people part, again, the society and the economic activities again has linkage. We heard a lot of esteemed speaker on the fact that there is issues of rehabilitation. There are, a lot of issues when the community don't want many new projects to come up. So there are some apprehensions, they have some doubts, and therefore they, see that if the doubts are not getting cleared, then they have a lot of apprehension. So what do you do in the process? You do something that is called hand-holding, capacity building, engagement. Again, there are a lot of leaders in the community also, and political leaders are also there. So we need to see that whatever strategy we can have, so that the whole process is more, more engaging, and we achieve the goal of sustainability. Next one. So what has happened over 1973? एक और click कर दीजिए. Yeah, एक और. नहीं, this one it's back. Yeah. Thank you. So, there have been international, conferences, conventions, events on climate change. And people are serious about it. And it all goes back in 1973 when we had the first CITES one, which is a major one. And after that, we see series of, in fact, a convention, something on ozone layer, something on the forestry part, something on the oceans, something on the Montreal part. In 1987, the Brundtland report also came, which defined the sustainable development goals, that how one should look at sustainable development. Are we able to meet the need of tomorrow by using resources in such a manner that we leave enough for the future generation? So there are enough to say that, and why these are being organized internationally, to address climate change, to address the environmental issues, and to state that, yes, we all are concerned about environment. Though there are certain challenges, in fact, in all these conventions also, that our economy is a growing economy. Our economy, in fact, says that, we have to build our economy. For that, we have to use energy-intensive technologies. But we are on track of development also. We are on track of addressing environment through sustainable technologies, through renewable options, and many other options. So the Paris Agreement, if you see in 2015, on climate change, on adaptation part, on mitigation part, India had a very good stand on that. India said that we will achieve a lot of goals, but again, in that major aspect was that the whole world will try to keep the temperature below 2 degrees Celsius if you all want to live in this world. Because 1 degree increase in temperature can, can flood whole Calcutta, or maybe Andhra. So that's the amount of impact it can have, or maybe Mumbai also. The amount of, temperature increase can have. Agriculture is suffering, temperatures are shifting, that's a fact, and that's an established fact. I was recently, from 20th to 22nd, I was in Dharamshala. It was a climate conclave, global conclave. So Sonam Wangchu was also there. So we had a common session, in fact, and it was endorsed by Dalai Lama ji. So it was saying that what came up that they have this Ladakh region, that's called North Pole, they say. And what is happening that glacier is, melting very fast out there. And they had evidence for that. And also in the Europe part, the Alps are also there. There also it's receding very fast. So one scientist said that, if, the glaciers will melt fast, then there will be no water, in fact, on downstream. And if it happens, then there is a huge water crisis. And this crisis will lead to impacting of water levels, agriculture, and huge sustenance to life also. So what to be done then? We can do a lot of things. So we as an individual level, what we can take steps need to be done. Government is taking a step, and maybe the story could be that we can move towards more cleaner path, which could be renewables and many other options that we have. Next. Now, many esteemed speakers spoke throughout, in fact, and it was wonderful to hear each one of them. And India's, India, what Niti Aayog has done at the state level, for each of the state, they have made certain parameters. They have come up with this SDG index at the state level. And SDG score India, though, is a bit low, 120, 125 in that range it lies. But again, for every state, in fact, on certain based indicators, the Niti Aayog has come with the ranking of the states. And why it is so? Because India is trying to position itself globally. And it has to be data-driven. India has 28 states and 8 union territories, so 36. So every state and union territory has to see on certain development indicators, health, environment, rural development, and so and so. So on that, some of the states are laggards, in which Bihar, Odisha, Bengal, Jharkhand are at bottom. And some of the states like Kerala, Delhi also, or Gujarat, they're a bit on the higher side. So when you see the cumulative part of the whole assessment, you find the SDG index score is 60.1 and spillover is 98.9. So these are the Panch Amrita, Amrita in fact, which our Honorable Prime Minister committed at Glasgow, that India will become carbon neutral in 2070. Because India has its own goal, India has to achieve its economic development. Coal is the key, but we are going in the right direction with the clean energy access also, and India has to meet the challenges also of its population. And there are several goals which are linked to the sustainable development goals also, and we have kept a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030. And there are other carbon intensity reduction is there, other goals have also been set for 2030. Now the vulnerability aspect, if you see that diagram, there are some challenges to sustainability. Now what happens that we all are witnessing, in fact there is weather change also. There is something called, farmers are also, don't have appetite for new technology because they're not confident with the new technology. Also the crop yield and the profitability part, what they're going to get if they shift to some new options, what they're going to get. And also in the intense natural resources usage, how much it can be used, how much it cannot be used. So all those aspects are on mind. And there is on sustainability aspect, people do think that there is a very high investment. So these are certain challenges which one need to think over before, the taking up sustainability aspect, and need to address this in a holistic manner. Next slide. Thank you very much. So now here I'm going to talk about the energy transition aspect, because as we know, in fact, that from now till 2030, India is committing 500 gigawatts, the 600 gigawatt we have projected. What is there very clearly is, coal is the main source of energy at every point of time. And if you see where we stand today, in fact, in the non-fossil category, it's 50%, and we are projecting, almost 50% for the non-fossil fuel. What is being projected for 2030, that if it goes like this, and if there is success, quote unquote, so we need to see that, 36% would be the fossil fuel, majorly by coal, and 64% in fact through non-fossils. So this is how, the whole transition is being seen in the energy aspect. And there is challenge also to this, because hydro has its own challenge, solar also has its own challenge, wind has its own challenge. But India has committed to the fact that India will move like this until 2030 and beyond to achieve its goal. But one thing is very clear, that India wants the developed countries to commit on the funds, to commit on the flow of funds to the developing country. Just, you are polluting at developed country in US or in Europe, and you want to do some mitigation project in India or Nepal or Bangladesh, that is not going to do. So the fund flow has to be with equity and has to be seen from the climate justice view. So this is how, the shift in energy transition is proposed and is moving forward. Next. Now at the ESG front, why I have brought this, the esteemed speaker from Deloitte and others have spoken very clearly on this. But we want to highlight because we can't miss the bus right now. Because for 1,000 top companies, this ESG reporting is now mandatory. And this is a non-financial reporting. And this needs to be done by top 1,000 company, and there is a format for it. And why you need to do this? You need to do this because this is mandatory, first of all. And second part is that if you do it, then you'll come to know, in fact, where you stand. Now, some esteemed, question, in fact, also came, in fact, in the last meeting, that if you don't do it properly, then who is going to catch? So how it will be, catching is a different thing. The main thing is that, on environmental, social, and governance parameters, we need to see that where we stand today. And there are goals, there are targets, and there are indicators. So there are global benchmarks also, which is already there at the global level. This is now mandatory for India, and a BRSR format for reporting has been proposed for this. So this is how it is going to go forward. And one has to align CSR, SDG with the ESG part also, and that will keep you more, focused in terms of how sustainable you can become in approach towards designing CSR projects, leading to sustainable development goals, and also addressing the ESG part. Now, from the hospital point of view, there are 5 main problems that the world is facing and is going to face. The 5, main problems are: one is infectious diseases. We all have seen what COVID has done to the entire world and to India also. Second part is the climate action failure, and who is not committing, we know. The developed nations are, more at fault, but we have to take action, and we should do it in a proper, in a spiritual manner. We need to do the climate action part because it's for us only, and we need to save us from the climate catastrophe. Third part, what we need to see, we're seeing, in fact, the weapons of mass destruction. And we are seeing what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. That's the fight everyone is saying for fossil fuel, and what type of impact it has on each one of us, we are seeing. Though everybody is saying that it's not good, at the end of the day, people are dying on it. For two countries fighting and people are dying, and we can see the amount of impact it has on the prices, the oil prices, the gas prices, and the whole world is suffering due to this. The fourth factor is the biodiversity loss. It is happening at a massive scale due to infrastructural development, because of construction of road. You can't replace a lot of things. But we can be very alert on this part, because these are big carbon sinks also. And Professor Agnihotri, in fact, told that forests are the lungs of any nation. So the way we care for our lungs, we must care for our forest and the biodiversity. Biodiversity also includes your other panch tattva also, like land, water, but forest is the key, along with the water, and the oceans also are the key. And also finally, the natural resources crisis. Natural resource is something we have got as a gift, and we must learn to preserve it. As Mahatma Gandhi also, in fact, highlighted this in his various concepts, including the trusteeship concept also. ESG needs to be integrated overall to create a long-term value, having more visibility and impact in all terms, and de-risking strategy also, it would help. And investors, in fact, one sees from one parameter that, shareholder view was there. But Milton Friedman came and he changed the view to stakeholder view. And this is not new, he is saying. This is long back in our culture also, and in our various studies also. In Vedic time also, we believe in this stakeholder theory. So what happens that if these are properly addressed, then your share prices also go up, because now today's investor is more aware and knows more about what is happening. Next. So just you can have a next click also. Yeah. One more. All right. Thank you. So in fact, in our union budget this year, almost 19,500 crore went to this production-linked incentive scheme for the domestic manufacturing of solar modules. And that will aid in attainment of 280 gigawatt installed capacity by 2030. And there is a lot of investment in the air pollution also. So we are seeing that our budget at the central government level is also going green, and most of the states in India are also doing in that, is moving in that direction. So the multilateralism is also favoring the green recovery, and which is addressing that climate adaptation and mitigations are key in terms of having a realistic approach towards achieving and attaining the targets. Now the below diagram, if you see properly, here how things can become sustainable in the long run. We need to we need to reduce inequality. No one is behind a just transition. You need to harness the potential of digital technology, which is prominent right now. We have to defend human rights, democracy, in fact, build and promote peace, security, and justice, protect our planet against climate change nuances, improve health and well-being conditions. So this would lead to a healthy economy and healthy planet. Next. Now, regarding the ESG part, it has been discussed in detail, but what I would like to highlight, that BRSR is the reporting format which needs to be followed. It is mandatory. And in certain segment, there is an essential component also, and for the leadership indicators, it's voluntary also. What I would like to highlight in this diagram, that there's a huge possibility of CSR, SDG, and ESG to function together. CSR came in 2014, SDG came in 2014-15, and ESG has come now. And there are various metrics which are available. If you see it from a proper lens, if you work hard on this, work smartly on this, we can achieve all the goals. And I'm saying today with lot of courage that the organizations which will work in CSR in this model will be pioneer. So one need to think, and you all are officers are here from CSR sustainability, and all those who are does not belong to that segment also. You can think to where you can place yourself, so that there's a long impact. Government is looking, global governments are looking, so we can position, Coal India can position, and the PSUs can position, any other organization can position very strongly on these parameters. So it has 17 goals are there. We all know there are 169 targets, and there are 247 indicators. So we all can work, and there is a lot of space. A lot of students are from IIMs also, and in other colleagues also. A lot of research aspect can also be done in this area. The next. Now, sustainability aspect is that what we do today, in the context of Brundtland report also, it is something that if you want to achieve something in the long run, we have to take the steps today. Government has taken a step, has highlighted and committed the targets also, that 2030 what it is going to achieve, 2040 what it is going to achieve, and 2070 we want to be carbon neutral. So ESG also is going to play a key role. It has social aspect, environment aspect, and also the governance aspect. So three key points are key. We have to move away from token actions and policies, develop a roadmap on strategic goals, and delegate responsibility and measure accountability. Next. Now, I'll quickly highlight three of the TERI's flagship project, which majority of the organizations have supported. We have done more than 125 CSR projects in India, but I'm highlighting three on a quick basis, in fact. So we work on all these themes, which is in Schedule 7, and we understand the community very well. TERI, in fact, is not only about policies, research, and then sitting and seeing the things. We are an action-oriented organization. I'm part of the Social Transformation Division. I lead that division. So we try to see that what are the best technologies available in market with the NGOs, and we try to, work very closely with the community. We have a division and department of 20 people with whom we work very closely, and they reach out through various projects on ground and try to give maximum impact out from those projects. So we are into majority of the Schedule 7 themes, and we have done projects across India. So we're trying to highlight three projects. So next one, yeah. So we did a very big project with Coal India Limited in Purulia, West Bengal. It was 15 to 2019. And the good part was that in 2000, what we are saying today in terms of the changes in the policies, amendment in the policies, regarding the baseline report. Coal India had that report done in 2014 itself. So we did a detailed study. We were engaged in the process. We did the detailed study, and we ensured that the project is designed for 40 villages and what type of impact it can have, so that community gets long-term benefit out of such projects. Coal India took this big step in terms of addressing and creating toilets, one of the best quality toilets, which had almost 80% usage of the community. So such vision or long-term view should be taken for projects, and it impacted 2 lakh population in that area. It won also several awards from the government and also from the various agencies, and at the local level also the Purulia government appreciated at several levels, which is documented. We also published few papers also on this, and we highlighted at various forums. So other activities which are part of this included education, computer education for schools. We had clean energy access program, training program, and agriculture program. So if you see that 40 villages were developed as part of this program, and 2 lakh beneficiaries were covered, and this addressed environment sustainability, rural development, and achieving various SDG goals. Next one. We have all the link which one can see on the website. One can click and can have view of the. We have developed project movies also for each of the project. We did a project, the high hills of Himachal Pradesh from Simla, Kullu, and Kinnaur. Those are apple belt region. So with Container Corporation of India, they wanted to do a project in that area, how we can improve the quality of apples, that's the horticulture crop in that region. So India's, per hectare production of apple is around 7 to 10, tons per hectare, and that is much less with European counterparts and even with China. China's is around 25 tons per hectare. So India is almost 1/3. So we took up this project. We did a detailed assessment, need assessment in that region from Shimla, Kullu, and Kinnaur district. We engaged the government also at length. We also had a tie-up, because I spoke about the partnership model. We had tie-up with South Tyrol, which is a European-based organization, and their expertise was brought in the project. We, not for developing apple and to improve the quality, we introduced first time in Himachal water harvesting structures on field. We had online digital solutions in form of education, and we had the best of the experts coming from outside also and from Indian universities also, based in Solan and also in Shimla. So whole impact was that it had around 20-25,000 people getting benefited. The best part was that a lot of time was saved. On apple, you need a lot of water to be available on ground. But it was not available. We developed rainwater harvesting structures, and water was available throughout the year for providing watering the apple trees. So this also led to 12 to 14% of increase in the income levels and also in the quality of the apples. Next one. Now recently in Jharkhand, we have taken a project. It has been completed. This is in Putki area around Dhanbad district with support from Container Corporation of India. And what we did in the process that, Jharkhand is a huge dependency on water bodies. So what is happening in the process that, and so much of dependence on water bodies, people are doing everything on that talab only. So उसमें हो ये रहा है कि we did an assessment again what was required. So in the process we identified ponds and water structures were created, and that pond has a water conservation capacity of around 2 lakh liters, and also water recharge facility is also there of around 5 lakh liters. We also worked in the school around those periphery in developing midday meal kitchen, lot of training capacity building, sanitation facilities. So 5 schools of that nature was developed. We worked with the SAGs also and students also. SAG in terms of understanding what type of products they want, what type of solutions they want. Training was provided, and we tried to link to the market so that income level can be increased. So this project has just been completed, and we did a lot of research papers were also published in this project. 2 of the publications have also come up. So we try to see that whatever project is done on ground, the output must reach, in fact, to the external world, and it is disseminated very efficiently through various platforms. So So one thing was which director personnel in fact was saying that work, Coal India is doing a lot of work and PSUs are doing, and they are the pioneer in fact in setting up examples in this country. And Coal India is in fact the third in terms of spending also in India, including all the subsidiaries. So what we have done at TERI recently, that we have tied up with Indian Chambers of Commerce. It's a 100-year-old Chambers of Commerce, and as we know that Chambers of Commerce, reaches out to industry bodies, to corporates. So what we have done that in the process, we have established this center to promote knowledge dissemination, to do projects, and to address various goals of national importance, and to spread what type of CSR projects should be done by corporates, and also a platform where everyone can come, deliberate, discuss, and promote their work. So this center would address several issues, one platform, and would be a credible platform where you can reach out your work to the external world. Yeah, next. So we have done this. So these are the main areas where main objectives of this Center of Excellence. That's a knowledge platform, strategies, programs, roadmap would be created on CSR sustainability, a voice for industry partners, NGOs also, because NGOs also, there are a lot of apprehensions, because 32 lakh NGOs are there, but if I say reliability part, in the Niti Aayog Darpan scheme, around 1,20,000 is registered. So if you see 12 lakh, 1,20,000, I think it's 1%. Again, if you see the CSR form 1, which is mandatory, I think right now there is 40, 50,000. So there is issues with the NGOs also, but again, if you filter it properly, government has also filtered it properly. So it's around 40, 50,000, which is more eligible to take up such work. So we are also trying to see that what type of NGOs should be done. We will be rating it, and we'll try to see that the best NGOs are there to execute CSR projects. And this platform would also address through various knowledge, through roundtables, conferences, workshop at the state level also, at the central level also, on various topics which are important to nation and also to various organizations and to the community. So it will also partner with several global organizations. So it's a platform, and we reach out to the ministries. So it will be a full-fledged platform where it will address strongly the issues of CSR sustainability in a big way. So we have also tied up with URAC Research, that's based in Europe, to promote various issues on water, sustainability, environment, maybe on CSR, and share good experiences, so that the global experience also comes on platform, and also it spreads nationally and globally. So such type of work will be taken up with the URAC Research, and many other also universities are with us, like Deakin University, Australia, and many other European and US-based universities are there with us. We'll try to promote various work that we do at TERI, various research projects that we do. Also the CSR part. Now we have taken this platform. We'll try to promote, in fact, various projects through this platform, and we'll take inputs also from these premier institutes. Next. So this is what I had to say, and what I would say, one line that हम तो अकेले ही चले थे, लोग आते गए और कारवा बनता गया, और इसी तरह कोल इंडिया तो बहुत बड़ी है, आपके काम बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है CSR में, ये है कि थोड़ा सा उसको इकट्ठा करना है, देखना है. In that we have a very good CSR team in place at the headquarter also. We had a very good experience, and also in the subsidiary also. At the headquarter level, we have worked with them. We had a very good experience, and we feel that it was a two-way process also for us. We also pushed them, and they also pushed us, and we tried to see that the projects went well, and it was a timely basis. And the impact we can see, a lot of people spoke about it in positive manner. There could be gaps in such projects. We try to learn from such projects and try to do good work. So with this, I thank each one of you. I thank Coal India because the type of initiative that you have taken, very less institute, in fact, takes such type of initiative. And I congratulate you, and I will request that such type of program should be held on an annual basis, and the skills should, eventually grow up. So with this thing, I thank you very much, sir, and thanks for your request you to, keep continuing this good work for nation and also for the community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Thakur. Thanks a lot for a wonderful presentation on CSR and climate change. It was very interesting to note the way you connected CSR, and you mentioned that it is inbuilt in our Indian culture. You correlated this entire journey from Mahabharata to post-independence to privatization era. That was very interesting to hear. You also categorically called out three critical SDGs, that is clean energy, climate action, and partnership. And you also mentioned about SDG concerns that India is around 120 or 165 in the index. You mentioned about sustainability 3 Ps, that is people, planet, profits, on which you have categorically mentioned this entire perspective of yours. You mentioned about energy transition and that coal will be the dominant energy source till 2030 at least, and the scenario would change after that. Sir, you also mentioned about ESG and BRSR reports, which will help in the long-term value creation, and how CSR, SCG, and BRSR report can work together in building the overall perspective for the nation. Green funding was also a very interesting concept to note. I think this is one of the focus area of the government today, that because they are looking at a long-term clean energy sources. So definitely there are a lot of initiatives on that. And you also mentioned about your 3 flagship projects in Purulia, Himachal Pradesh, and Dhanbad. So this was a wonderful session to hear. So I'll open the dais, but before that, I'll just have one question, which is also a question on which we are debating internally. This is something which is there in our mind, that when we look at India's per capita emission in terms of carbon dioxide emission equivalent, so we are around 1.9 compared to US, which is around 15.5, or Russia, which is 12.5. I don't know where will be Russia after the war, but that's how the scenario is. Is it actually a concern in terms of when we look at the overall dynamics of the country or the holistic picture as a whole, that why India should look at these initiatives at this moment, or whether they should be at the center of the focus when we look at the global perspective?
Right, it's a very valid question. In fact, if you see historically, North America, Europe, Eurasia, and China, they have been the biggest emitters. And because of their, for various reasons, in fact, the type of fuel they use, the type of economic activities, and the growth that has happened in all these countries. India is differently placed. India is unique and will always be differently placed. What is happening in India, the population, in fact, we know the per capita, when we start calculating it on per capita basis, then, the population also, plays a big role, and that what brings it down to 1.9 or 1.8 scale. So for India, yes, we should be concerned. Reason being, we should be concerned because we are seeing the change. We are seeing the change. There are 2 changes which are being seen. One is the human-induced, that is anthropogenic, and second is the natural-induced. So in that, if you don't control or adopt energy efficiency measures, if you don't go into the renewable part, real renewable, properly designed, and then only we'll be able to carry forward our growth story. India has to grow a lot, and for that, sustainable fuel is important, and coal is one of the sustainable fuel. Other fuel options are there that is being connected to grid, but there are issues with them also. But again, we have seen the price of solar in 2000, what it was, and in 2020, it came to lowest. So, but again, India has to meet its goal. India has to go forward in energy. This transition, just transition or energy transition will happen, but India has to meet its energy demands, its people aspirations, and for that energy is required, and coal is key. But again, in coal also, we have to see that how sustainably you can do all these mining processes, how much efficiency can be achieved at each level.
Maybe converting coal into energy sources.
Yes, yes.
Like clean energy, clean coal.
Yes, clean energy, the options are there. And also the renewable part, which is majorly, solar. Solar is the big option, because out of 365 days, India has a space for 270 days. Solar radiation is very intense. So we have 270 days with us. Hydro is there, we have nuclear also, and you have, wind also. So, balance has to be there, but India has to make its growth story, and that will come from majorly from, the fossil fuel right now, but eventually we have to shift to the renewables in the long term.
I agree, sir. Thanks a lot. Any questions from the audience?
Hello, sir. My question is, sir, we are discussing about renewable, mainly about the solar, But currently India is working on 17 to 80% efficiency. And one more thing, technical part is, if we increase the radiation part, as you are saying that we have 270 days approximately, if this heat or radiation goes increase, the efficiency goes down of solar panel. So could you please tell me about this, how we can deal with this problem? Thank you.
See, not every country is blessed with solar radiation. India is a blessed country for many reasons. We have this around 260, 70 days of solar available directly, and the intensity of light is enough to ensure that it is electricity is produced. So in terms of when you install solar power generation centers also, there also you find that lot of space it takes. And again, land issues do come. Again, government has to clear, state government has to clear. Though there is agenda, the rule is also there, the policy is also there. So the fact is that one is shifting towards silicon material is majorly used in terms of designing these panels. So again, the price of solar panels depend on the type of material that you are using, and one can see that what type of the best material, if it is used, then it can easily capture, and you can directly feed to the grid also. Or if you don't have option, you can store, and you can use in a decentralized manner also. So a lot of technology has come up, and eventually it will be a positive way forward in capturing solar energy. Sir.
We use this sustainability word. Is there any time framework for this sustainability?
So sustainability is...
In general, we say in long term. But long term what? Is there any time frame for this sustainability? When you take a project, is it a 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Is there any timeline for this?
So it's a very valid question again, because sustainability, there are certain buzzwords which were used earlier. Sustainability, sustainable development. But now there are no buzzwords, in fact, right now. Sustainability can start, sir, immediately. If we are taking a project, for example. For a project, we have taken for 1 year. For example, we took a project that includes infrastructure and soft part also. So it depends the type of projects you are taking.
Why I am saying this? Because when there is no limit, why can't we classify our project as a short term, long term, and we can give timeline? So suppose we take some project for 5 years, we take some project for 10 years or 20 years. If it is but we have to take some timeline. Sustainability, it cannot go on like this. Without, it is not indefinite, I think. Number one. Number two, you mentioned certain areas like Simla, Jharkhand, there are number of states you are working. So what is the methodology you are adopting for water conservation in hilly terrain like your Simla?
Right. So there are 2 points that you mentioned. One is the sustainability word. Every project can have its own sustainability measure. It can't be that the project is over and then we'll think over the sustainability aspect. It has to be inbuilt in the interventions. If you're doing something, a project that you're doing on CSR supposedly for the community, you have to build in certain activities, the soft part, which will allow people to own those activities. And that's what would lead to sustainability of projects. What largely happened that people don't own such projects. It is done from one perspective. So you have to define it at the very outset that this project would be sustainable once, because you have to exit, government or any implementing agency or even the sponsor has to exit. So you have to decide that at what stage, the sustainability measures need to be incorporated. And the best part is that to start at the beginning so that when you exit, the project is sustainable. Second part, second part you mentioned something.
What are the
yes,
methods you are adopting
yes.
for water conservation in the hilly terrains?
So there is a CGWA guidelines on water. In fact, there are certain states, in fact, like Punjab and many other states.
Plains I know, but I want to know especially for hilly terrains. Because you are running the project in those areas.
Hilly terrains are it's a rain-fed area. First of all, we have to see majorly the hilly areas. In fact, we need to, the projects that we designed in the hilly areas for water harvesting, we saw first that what type of livelihood activities people are doing in that region, because it was attached to an apple growing project. We saw that that project needed water, because if you don't provide water to those apple growing plants, then they don't survive, or the cost increases because a lot of labor is involved. So our whole understanding was that there should be enough rainfall in that region. There has to be need for the availability of water, and we provided water harvesting structures on the field. This is based on need, and also the amount of rainfall which the region receives in terms of capturing, in fact, the water through the rainwater harvesting system.
My third question, for this project you mentioned that firstly you are preparing the baseline data.
Yes, sir.
First you have to study the generation the baseline data.
Yes.
And you must be doing for 3 or 4 years like that. Have you any comparative studies if for any area that how many changes comes up because of your study?
So
have you data in any area?
Yes. So we did for Himachal. We have a center. Somebody was in the morning, Mrs. Joshi was saying, the hilly area. We are in Mukteshwar, Uttarakhand. That's also a rain-fed area. And in the whole area there is.
What percentage you must be, like you say that 20,000 beneficiaries are there.
Yes.
Then out of the 20,000, how many people's changes in their livelihood? What are the changes in their earnings with the help of your project?
So that is documented, sir. That I mentioned that each of the interventions, we had the water intervention.
Are you doing this comparative study?
Yes. We have published it. And there is a data in place. There was around 12% increase in the income level and livelihood level, and because of the conservation of water also, a lot of changes happened in the local ecosystem. We do document that.
Okay, the last program.
Sir.
As you told that this is the responsibility of our leaders.
Yes.
According to your knowledge, have our government any planning or any long-term projects keeping in view the climate change, like for water conservation and your land use? If climate will change, then land use pattern will be changed. So accordingly, is there any programs that our government of India is going to take up?
Sir, if you see the Jal Jeevan Mission also is a long-term program. If you provide water at the doorstep, then you address a lot of solutions regarding water on ground for the each of the individual household. So government has been taking a program on this climate change mitigation and adaptation part. This policy, in fact, if you see that India has to achieve 500 gigawatt, then again the policies are coming. Rooftop solar is being made mandatory for the individual household, and MNR is also coming up with some policies.
But I think it is very on a small scales. In long terms, if you say sustainable, I think it will not fulfill our requirement when we face the crisis of drinking water in coming future. Anyway, thank you very much.
So we need to deliberate on this, because on the renewable part, it's a challenge, as I mentioned, because and it's a projection of the government. But again, individual.
I think in larger scales, the natural conservation area we have to identify. Natural, it is only a very small scale, but the natural, some reservoir or for conserve the water, we have to identify.
Right.
That will be more useful.
I think pan-India.
Like especially if you go to Shivalix, you know that Tarai area. The whole Tarai area we can take some projects, because that is geological, they are total alluvial fans.
Right.
The above part, above the Tarai, there is a loot sediments. Sometimes you see the reverse that goes inside and then again reappear. And the lot of water springs, that is called what we call artesian conditions. Lot of artesian conditions there. I think there is a big project you can think on that. That can help in longer time, in future prospects.
Right.
That you people can think, you take the geological things first into consideration, then for water conservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Economic development and taking society along is a big challenge, and we need to think on those lines. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an informative session, and it has impacted us and has left a deep imprint in our minds. It is a privilege that CCL has entered into an MOU with Terry for conducting impact assessment of his major CSR activities. I would now request our Director Personnel CCL, Shri PVKR Malka Arjun Rao, sir, to please come on stage and felicitate sir with a token of appreciation and a personalized frame. A round of applause for Thakur sir.
The vision of Coal India is to emerge as a global player in the primary energy sector, committed to provide energy security to the country by attaining environmentally and socially sustainable growth through best practices from mine to market. Development of the community has been an integral part of the company's business processes right from the day Coal India was born. Over the years, the name may have changed from community welfare activities to community development to corporate social responsibility, but the aim of reaching the benefits of companies' developmental activities to the last mile remains the same. Each and every company has put the best foot forward to implement high-impact CSR projects for the development of the communities in and around the operations. A dedicated platform like this, where we have domain experts from CSR and our CSR practitioners from different companies, makes a perfect place for recognizing the company's best CSR practices in different sectors of development.
It is said that saving valuable human lives is like protecting humanity. The first award category is for Best CSR Practice in Healthcare initiatives dedicatedly for COVID response, and the award for Best CSR in COVID response goes to Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. A big round of applause for them. To curb the spread of COVID-19 infection, MCL has undertaken numerous initiatives in collaboration with the state government and stakeholders. So far, MCL has spent more than rupees 300 crore under various COVID-19 preventive measures in the state of Odisha. The company has invested in creating separate COVID-19 hospitals. Company has supported the functioning of 4 numbers of dedicated COVID hospitals in the state of Odisha. The government of Odisha devised a mechanism of operationalization of dedicated COVID-19 hospitals in PPP mode and approved a standard tripartite agreement to be executed among government of Odisha, hospital operator and corporate partner. The hospitals have been established in Bhubaneswar, Talcher, Basundhara and Sambalpur. These hospitals have a total bed capacity of more than 1600. Bhubaneswar and Talcher hospital functioned during all the 3 waves. Vasundhara and Sambalpur functioned during the 2nd and the 3rd wave. More than 20,000 patients in the state of Odisha have been treated in these hospitals. Besides, company has also undertaken other measures like shelter homes for migrant workers, distribution of food grains, providing 25 vehicles to district administration for supervision of COVID-19 related activities, running of ambulances, and distribution of 6,45,000 masks and 9,000 liters of sanitizers during the COVID crisis. With this, I would like to invite General Manager CSR, MCL, Shri P.K. Panigrahi, along with his team, for receiving the award. And I would like to invite Director PNIR Coal India Limited, Shri Vinay Ranjan, for awarding MCL with Best CSR Practices for COVID-19 Response. Next उसमें DPC हम बोल रहे थे ना आर के पनिग्रही
GM CSR Shri R.K. Panigrahi sir.
Yes.
An investment in knowledge pays the best interest of a healthy mind, and a healthy mind breeds a healthy body and vice versa. Moving towards the next award, the award is for the best CSR practice in promotion of sports and education, and the award goes to Central Coalfields Limited. They are receiving the award for 2 of its CSR projects, operation and maintenance of Sports Academy at Ranchi, JSSPS, and CCL Ke Lal and CCL Ki Ladli. The mega sports complex, named as Khelgaon, is jointly funded venture of Central Coalfields Limited and State Government of Jharkhand. The complex was established in 2016 with 78 sports cadets. There are now 437 children presently staying at Khelgaon. 96% of them belong to ST and SC and other backward communities. The complex has facility of boarding, lodging, school, medical, and world-class sports training, all free of cost. The selection procedure of the cadets for training at the Khelgaon is the largest talent hunt program organized anywhere in India. Enthusiastic candidates at the age of 8 to 12 years from all the 24 districts of Jharkhand are subjected to selection trials. Cadets are imparted training in different sports disciplines. Among the prominent achievers is Chanchala Kumari and Florence Barla, who has won medal at national and international level. The project has brought CCL National CSR Award in 2019. Moving towards the next project is CCL Ke Lal and Ladli, where meritorious students from humble backgrounds are trained and appeared before engineering entrance examination. CCL Ke Lal was started in 2012 and Ladli was started in 2016. Since the inception of the project, 25 students have got selected in IITs and others are studying at NITs, IITs and BITs. Yesterday, we have heard the laurels of this scheme right from the beneficiary's mouth, Matul Bagel. So with this, I request GM CSR, Shri Ladi Balakrishna sir. Sir is already receiving the award. I would request Yes, sir. I feel so proud to be a part of this team.
It is often said, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The next category of award is for the best CSR practice for the award for skill development and livelihood. And the award goes to Northern Coalfields Limited for the project Singrauli Women Smallholders Poultry Project. With regular training and as many as 667 units of poultry farms have been established and an additional 83 numbers are being set up under the smallholder poultry project. The project was started in March 2015 and the total cost of this project is 875 lakhs The project is benefiting 667 tribal families, and the project is totally self-sustainable and does not require any financial support from outside. Hence, I request General Manager CSR NCL, Shri Ashok Kumar Singh, along with his team, to please come up on stage and receive the award. And I request Director Personal CIL, Shri Vinay Ranjan, to honor NCL with the award for the best CSR practices. A big round of applause for Team NCL.
We move on to the fourth and the last award. Adding a star to the conclave, subsidiary companies have displayed their CSR practices at the stalls in the pavilion. Every stall is unique and displays their CSR activity in the best possible form. But the perfect combination of content, aesthetics, ambience, innovative ideas, coverage of themes makes the best stall. It was extremely tough for the judges to decide the best stall, as every stall was unique and some or the other manner, but the best had to be decided. So after neck-to-neck competition and score within CCL and NCL, the Okay, I am not going to announce the name. I would request the audience, if the audience have visited the stall properly, how many hands for CCL?
How many hands for NCL?
Okay, we'll do a sound check. How many for CCL? And how many for NCL? I think we have got the answer. The award for the best CSR stall goes to Central Coalfields Limited. I would request GM Sir, Sri Ladi Balakrishna Sir, to please come up on the stage with his entire CSR team. They have really worked hard day and night for putting this stall in such a beautiful manner. I also request EDCD, Shri B. Sairam Sir, to please come up on the stage. I would request the PR team from CCL to please come on stage. They have contributed a lot in preparation of all the brochures, flyers. Which have made the stall look so beautiful and informative at the same time. A big round of applause for Team CCL. I would request all the CD officers from CCL to please come up on the stage. I congratulate all the prize winners, and I also congratulate all the participants of the stall. Winning is important, but participation is more. I would request Director Personnel CCL, Shri P.V.K. Mallikarjun Rao Sir, to please come up on the stage for his valedictory address. Director Personnel CCL.
Good evening to all of you. Respected Vinay Ranjan Saab, respected speakers, Sri Harbans Singh Saab, Independent Director CCL, सभी सब एरिया से आए हुए, सब्सिडरी से आए हुए, जनरल मैनेजर सिविल, CSR, CCL के सभी HODs, GMs, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स और सभी महिलाएं एंड प्रेस, अन्य सभी डिग्निटरीज। 2 दिन से जो CSR एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी कॉन्क्लेव जो हुआ है, चेयरमैन साहब का इनिशिएशन से, चेयरमैन साहब का एक बहुत बड़ी आइडिया है ये, जिसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए पिछले 4 महीने से विनय रंजन साहब जो है हमारे पीछे पड़े हुए हैं, लेकिन ड्यू टू सम हिंड्रेंसेस, कुछ न कुछ कारण से 3-4 बार ये पोस्टपोन हो गया था। अल्टीमेटली इट कुड टेक ए फाइनल शेप और ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट हो गया है। मेरा 35 साल का कोल इंडिया का सर्विस में पहले बार मैंने ऐसा चीज़ देखा हूँ। ऐसी आइडिया उन्हीं लोगों को आ सकता है, जैसे विनय रंजन साहब ने कल बताए थे, एक पत्थर तो उछाल के देखो यार। तो सही में जो है ऐसा पत्थर उछाला है विनय रंजन साहब ने और चेयरमैन कोल इंडिया ने। छेद क्या, बहुत कुछ हो सकता है, ऐसा इन्होंने शुरुआत किया है। एक और चीज़ है, शायद मिस्टर विनय रंजन is the youngest director personnel in total Schedule A companies. क्योंकि ऐसा इनिशिएशन करना आसान है, लेकिन ऐसा इनिशिएशन को आगे ले जाना कठिन है। कोई भी शुरुआत जो है भले देरी हो, करना आसान है, लेकिन उसको लंबे दूर तक ले जाना, लंबे समय तक चलाना कठिन है। जैसे कि 100 मार्क लाना जो है मेहनत से कर सकता है, बट उसी 100 मार्क को हर बार लाना कठिन है। लेकिन विनय रंजन साहब के लिए ये आसान हो सकती है, क्योंकि उनका करियर बहुत है और उनका 8-9 साल करियर कंपनी में है। तो जरूर जो है इन्होंने ये जो इनिशिएशन शुरू किया है, इसको काफ़ी आगे ले जाएंगे और कोल इंडिया का नाम रोशन करेंगे। जैसा कि किसी ने कहा, एन इन्वेस्टमेंट इन नॉलेज ऑलवेज पेज द बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट। जो आज ये 2 दिन इतना बड़े बड़े नेशनल रेप्यूटेड स्पीकर से आप लोगों ने सुने हैं, ये जो नॉलेज आपने पाया है, मैं ये विश्वास रखता हूं कि जरूर ऐसा इंटरेस्ट, ऐसा रिजल्ट्स लाएगा कोल इंडिया में, जो CSR में देश में अव्वल नंबर में अपन रह सकते हैं। एक और चीज किसी ने कहा है, द ब्यूटिफुल थिंग अबाउट लर्निंग इज दैट नो वन कैन टेक इट अवे फ्रॉम यू। इस 2 दिन में ऐसा ऐसा चीज़ें सिखाया है स्पीकर्स ने कि जरूर मैं समझता हूँ इसको आप भूलेंगे नहीं है और इसको बढ़ाएंगे और अपनी सब्सिडरीज में जाके, जैसा किसी ने कहा, किसी स्पीकर ने कहा, CSR का मतलब ओनली जो CD डिपार्टमेंट में है या CSR डिपार्टमेंट में है उन्हीं तक सीमित नहीं है। इट इज इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ द टोटल कंपनी, तभी CSR में आप कुछ बेहतरीन कर सकते हैं, तो मैं सभी सब्सिडरी से आए हुए जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उनसे अनुरोध करता हूं, अपनी कंपनी में जाके बाकी अन्य और लोगों के साथ इसको शेयर करिए। जैसा कि आप लोगों ने जय हो पिक्चर देखे होंगे। जय हो पिक्चर में जो हीरो है, अगर कोई किसी को मदद करता है, कोई अच्छा काम करता है, उनको रिटर्न में कुछ देने लगा कोई, तो बोलता है नहीं हमको रिटर्न में कुछ नहीं चाहिए, आप 3 और लोगों को अच्छा करो, 3 और लोगों के लिए अच्छा करो, मदद करो, सो दैट ये स्प्रेड होगा। इन द सेम फैशन मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करता हूं, आप लोग अपनी कंपनी में जाने के बाद इसको स्प्रेड करिए, क्योंकि नॉलेज अब स्प्रेड करने से, शेयर करने से बढ़ता है, कम नहीं होता है। मैं ये समझता हूं जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स को आज 2 दिन में जो उनका एक पर्सपेक्टिव बनी है, उनको जो सीख मिली है, जो चाह रहे थे, वो जरूर पा पाए होंगे। एक मेरा विचार है, क्यों ना एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना दिया जाए सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स के साथ, कि ताकि आगे जो है नॉलेज शेयर होते रहे, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस शेयर होते रहे, ताकि CSR जो है में और अच्छा कर सके। और ये जो कॉन्क्लेव का जो मेन उद्देश्य है, अब वो पूरा हो पाए। इतनी बड़ी कॉन्क्लेव, इतनी बड़ी पैमाने में कॉन्क्लेव करना कोई आसान चीज नहीं है। मैं भी 2 कंपनी का डायरेक्टर HR हूं, BCCL और CCL। पिछले 15 दिन से इसी कॉन्क्लेव के लिए मैं यहाँ पे हूं। एक दिन एक मीटिंग हो रहा था इसी कॉन्क्लेव संबंध में सभी HODs के साथ, जिसमें ED/CD सायराम साहब भी जुड़े हुए थे। मैंने कहा कि पार्टिसिपेंट्स में जो है कुछ नए लोग भी हैं। नेशनल लेवल में CSR का एक समिट होता है हर साल, जो कि 2014 में चालू हुआ था। मैंने कहा पिछले साल जो समिट में जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे, शायद इसमें से शायद ही कोई है, लेकिन ऐसा लगा मुझे इन लोगों का सुनने के बाद। सायराम साहब ने विद द गाइडेंस ऑफ विनरंजन साहब जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स को, माने जो स्पीकर्स को जो चुने हैं, बहुत ही बेहतरीन उनका थॉट्स रहा, और जरूर जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स को इसका फायदा जरूर मिला होगा। उन्होंने स्पीकर्स को भी ऐसा चूज किया है, PSU से लेके प्राइवेट तक, गवर्नमेंट से लेके NGO तक उस स्पीकर्स में रहे हैं। अंत में मैं ये बात आप सबसे बोलना चाहता हूं, CSR डिपार्टमेंट के तक सीमित न रखते हुए बाकी लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट जब होगा तभी CSR में अपन अच्छा कर सकते हैं। ये प्रयास जरूर करें, हर डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसको एक सेलों में नहीं चलाए दिया जाए, सब डिपार्टमेंट्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट रखें, तो जरूर वी कैन डू बेटर। और कोल इंडिया को, जैसा अभी प्राइवेट कंपनीज, कुछ कंपनीज जो अव्वल नंबर में है, कोल इंडिया जरूर अव्वल नंबर में हो सकती है। तो इन्हीं 2 बातों से मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं और मेरा वाणी को विराम देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय कोल इंडिया, जय CCL। धन्यवाद।
Every end has a new beginning and paves way for a new learning experience. With this, I would now request Sri Ladi Balakrishna, General Manager SD and CSR CCL, to kindly come on stage and formally end the event with a vote of thanks.
Respected Vinay Ranjan sir, DP, and IR, Coal India Limited, Sri PBKR Rao sir, Director Personnel CCL and BCCL, and genius speakers, our Sairam Saab, Executive Director CIL, GMs, CSR of different subsidiaries, and their associated CSR executives, HODs and others present in the house. This is a great event. We have learned a lot. CSR is a subject for everybody, not only for CD cadre. Everybody should involve in this as stated by our Director Personnel, CCL. And we have learned a lot as per the many of our speakers have told different subjects of in relation with Schedule 7. Schedule 7 is the master copy of CSR, which has to be adopted for all the works of CSR. Now, I am not speaking much. I want to thank all. Good evening. I, on behalf of CCL, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to all our guests of honor, Sri Priyam Prasad sir, CMD CCL, and Sri Vinay Ranjan sir, Director P&IR, Coal India Limited, for their gracious presence and giving generous approvals for this conclave. Today, our CMD sir is not there. He is attending a final day function of safety at Piperwar, so we are missing him. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the independent directors of CIL and CCL, functional directors of CIL and CCL, who spared their valuable time for being a part of this event. I would also like to thank Director Personnel Sir, CCL, for his constant guidance and support in all possible manners to organize this conference that radiated a source of energy within us. I thank Executive Director Sri Sairam Sab, Coal India, and his team from CIL for being the architect of this program and guiding us to execute this program meticulously. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude towards distinguished speakers who spared their valuable time for us and graced us with their presence and shared motivated thoughts, stories, and best practices. Participants from different areas, subsidiaries of CIL need special mention as they traveled all the way from different parts of the country to be a part of this conclave and were the backbone of this event. We thank you for your active participation. I am also thankful to the team from Deloitte for their support as reporter and successful moderating the technical sessions. I am very much thankful to all HODs of CCL and each and every member of the conclave committees for completion of this program successfully. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. It takes a time and dedicated team. I am fortunate that I am backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated executives and staff of CSR department CCL. I thank all of them. I would also like to thank other departments who are involved in the participation and execution of the event and putting their regular work aside. I would like to give my special thanks to IIM Ranchi for being a part of this conclave. Thanks to everyone directly or indirectly associated with this conclave and making this a successful event. I am sure that this 2 days learning session is helpful in developing a new perspective towards CCR. Thanks to everyone. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we end with the CSR Conclave, CSR and Sustainability Conclave 2022. We have made arrangements for tea. You may have your tea before leaving this campus. It was a great event, and I congratulate everyone. And a big round of applause for each one of us, please. Thank you.